welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition here of the DreamHack Dallas 2025 Road to EWC. I'm of course our VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to the second day. It was an intense broadcast last night, not gonna lie. There was a lot going on in terms of StarCraft, in terms of GSL and DreamHack. But now we're back, we're here. Oh, let's go. Thank you so much, Keybrate. Thank you so much for the subscription for 7 months. Thank you, Piper. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much. As we have a little bit of downtime, or in a sense, we are still waiting for some of our matches to be ready, waiting for our players to prepare. Let's go. But thank you so much. Of course, for those that are curious, DreamHack Dallas is a big offline tournament, and players are of course getting ready with their PC setups. They're getting their settings going and making sure that everything is as it should be. Meanwhile, over the mainstream, Reynor versus Mana. Reynor versus Mana is currently ongoing. As you can see here before you, they just wrapped up game one. They're speeding up. they're speeding along. Game one just wrapped up. Reynor is up 1-0 already. And of course, this is Group A. This is Bracket A, I should say. There are 4 brackets: Bracket A, B, C, and D. And of course, these 2 players are facing off in the upper bracket semifinals. A and B are going to be starting up first, and there are 4 matches happening at the same time. But fun fact, Reynor and Mana are the only ones that have begun. They're the only ones that have started because they of course have priority. The mainstream have them. They set up ahead of time. The other matches are still getting ready. Hero and Gabe, Creator and Maru, alongside Showtime and Cure. They're all still getting ready. They're all setting up. So we're still kind of waiting for them to get all their PCs sorted before we can jump in. Until then, we do have permission to what the cannon rush. Jeez. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. What's going on right now? We do have an attended cannon rush here out of Mana, or I should say a very committed aggressive play out of Reynor instead. I mean, both coming at us as hopefully everything's okay. Our clean feed is dying on us a little bit. Just a little bit. But yes, Reynor and Mana, they are facing off in the mainstream at the moment. We are going to be covering Hero versus Hero Marine once they're ready. I do see some people asking about Maru's match, Maru versus Creator. That is scheduled to begin over on Steadfast's channel. Unfortunately, there's 4 series happening at once, and there's only 3 streams. Myself, Steadfast, and the mainstream, of course. So currently, no one is set to cast Showtime versus Cure. Depending on how fast some of these matches are, or how slow some of them are, we might be able to jump in mid-series into Cure versus Showtime. But for the most part, you know, they're going to be going on their own, I should say, without any of our casters, unless maybe one of the other language casters, like maybe Take TV wants to jump into to cover Showtime, or maybe Enki or one of the other language casters. That's possible. That is possible for sure. But did the mainstream go down? Is that what happened? See, it's that mainstream died. Okay, never mind. Well, that makes sense. That now makes sense why yeah, the chat is mentioning that as well. But yeah, hopefully everything's okay when it comes to the mainstream and they're able to clear up their issues. Yo, it looked like things were popping off, by the way. Like, again, it looked like Mana was cannon rushing, and Reynor, he was responding, of course, with a proxy hatchery with a roach rush and a roach roll in. Looks like a really intense game. I hope that we're able to see that game. Like, there was a lot going on there. No. But otherwise, we're just waiting for our players. We're at to see a kaboom. Yeah. We are streaming from a delay, of course. 2 minute delay, just as a heads up. Smurge. But yeah, that's the current plan. When it comes to Group C and D, I believe currently the matches that are scheduled, I believe Clem's match, I believe Clem versus Australia is going to be on the mainstream. I believe Steadfast is going to be covering Trigger versus Serral, and we're going to be covering Solar versus Gumiho. That is the current setup here. That's the current plan. We have kind of organized amongst ourselves. The current tentative, as long as, you know, there's no other like technical issues or anything like that. Of all the games to lose connection on, right? Like, there was a lot happening there. It was crazy. It was a cannon rush. But yeah, it's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long day. Of course, we just wrapped up with our GSL coverage of the GSL qualifiers, and now we're done. We wrapped up with all the GSL qualifiers. We covered all the matches. Now we can focus entirely on DreamHack Dallas. All on Dallas, pack. It's gonna be beautiful. Is the stream back up, by the way? The answer is no. Oh god. Yeah, it looks like the production, they're having issues, but they're working on it. They are working on it. So hopefully it does come back online. It happens, you know, technical issues from time to time. Hopefully they're able to resume from replay if they do all get out of game. Hopefully. Cover says, yeah. Such a great commentator because of the passion he has. It shines through the monitor. Ah. You're so kind. all the passion, Pappy. All the passion. Let's go. Let's go. It's true. If we didn't have passion, we wouldn't be able to do these 15-hour days. For those who don't know, yesterday we were casting for 15 hours straight, or almost straight. There was like a 1-hour break. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was a very intense day of StarCraft. Here it should be a little bit lighter, a little bit because our GSL cast was only 3 hours. This time it was only 3 hours, so I did have an extended break in between casts. So we're good to go. We're good to go all night long, Bobby, all night long. We should be good. And likewise, you know, the bracket is progressing, so I would imagine like there's less players to keep track of, and you know, the event is becoming a little bit leaner and should be progressing a little bit smoother. There was a bit like of downtime issues yesterday. Some of the groups and some of the brackets were a little bit slower to start, but it should be faster this time. Fingers crossed. Bar any kind of technical issues. But basically, for those who are curious, today our plan is to cover and to go over all of the groups and to wrap them up. So give me a moment. I keep saying groups. It's technically a bracket. And thank you so much, Peanut Butter Jesus. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. God. Thank you so much for subscribing for 5 months. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. We can take a moment here to catch up on the bracket, though. To catch up. There we go. Okay, from the top. So this is bracket A. Bracket A is Maru versus Creator. Again, that's going to be covered by Steadfast. We have Showtime versus Kior. That is going to be currently off stream. But yes, we have our top 4 players up here, and we have also the players that got knocked down to the lower brackets. The big notable player down here, I guess the 2 or 3 big notables actually. I would say Shin alongside actually a lot of players. Shin, Skillus is down here, Future, Hearthstone, Honmono, Lunacy. These players, they're still in the tournament. They're just in the lower bracket. The way this bracket works is that top 2 make it through. 1 player from the upper half of the bracket and 1 player from the lower half of the bracket. So 2 slots available to all these players. So it's going to be pretty intense. It's going to be a pretty intense bracket, of course, and we're going to be completely wrapping it up and confirming which players do make it through all these brackets. So bracket A, likewise bracket B is going to be Hero Marine, Mana, Reynor, Dolan, Foxer, Zaun, Dinkomen, Rogue, Astra, Geralt, and Jumi. So another full set of groups, and again, just like the last one, 1 player from the upper half and 1 player from the lower half. So there's only 2 spots here available. Some of these groups are more brutal than others, and it's going to be a tough one here because there's only 2 spots available. There are certain players that we expect to go far, but I mean, upsets do occur, and not even just upsets, but like again, the caliber of players here is pretty insane. It's going to be difficult for a lot of them to make it through. As much as I would love to see all of them, you know, advance on, and especially my favorite players, it is going to be limited. Likewise, here we have Group C. Group C is going to be Clem, Estrella, Classic, and Beyond. Currently, I believe Clem and Estrella is also going to be on the main stream. They're going to be covering Clem versus Estrella after their current series. And scrolling down, we have Percival, Zugelang. We have Bunny as well. Bunny, Jay, Lambo is down there. Zane, SOS, Mixu. It's going to be crazy. And then bracket D. Bracket D, which we're going to be covering later. We have Serral versus Trigger. Again, that should be over on Steadfast's channel. Serral versus Trigger. We have Solar versus Gumiho. That's going to be on our channel. So we did split up these two matches between the two of us. Here we have Epic versus Riser. We have Spirit, Warren, Ryung, Yobo Sung, Laser, and TLO. I'm a big fan of Ryung. I hope he does well. I hope he does well down there. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. But yeah, these are going to be the four groups, the four brackets. And today, day 2, we're going to be wrapping up all of these brackets entirely until we have our qualified players. And then I believe we're going to be casting the first round of the playoffs, which caught me by surprise. But yes, I believe the first round of the playoffs are also going to be today as well. At least, sorry, half of them. Some of them. When it comes to the round of 8, 2 matches. Two of the round of 8 matches are going to be covered today, and then everything else is going to be casted tomorrow. Yeah, everything else tomorrow. When it comes to tomorrow's broadcast, we're all going to be following the mainstream. Like, there's only going to be one match happening at a time tomorrow, so we're all just going to be covering the same match in the same series. Of course, all of us having our own flavor to it, whether it's myself or Steadfast or any of the other community casters and community coverage. Meanwhile, is the mainstream still dead? Are they? So far, it still is. It's not the best way to start the broadcast for the stream to go down, but what I will say is that at least it's happening at the beginning. Like, it could be worse, could be worse. At least it's in the beginning. Thank God. It's happening at the start. Meanwhile, it looks like lobbies are being made. Looks like Showtime versus Cure is about to begin. I think Steadfast might be jumping on that just because Maru and Creator are still getting ready, so he might be switching that series instead. I'm content just waiting. I'm cool just waiting for Hero and Hero. Give me the Hero versus Hero. Ah, let's go. Cool to see that Homeowner went all the way to Dallas. Yeah, Homeowner and Lunacy. There's a couple of the Koreans that traveled all the way that maybe aren't like the biggest names or the most notable. Long day. Now we'll be fine, Iba. We'll be fine. Iba. When does it begin? Soon, TM. Once the players are ready. You know, we're happy to start whenever. It just comes down to the players. You know, they're all setting up. You know, they're getting out their rulers. They're making sure that the chair is correct the height from the ground. You know, making sure their shoulders aren't, sorry, their elbows aren't, you know, too uncomfortable. Got to measure the keyboard, the length of the keyboard and the desk, and the space in between. You got. I know this, like, joking aside, I know that some things that players do is they take tape, and what they do is that they tape the mouse pad to the table. I know that, like, at some events, like, the table is maybe a little bit, you know, it's a little bit slippery or something, so they tape it down to make sure it doesn't move. Gotta check the refresh rates, all that stuff. And what can slow things down is it's not like all the players are setting up at the same time. Usually they go in like groups. So you have like a set of like 10 players. Oh, actually I would say you have a set of the players that are playing in group A and group B, right? You have the group A, group B players, and then once one of the players gets knocked out, or once they wrap up for the day, then as they rotate out, then one of the group C, D players, then they come in and they take that setup, and then they have to adjust everything again on that PC, right? They have these rotations. Oh, players are ready. Well, let's go. Players are ready. What's a better way of putting it? They have these blocks of players. There you go. Ah, Enki knows. Let's go. Now, for those that are curious and for those who are feeling a little bit antsy here, of course, our players are ready. Okay, settings have been set. You know, we have everything ready to go. Gabe and Hero, we have vetoes done, and the first lobby has been made. We're going to be jumping into Incorporeal. Let's go. Let's go. Vetoes are complete. And we should be starting soon. Starting soon. Take it we can't proceed with the other matches. Oh, the other matches they can begin. We're good to start. We're good to start. We're good to go. I can still hear warding casting downstairs. It looks like the game is still going even though the stream is down. Ooh, okay, okay. They might not know the stream is down, but casting anyway. It's possible. But here we go. You can hear the beeps when we are jumping into our first series of the broadcast. Here we go. We are in the upper bracket semifinals of bracket B. Here we go. Gabe versus Hero, or Hero versus Hero. Let's go. We're jumping in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Hero. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our best of 3. Here we go. Now, if you were here yesterday, you would know that Gabe was looking very impressive. We were actually here on the channel covering Gabe versus Zaun, and he was looking impressive. He was looking very impressive, very intense, a very high octane game, very high paced, I should emphasize as well, going for non-stop drop play, and Zaun had a really hard time keeping up with the speed of Hero Marine. But you don't get better than Hero. Hero, he's the reigning GSL champion. You can argue as well that Hero, he's the current best Protoss player in the world, especially in recent times. I know for a long time, Hero and Max, they were vying for the throne of #1, but in recent months, we have seen Hero look to be at least peaking in skill. He has been peaking in skill here. He's been looking like a beast. And we'll see if our other Hero can keep up. Let's go. Let's go, baby, let's go. For now, standard opener. Oh, I say standard gate expand. A bit of a greedier start out of Hero, going for gate expand into a more delayed cybercore. So a bit of a greedier start out of our Protoss player. Meanwhile, we do see Gabe going for a Rax expand single gas opener, being more economic. Economic start here out of Gabe. And of course, welcome to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is an interesting map. It's one of the larger maps in the map pool, long rush distance by ground. That is true. The bases are somewhat more accessible as well, as they are much more spread out, and you can try to pull apart your opponent that way. The center of the map is an interesting one. There's a Zelnaga that you can take control of from either side of the map, and on top of that, we're completely isolated from each other. These two sides, I mean, so it can actually be quite awkward here to try to engage and try to collapse on these armies. Likewise, this center choke point is so narrow. A couple of force fields is all it takes to cut this area off, so we have seen a lot of really awkward engagements in the center of the map on Incorporeal. Oh boy. So we'll see how this does turn out. Once again though, I'm a little bit surprised that Gabe is going for a standard economic opener. If you've been tuning into a lot of TVPs as of late, it does feel like aggression and all-ins have been very trendy from the side of Terran players. But so far is not the case here for Gabe, at least so far. Oh! As Reaper does pull away. And we'll survive. Gabe, he was dipping in. We now have a tech of choice after the Reaper gets zoned away. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Hero. Does open Twilight Council. Behind this, do you see what I see? Oh my god, not just a second Rax, a third Rax, a 3-Rax setup before the starport, a hyper aggression here from Hero Marine. Basically what's happening here, typically we would be seeing a faster starport for drop play, right? Starport into Widowmine drop, into, I mean, depending on how dedicated you want to be with a drop play, Marine drop, Cyclone drop as well. Hallucination does come in and confirms 0 starport. With these faster Raxes, we are going to be going for faster stim. So faster stim timing, more Marine production as well, and again, delayed medevacs. And this can lead into, we might even just skip the starport, pull the boys, and just go for a 2-base all-in, or we could go for a delayed medevac for a still committed move out, but we could go for something a little bit less dedicated and look to expand behind it. Meanwhile, tank production is underway. Some players would just use their factory just for add-ons and then go for add-on swaps, but no, tank into a cyclone first. Speaking of, there we go. Stim is now on the way, as I did mention. Again, this build is to rush into Stim and rush into an early timing. Meanwhile, Hero going for an economic build. 2-gate opener into a third. So 2-gate blink into a third base. Very greedy here from Hero. This is one of the greediest setups you can go for. Gabe, he does move out, and Gabe, he barely doesn't scout. Yeah, he does not get eyes on the base. He doesn't know how greedy his opponent's being. We do have the eBay on the way. That's going to be for +1. Just the one eBay, bear that in mind. But Gabe, he's working with incomplete information. There we go. The starport is now on the way. There's the add-on swap, so a single tank add-on swap into combat shields. Again, the tank count is actually quite low here for Gabe. So he's not going for additional tank production. When it comes to an all-in, and we're kind of deviating away from that. When it comes to an all-in, usually we'd go for like 1, 2, 3 tanks. Like we'd build up that tank count, then push with the mass bio. But here we're done with tanks, just using it for add-ons, mainly focusing on bio production instead. Meanwhile, Hero just chilling. Hero's just chilling. Again, he's getting his third base, delayed gateways, delayed warpins in general. We do have charge as a follow-up. And we'll see when Gabe does decide to push out. He's waiting for his medevacs. There's the add-on swap into reactor medevac production. Once the medevacs arrive, then he can push out. Then he can move out, and we'll see what he can get done. I appreciate the massive amount of marauders that he's going to have available. Stalkers, they poke in. Hero does poke in, chipping away at the Marines. No bunker. No bunker for the time being. Gabe, he's now pushing out. Stim is done. Oh! Does bait out the first stim. Hero, it's going to be on Hero to slow this down, to chip away at the army. Gets a Marine. Bleeds out a Stalker. Gets one so far. Nice trade here for Gabe. And he pulls the boys. Yeah, it's going to... are we... what's going on? He pulls the boys for a moment, but no, he does second guess himself. Okay, going for a third CC. Gabe, you're playing with us, Pipe. I was convinced that he was going to go for it, but no, never mind. He's going to be expanding. Still moving out. Gabe, he still doesn't know where the third is. He stims in. No third base here. Remember, Gabe, he missed it earlier. He still doesn't know. And that may be why he is opting to expand, assuming his opponent's playing 2 base. There's a scan. Fake Colossus. Takes down the pylon, and so far this move at this timing hasn't achieved too much here. I mean, it could have. Like, this is the army. A couple of sentries, a couple of zealots, a couple of stalkers. Storm is not yet done. This third base would be vulnerable. And Gabe, he's rotating over, pushing towards the third. But because he's taking so long, Storm is almost done. At this point, Storm is about to complete. Zealots are ready. They're here to collapse on the army. Gabe, he backs up. He backs up. Likewise, does get a decent amount of workers. 7 probes going to be going down, but he will lose everything. Yeah, there's no escaping this. Takes down 7 workers, but Hero, he will clean up. Let's go. The force field saving the 2 Marines. They kill a zealot. They kill 2. Let's go. But here he's moving out. And right now, Gabe he's vulnerable. He's vulnerable right now. Remember, he was so dedicated on 2 bases. Later, third base. There's only 1 tank. Widow Mines, I mean, they can connect, but Alaska can be baited out. Yeah, first matchup goes off. Here he's going for it. He's going for it. Gabe, he's down to supply. Decent mine connection, but here come the storms. Storm does own. Oh, a bit of an awkward pathing there from Hero. Yeah, a little bit awkward. Has to pull away. His army is disjointed. There we go, rotating over. Army is getting low. Storm's going to be coming in. There's 3 High Templar, at least 3 Storms. But it's mainly Marauder. Okay, it's mainly Marauder here. Behind this. Oh. Charge also moving in. Decent force fields, collapsing on the army. From here. Oh my god. My shield almost goes off on the High Templar. Almost. More Zealots, they just keep reinforcing. They keep moving in. And Mass Marauder, it's not going to be enough. 9 shots are decent, but they're going down. Yeah, Storm on the fire, brutal connection. There's still what? There's still four storms. I mean, this army is mainly storm at this point. But here we go. Here come more cells. Nice EMP. Very nice EMP. But SCVs, the boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. 13 SCV kills. And here Marina's economy is being crippled. Here Marine, he will hold on. He will survive. But more cells are coming in and more damage is being done. Getting up to 25 SCVs. And with that, Gabe's economy is crippled. Here he backs up. Behind this, again, he's been on full 3-way saturation. Now getting a fourth. Now getting a fourth expansion. Now Gabe, he is still alive, but again, it's... I mean, I say it's been a tough hold. I mean, he's building up his ghost count. His tech is still looking decent. He's building back up. Hero getting eyes on the 3rd base saturation. And you can see here, Hero and 71 workers. Now, the supply does look deceptively in favor of Gabe, but that's only because Hero, he's only just now focusing and fixating on his economy. Once the 4th base kicks in, then he can focus on his army. Bay's on the way for Colossus production. So the Runbay's moving in. Does not get a ghost. Does not catch the ghost. Hero, he does need a little bit more time. Right now, he's vulnerable, though. Gabe, if he were to push out Hero now, he can punish. This is the army. Again, it's mainly High Templar. It's very fragile. There's High Templar everywhere. I mean, there's a lot of storms, but it's mainly storm. There's no beef to the army. Not yet. As if Colossus production has begun. Meanwhile, the 4th base is now up and running. Now we're waiting for saturation. We're waiting for the warp pins, I should say. As Elramas are moving out. 2nd Colossus on the way. Unfortunately, Gabe, he has been stuck at home here, stuck trying to defend. And Hero has been able to build up. Now he's building up his forces very quickly, getting up on those Colossus. So I'll say pull away. How many Colossus are we up to? So far, getting up to 3. 3 Colossus. Likewise, Gabe building up, getting to Mass Viking, working towards Liberators. Fusion Core is on the way, getting into his final form. Hero now moving out. Afraid to look, how many High Templar? 8. Jesus. 8 High Templar, each with full energy. It's going to be a lot of storms. Likewise, we'll see if Gabe can EMP. Oh. Storm's popping off. Hero rotating over. Catching out some of this army. Gabe has to pull away. Meanwhile, Storm on the main army. Nice. Colossus Guild gets sniped. Oh, the storms are brutal, but another Colossus is going to be going down. Missed rally here by Hero. Yeah, gets caught out. The army is low. Another storm coming in. Brutal storms. That was what? That was 2 free Colossus, though. The army's still very battered, though. Very battered, very bruised. The storms are brutal. As High Templar, they're rebuilding. Building up more High Templar. Hero moving out. Getting ready for a massive Zealot run by. Rotating to the right. How many Vikings? 7. 7 Vikings so far. And ideally here, he wants to cause a distraction, but he does move in. Gaby's ready for this. Zealots, they do nothing. Gonna be deflected. Hero now pushing forward. Hero does push forward. Likewise, Zealots are collapsing the army, catching out a ghost, catching out some tanks. Gabe has been stuck at home for most of this game at this point. Just been stuck defending. Hero, he's maxed out, taking another expansion. Getting up to 6 bases. Hero now moving in, catching out the ghosts. 1-2 ghosts going down. Ideally, here he does want to start trading out those zealots, though. At least trading zealots, I should say. As another Colossus falls, barely in the anti-air. The Vikings, they just get a free Colossus. Where are the Stalkers? Yeah, no Stalkers. Another Colossus going down. Ooh, Storm does zone. Colossus barely escapes. But again, the anti-air here is lacking. Barely in the anti-air. EMP doesn't quite connect. Disruptor's now moving in. Okay, he's made his way across the map. Let's go. Across. There's one decent connection. Oh, Storm's on the bio. Storm's on the Storm once again, popping off. But the base is going to go down. Yeah, Gabe has enough. He just bullies back the main army. Here he has to get the hell out of here. Nice pick off. 11 probe kills. Okay, he does respect the remax. Does pull away. So again, a bit of an awkward engage. But nice EMPs. EMPs are solid. I mean, I feel like Gabe can keep pushing. Not gonna lie, there aren't that many disruptors. There's what? Only 3 disruptors. That's the only thing really threatening Gabe. This is mainly a zealot army. Speaking of, how many zealots? 35, 34, 30. It's mainly zealot here. Gabe, we can pull this off. There's the first Nova. First Nova goes off. There's 2 Novas left. There's what? There's one high Templar, 3 disruptors. Like, this army, it's not really, the composition isn't really there. Hero zealots are good. They're not that good. Does catch a disruptor. Hero, he's warping in more zealots, by the way. More zealots on the right hand side. Okay, moving in. Nice EMP. Never goes up. Oh, brutal connections. You know what? There might be only 3 disruptors, but if they connect, I mean, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Novas, they pop off charge. They'll say dive in. They chase down the army. How dare I question 34 zealots? You know, it's like... I mean, the Novas were brutal. They connected with a ghost. Zealots moving out. They're going top right. Here, going for the base, going for the planetary. Likewise, Archon's getting caught out. Oof, brutal connections. A couple of disruptors going to be going down. The base does fall, the mineral line as well. Hero, he's trading well for himself. Brutal storms. And Hero, he's overwhelming. He's overrunning this. A lot of supply stuck in medevacs. Escape, he will lose the base. He does fall here in the SCV counts. Does fall in the workers. Thankfully, does have a CC. He's retaking. When it comes to Hero and what he's been up to, I mean, his economy has been solid. The composition has been a little bit lackluster. The Viking count has been reduced to 0, so now going back to Colossus makes sense. No more Vikings. So Colossus are on the way. Likewise, the storms have been brutal. Oh god. Storms have been insane. At the same time, though, here he does bleed out all the High Templar. He's down to 0 High Templar, 2 disruptors, mainly a gateway composition. As here he is pushing in. Does force his way in. A little bit trigger happy, but takes down the ghost once again. That's all that matters. Ghosts, they just keep falling. Oof. As Hero kites back, he annihilates the army. The Colossus, they just get free damage in the back line. There's no Vikings, and the Colossus, they reign supreme. Yeah, these two Colossus, they did so much. As Gaby's moving forward. Once again, going for the Colossus. Lee's trying to go for the dive. Not bad. Does take a storm to the face. Takes down both Colossus. The army is heavily overstimmed. Yeah, but more reinforcements coming in, and here he should have enough. But Gaby's out of money. Gaby's running out of money, running out of resources. Here he can just keep rebuilding. I say that 13 more Zealots at a time. The Zealots, they just keep coming. They keep going. Okay, trying to flank the army. Trying to. Back into Vikings. Takes down the Colossus. Nice pickup, but again, without EMPs, without Widow Mines either, these Zealots, they just go by unimpeded. They do so well against Marauder Ghost. As they just get tickled. Gaby's holding on. Supplies are neck and neck. But what's important though, the bases. I mean, look at this here, just mass expanding, even taking some of Gabe's bases here. Taking every base on the map, except for the center expansion. Yeah, just mass expanding. Prioritizing minerals, still just doubling down on mass zealots. Again, like no mine connection or no Widow Mine setup here from Gabe. It's mainly Marauder. As yeah, GG gets called. He just saw the center base, and Gabe, he just runs out of steam. Hero takes game number 1. Whew, GG. A bit of a shaky game there, and again, Gabe, he definitely had some really strong moments himself. We were pointing it out at the time, and maybe I should have emphasized it a little bit more, but yes, Hero, his 4th base was late, so there was a big window in time after Hero's aggression failed, where he was actually down in supply and down in economy. Like he had to wait for his 4th base to saturate, but the problem was that Gabe did kind of allow that to happen. Gabe, he was being more defensive, and I don't blame him. Like, Hero was being so aggressive early on, and Gabe, he just backed the hell off, right? He just relinquished map control. He was terrified. He was stuck defending, and it allowed Hero to stabilize, even though Hero didn't really have much to work with. If you remember, that was when we were pointing out that Hero, he had like 6 High Templar and no gateway units. He had no bank, he had no base. Hero didn't really have much with him. I think Gabe had almost like a 30 or 40 supply advantage at that point, but Gabe was stuck at home, right? Like, he didn't know, right? He didn't know just how little Hero did have. Likewise, the opener was also a little bit unfortunate. I'm referring to the first stim timing. The first stim timing when Gabe, the goal was to break the 3rd, but he didn't know where it was. Remember, he moved out towards the 4th base and towards the 4th location, and there was nothing there. As Gabe, he missed out the earlier scout. So it was an unfortunate start there, and with that, we're now for Gabe, and with that, we're now getting into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of torches, we have the German Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Mouse. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Hero Marine. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the, well, it's the right-hand corner. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Twisted Minds. It is Hero. Yeah, very messy game. At least the first half. Towards the end here, he just maintained map control, so he had the luxury of trading, and at some points trading inefficiently, but trading nonetheless and just maintaining map control, keeping Hero Marine on the back foot. So he had the freedom to just keep trading, even inefficiently. Behind this, Gabe, this time double gas. Hey, double gas opener here out of Hero Marine. Last game, if you remember, he went for a more economic start. And welcome to Torches. I'm a little bit surprised, especially in a best of 3, but Torches is one of the more aggressive maps in the map, or one of the smaller maps as well. We often see this map vetoed alongside Last Fantasy, as I don't think we casted a single game on Torches yesterday. I don't think we got it at all. But this is known for more all-ins. The rush distance by air is very short on this map. Likewise, rush distance by ground as well. Think El Dorado. El Dorado has some similarities here, where you have these gold minerals to gain access to the center of the map. Likewise, there's a gold base in the center as well. but the area in between is much smaller. There's just less room here. There's less room, less area. So we have seen a lot of aggression. When it comes to some of the other features of the map, of course, there is the healing pad on the left-hand side. This is also, you can gain access to this via the air, not just the ground. So even greater than that on Persephone. More gold bases. There is a ramp coming into the natural, so typically this does mean that the natural is more defensive and more defendable and more fortifiable, but it's a very wide ramp. It's very wide, so aggression can still be quite successful, moving off the ramp and breaking the natural base, or even containing the player. The third base is also very isolated. There's this area in between the third and the natural that can be abused. Meanwhile, a Sentry opener out of Hero, going for Hallucinations, going for his Twilight Council opener once again, heading towards Blink. Meanwhile, Gabe is going for his Faster Factory into a delayed CC on the high ground, and this time going for a 1-1-1. Remember last game? Last game we did have 3 Raxes before the starport for the early stim timing. The stim timing that honestly didn't really do much, to be honest. But this time we have a faster starport. With this we can go Cyclone into early tank, into a tank drop, or we can go Cyclone into add-on swap into Banshee play. Blue Station moves in, does confirm the setup, does confirm the timings. Medevac is on the way. And I'm curious to see if we go for a second Cyclone, if we go for a tank, or if we go for an add-on swap. My eyes are on Gabe. Hallucination is also intrigued as to what's going to happen. There we go, second Cyclone. Behind this, how many gateways? This time we should be seeing extra gateways out of Hero. If you remember, last game we did see a 2-gate blink from Hero into a fast third. It was very greedy build out of Hero. This time, 3-gate blink. So much safer, much safer. Meanwhile, Marine Cyclone drop across the map is moving out. Second Cyclone's on the way. And again, rush distance by air is short, so this does hit faster than normal. Alas, Hero is ready in the main. Shield battery is ready as well. Very safe play by Hero. He's got a shield battery, he's got his stalkers, he does deflect immediately. And here he's staying on 2 bases, taking his gases. So you can go 3-gate blink into a third base, but this is 3-gate blink into robo, into gases before third. So this is very safe play by Hero. Meanwhile, tank production. Tank production hallucination does poke in, confirms the tech lab on the starport. From here we can go into Banshee play, we can go into Raven play. Once again, on patrol. Trying to figure out what comes out next. Okay, going for the add-on swap. Tech lab off of the starport. Interesting. Going for earlier stim. Earlier stim on the way. Behind this here is still on 2 bases. From here we can go for a bay before expanding. But looks like he will finally get a third. Again, this is a later third base from Hero, but again, just playing safe. Just playing safe here. So his third base is more delayed. Hero not going for the bay, going for the Temple Archives into Storm. So we have a Storm follow-up once again out of Hero. Faking out of Prism. Let's go. Does poke in. And lock on will shut down the hallucination. Nice snipe there on the Observer. Observer goes down. Soldiers, they poke in. They do snipe. Oh, a tank. Ooh, tank goes down. That is brutal. Tank does go down. Gabe was distracted, so were we. Stim is on the way. Stim, combat shields +1. Again, because of the add-on swap, much earlier stim than we're used to seeing. So Gabe can push. If you remember last game, Gabe even thought about pulling the boys. May see that here. Storm is on the way. It's being chronoed as we speak. Here, his goal here is to contain the Terran player and to slow down any kind of push. He's waiting outside. Gabe's still building up. Waiting for his upgrades. Stim is complete. He's got Stim. And he wants to catch those Stalkers. He gets 1. Takes down 1. Oh, barely gets a second. There we go. 2 Stalkers go down. Not bad. And Gabe, he does break out. Catching it. Oh, not quite another Stalker. Forcing out a Stim. He does throw down 3rd CC, so he's expanding. But here come the storms. And a brutal storm in the army. Storm does pop up. Another storm as well. Much better here. Zoning storm. No major connection. And he does avoid going straight into the main. Does go for the Doom Drop. Yeah, Hero doesn't notice until now. Late reaction out of Hero forces a recall. Gabe has to get the hell out of here. Oh. Does have to pull away. Yeah, nice moves out of Hero Marine, out of Gabe. But Hero does keep up. I can't say Hero Marine because the other one's like I can't. I have to call him Gabe when casting this series. Oh no! Nice catch. Prism goes down. Massive pickup. Yeah, Hero, he's falling back. Trying to catch reinforcements. Likewise, who catches who? Oh. As the army is still getting very low. Another storm is coming in. Full medevac goes down. 2 medevacs even. Brutal pickoffs. As Gabe does plummet in supply. Does lose a big chunk of his army there. And Gabe now expanding here towards the triangular third location. Let's go. Expanding towards his opponent with his army. Hero unaware. Poking in. Gabe is not quite in position. Tank is unsieged. Tank goes down. Tank does go down. Hero collapsing in. Storm is coming in as well. No major connection. Nice splits there out of Gabe. Does avoid the storm. But there's still more storms where that came from. But he holds. So far, Gabe is holding on. Likewise, this time a little more mine heavy as well. I spoke too soon. The mines are going down. 4 mines do fall. EMP takes down 1 High Templar, but there's still more storms left. And Hero expands. Hero takes a 4th base. Now, I will say this 4th base is also a little bit more delayed. Ideally, you want your 4th as the Terran player is taking their 3rd, but Gabe is already fully saturated. It's a nice spread. Trying to avoid those storms. Yeah, no storms left. Collapsing in, takes out all the Stalkers, takes out the Archons as well. Hero extends. Yeah, without storms, he cannot take this, but Zeltay coming to reinforce, but a little bit too late. Those are expensive losses for Hero. Bleeding out High Templar, bleeding out Archons. Supplies are neck and neck. Again, that was a better fight for Gabe. Hero still has to get that 4th base up and running. As the 4th base is about to finish, 4th CC on the way for Gabe. And he can go for the gold. Oh. Before that, though, Hero pushing in. Storm does zone. Brutal storms. He stands in the storms. Yeah, the storms are insane. Colossus moving in. There's still a couple storms left over. And the storms, they punish. At the same time, where's the buff over these Colossus? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Colossus on their own, they break on through. The storms are too much, and Hero, he barely breaks the back of Gabe, and Hero will take the series 2-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very clutch fight towards the end there. Again, Hero, he didn't really have much left over. He had like 2 Colossus and an Archon. He barely had enough to break through. Likewise, those final 2-3 storms were very juicy. Really juicy storms, and if they were any less than that, maybe Gabe would have survived with a couple of Marauders, barely held on, and maybe could have kept the game going, but alas, was broken. Was barely broken. GG, well played. With that, Hero will take the series 2-0. He will advance on into the next round. But a shout out to Gabe, because what I will say is that this series was still quite clutch and quite close. We spoke about it in game 1, how there was a window in time where Gabe did have an advantage, where maybe he was lacking confidence, or just because of how aggressive Hero was, Gabe, he was stuck at home, whereas he otherwise could have had some more success. We also spoke about how it was unfortunate that he didn't know where the 3rd base was taken, so his first stim timing didn't really land the way that he wanted it to, so it was a bit of a rougher start there for Gabe in game 1. Here in game 2, it was very back and forth, very clutch, very close. Some good moments for Gabe, some rough moments, referring to him losing those full medevacs as well. But regardless, GG. GG, well played. It was still a competitive match, and Hero does advance on into the next round. And the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? What do we have going on? What are our updates? And what happened to the mainstream, by the way? Like, are they back? Are we good? Okay, it looks like the mainstream, they're covering Astray versus Clem. Yeah, so Astray versus Clem is currently ongoing. Which means we have to find our next series. We have to find our next series. So, exclamation mark B in the chat. Oh, my apologies. I do have to fix that command. Un momento. I just realized that the command in the chat is from the previous broadcast. But let's switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets and figure out where we are and where we're headed. Wikipedia. So the bracket command should be working now. Do apologize. It was set up for the previous cast that we were having. But let's refresh and catch up. Okay, let's refresh everything. Oh, bracket A. Okay, so Maru takes down a creator 2-0. Big win there for Maru. Very well done. Meanwhile, Showtime versus Kira mid-series. Apparently, they're still mid-series. I believe Steadfast should be covering that, I would imagine. Oh, actually, hold on. Can't see what's happening. Bam. There we go. There we go. So again, Maru takes down Creator 2-0. Meanwhile, Showtime is up against Cure 1-0 as well. We'll see how that story does unfold. Again, best of luck to Showtime, best of luck to Cure. I'm hoping for an ace match, but best of luck to both players as they are locked in mid-series. Meanwhile, we're heading over here to bracket B, where Reynor took down Mana 2-0, and of course, Hero versus Hero Marine. We know 2-0 in favor of Hero. Still to be updated on the bracket. I'm sure people will get onto that. With that, we have wrapped up our bracket matches for Group A and Group B, or Bracket A, Bracket B. Now we're heading over to the next bracket instead. Again, Clem versus Stray is on the mainstream, and we are supposed to be covering a different match entirely. We're going to be heading over to Bracket D. Once again, I'll try to move these things over. There we go. So over on Bracket D, we do have a couple of matches that are getting ready for us. There are two notable ones. Serral versus Trigger. We have Serral versus Trigger ongoing. That's EVP. Now that should be covered by Steadfast. Steadfast and I, we made sure that we weren't treading on each other's toes and that we were covering different series. Steadfast is going to be casting Serral versus Trigger. He's got you covered with that EVP. Steadfast, he's going to be there for his boy, for Trigger, papi. I mean, I'd like to as well, but so Steadfast is going to be covering Serral versus Trigger. We're going to be covering Solar versus Gumiho in that ZVT. So we're going to be all over that lower bracket match, or that upper bracket semifinals, I should say. So Solar versus Gumiho should be our next series, but that all depends on when the players get ready. As we mentioned before, it does take some time, and from my understanding, I don't think the Bracket B players, I believe they were scheduled to begin a little bit later, so I don't think they're ready yet. So they do need some time to set up. So until then, I guess we can catch up on Clem and Estrella. I think they're in game 1. Yeah, they are in game 1. Just catching up with the chat. Yo, thank you so much, Dave Tesla. God, thank you so much. 24 months, 2 years, 2 years of support. Thank you so much, Dave. Do appreciate it. Always, Pappy, always. I miss the glory. I'm at work. I miss the visuals of the game. But thank you, Life, for providing me with a notion of what was happening. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hero is the best host in the world, and chat is baffled he's being gay. Yeah, I would say that Hero currently is the best Protoss player in the world. I would say that he recently surpassed Max maybe a month ago. But we may as well jump into the current match that is ongoing. Bam. Into Clem versus Estrella. They just began on the mainstream. Now, again, we have full intention of covering Solar versus Gumiho. Full intention of that. But they're currently getting ready, so we do have some downtime until then. Yo, meanwhile, shout out to Istan in the chat for the gifted subs, to Tonsi and Showtak. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Clem versus Australia. Oh my god, Captain Fish. Thank you so much, Captain Fish, for the gifted subs as well. Oh, wait, for the 10 gifted subs to the community here. Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate the support as always. As always, back. Do appreciate it. Again, a long-time supporter of the channel. Captain Fish, also a competitor as well. Does compete. German Terran player. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. As we're settling into our game now, we missed out on the openers here between Clem and Estrella. Again, this is a match that's happening over on the main stream. We do have permission to stream this ourselves. As a heads up, we do have permission. As so far, we do have our initial openers. We have a third CC on the way for Clem. Third CC. Estrella getting his third base up and running. I believe he already has charge. Yeah. Blink base opener to charge into +1. Standard setup there out of Estrella. As we are settling into the mid-game on Pylon. Let's go. Now, I'm trying to keep an eye on the in-game chat channels as well to make sure that I don't miss Solar and Gumiho. That should be our next fresh series, just for those that are curious. Solar and Gumiho should be on the channel. But only once they're ready. So I'm just trying to keep my eye on the in-game chat channels to make sure we don't miss any kind of lobby or anything like that. As I said, Linus is, of course, Clem. He is the best player in the world, 100%. Best player in the world. He's the reigning world champion. I should emphasize that as well. The Serral! Yeah, Clem caught distracted. The pants were down. The tank's going to be falling, but only 2 tanks. And, oh, Clem, he will barely save that final tank. Nice save there from Clem. Estrella trying to pull apart the attention of Clem. But so far, not quite able to. Also, hold on. The music is a little bit layered. There we go. Go. As Estrella, he did plummet in supply. He lost so many Zealots and Stalkers in the process. And from there, Clemmy pushing out. Clemmy just took more efficient fights. Zealots now hit the mineral line. SCVs are going to be falling, but Clemmy doesn't care. He's just going right for the kill. He's going right down mid. It goes straight for the natural. Stims on in. Widmine Zubara tank as well. And the production is exposed. The robo is exposed. GG gets called. Estrella losing far too much trying to harass. And Clem takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Clemmy does take a lead in the series. Again, winding it back, Estrella, he was holding his own. Actually, I can do this. There we go. Estrella, he was holding his own, but again, he bled out a lot of Zealots and a lot of Stalkers as he was trying to harass and pull Clem apart. Clem traded very efficiently, cleaning up all those gateway units, and Estrella plummeted in supply. He plummeted in supply. He had nothing to stop the move out, to stop the main army, and with that, Clem snowballed out of control. We did miss out on the early game, but I guess the highlights are giving us an idea. Oh my god, as Clem did go for an early Cyclone push. Jesus, okay. Clem was very aggressive early on. Likewise, early stim behind this as well. Interesting. Oh, to 10? Getting up to 9, almost 10 probe kills at the start of the game. This is a brutal start for Estrella. Ay, ay, ay. Then he counterattacked, caught out a tank. Not bad. Just the 1 tank, though. Okay, yeah, I didn't realize the opener was as brutal as it was. So that was a lot of workers going down. A lot of workers. Regardless, GG well played. Clemmy does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Estrella can bounce back. Estrella, he's got that home field advantage. Let's go. Does have that advantage. I'm still keep my eye in game. Don't want to miss the players. Feel honored whenever a talent or personality is acknowledged my existence in a positive light, because then I do feel my contribution is making at least one person's life better. Love you, everyone. Oh, thank you, Keeper. Thank you. Thank you. We're one with the people, Pat. We're one with the people. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. As we are getting into our next game. Oh. Bottom left corner, we do have a Clem for Team Liquid. And top left, we did have Estrella. So just catching up with the chat. Where's Serral versus Gumiho? They're still setting up their PCs. So Solar and Gumiho, they're still setting up. As we are settling into Persephone. Okay, we can focus. So settling into Persephone here. So far, it looks like an economic opener out of Clem, going for a Rax expand. It looked like last game he went for a double gas opener, assuming just because he did go for the faster second cyclone. But here, more economic. Likewise, Australia going for his own opener as well. I believe Gate, Cyber expand. No, sorry, Gate expanded to Cyber Core, so a bit of a greedier start out of Australia. So our players are settling in. Australia being as annoying as possible, trying to delay the CC. He can maybe even force it off center. Very annoying, as that was a 485 mineral CC. So it does delay for a couple of seconds. Clem will then expand. And now we're settling in, and welcome one all to Persephone. Persephone is known for more aggressive builds and aggressive play. The rush distance by ground is shorter than that on ley lines, for example, or some of the larger maps like your Tokamaks or your Maganathas. But a very direct rush distance. You can be very aggressive on this map as a result. There are certain features that make this a little bit more quirky, like the healing pad or the gold minerals, the gold base. But we'll see if our players ever use them. As there's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Australia. Twilight Council into Blink. Question becomes, how many gateways? 2 Gate Blink, 3 Gate Blink, or 4 Gate Blink Stalker? How aggressive or how greedy is he going to be? Meanwhile, when it comes to updates, Gumiho just came online. So I'm making sure that we don't get left behind. When they are ready. Beautiful. So I was asking, when is Solo versus Gumiho going to start? When they're ready. They start when they're ready. Until then, we're just being tied up with Clem and Australia. Australia does move out. We have 2 more gates behind this, so it looks like it's going to be 3 Gate Blink out of Australia. Very safe setup here. Now we'll see if Australia expands from here or if he takes his gases and goes for a Robo on 2 bases. As Clem has his 1-1-1. Now gaining map control. He's got the Cyclone. He's already pushing out, actually. Yeah, moving out with his Marines. He's got the 1 Cyclone. But Australia, with this 3-gate setup, he should be okay. He should be able to defend it. Shield battery is almost done. Australia needs a little bit more time. But this is a really early move out here from Clem. 3rd base is being taken. As we mentioned, 3-gate Blink into a 3rd. Clem, he sees the Stalkers. Clem, he rotates. He just saw the 3rd base timing. He knows. He just checked with the Cyclone. And he doesn't commit. Yeah, he doesn't commit. If the base was sooner, if the timing of the 3rd base was a lot sooner, then most likely Clem would have pushed in, because that would have signified a 2-gate Blink opener. So far, Clem does push out, going for the 3rd. Decent force fields. Sorry, a little bit distracted by the chat. Decent forces looking down the bio. Marines are going down. The tank is getting a lot of damage done on the Nexus, but it should still be okay. Yeah, it's plenty of HP. Astray, he has Blink, waiting for the dive. Not going for it yet. Clem, he does reinforce. And Astray, he will break this. It takes down the tank just in time. Again, so important that he breaks his position before the reinforcements arrive. As the Cyclone falls as well. Nice cleanup here out of Australia, and now Clem has to back off. Again, if Australia was any later, this move out would have kept going, and the tank would have arrived, and potentially the 3rd base would have gone down. Things would have just snowballed out of control real fast and real quick, but Australia holds. Whew. Australia does hold on. You can see Clem, he is set up a trap, or he has set up a trap, spotted by the Observer. Australia, he avoids it. He rotates to the left-hand side, avoiding the main army, reinforcing with 2 more Stalkers and Blink into the main. Clem out of position. Yeah, he's out in the open. Clem, out on the map. Can we go for the add-ons? He's going for combat shields. Will survive. Snipes 2 Winter Mines. Nice pickups. Very nice moves here by Estrella. Takes down the Winter Mines. Blinks away. Does not lose a Stalker. Nicely done. Clem tries to move out, but Estrella, he sees everything. He's got observers, pylons, probes as well. Estrella claiming a 4th base. Taking up into Colossus production behind this. Charge almost done. Again, so far, some slick moves. That's from here, Estrella poking forward. Ooh, we'll bleed out a Stalker. Bleeds out 1. Bleeds out 1, pulls away. Again, this entire time Estrella's been claiming a 4th base, has a greater economy. He's up 20 workers. But he's still building up his forces. Like, the army supplies are still in favor of Clem. Estrella has the economy. Clem has the army. He's pushing out. Estrella, he has to be careful not to be called out. Pulls away. Does pull away. Clem scouting for the 4th base. Again, it's very isolated. The 4th, I mean. It is on its own. Going to be difficult to defend. He's now spotted. Dark Shrine on the way. Let's go. Going for the Dark Shrine. Estrella, Bappy. Go for it. Nice force fields. Looking at the army. Winter Mines too far back. No tanks with this either. A better start for Estrella. Does pull away. Very efficient. Clem, he picks up. Boosts over towards a 4th base. Clem, he does miss his move out. Sorry, Estrella, I meant to say. Estrella, he misses the rotation. Yeah, he doesn't see this. He's out of position. Massive pickoff. We spoke about it. This base is just so isolated. It's just far off on its own. And the base is going to go down. Massive pickoff. All it takes is a couple of seconds. Nexus goes down. And Clem boosts away. As he boosts away, Estrella trying to catch reinforcements. Not bad. This is nice damage, but still not worth losing a base. As he's getting into the mineral line. Oh, forcing friendly fire. Yeah, mine shots going off. SCVs are going down. Very nice Zealot run by. And the tanks on Siege. Oh, doesn't quite get them. Doesn't quite get them. A bit of a chaotic fight. Estrella pulls away, but he gets 14 SCVs across the map. And counting. He's not done. And he is still not done. Getting 22. Tank gets left behind. And Estrella, he's pulling Clem apart. On the one hand, yes, Estrella lost the base, but he takes down a mineral line, and GG gets called. Estrella ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. Estrella. GG, well played. A very, very intense game there. Again, Estrella, he was having a hard time keeping up in some aspects, especially when it came to that massive drop on the right-hand side. But likewise, Clem, he had nothing at home to defend. He was likewise also very defenseless back at home. Most of his army was out on the map, and he did miss the move out. He did miss Estrella. With that, we're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going to game 3. And Estrella, with that home field advantage, can he bring Clem down? Can he knock him down to the lower brackets? Bearing in mind that regardless who wins and who loses, neither one of these players is going to be eliminated. There is a lower bracket underneath them. They have that safety net. But let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Again, we're getting ready for that ace match. Whew, oh boy. Looks like... Oh. Looks like the players are setting up. Referring to Solo and Gaming here, but we are jumping into our next game. Jumping into the ace match. In the top left-hand corner, we have Estrella from the Americas. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Clem, the French Terran player for Team Liquid. Let's go. Oh, again, a very intense back and forth here, making it all the way to game 3. Do we believe in Max Angel to bring down the best Terran player in the world? I believe, Pappy. I believe he can, but will he? For those that maybe haven't been watching the CranKy Ducklings, we do cast StarCraft on a daily basis here, twice a day, every single day. And when it comes to Estrella in recent times, he has been looking very strong in PvT. For those that haven't been watching Estrella, I would say that he has, or his strongest matchup is PvT. We've seen Estrella beat Cure and Bjorn in recent weeks. He has beaten them both, and here to take a map off of Clem, no surprises if you have been watching Estrella as of late. But claiming a series, that's a different story, right? Claiming a series, that's a bigger achievement here for Estrella. So we'll see if he can pull this off. And again, this is his best opportunity for that. For those that are also curious about Estrella, I would say his weakest matchup is PvZ. I would say his PvZ is it's okay. Like, he beat Shin like 2 weeks ago, like 2-3 weeks ago. Like, he beat Shin, which is good, don't get me wrong. But it was also very shaky. It was very shaky. It was very intense. I would go as far as say that his PvZ is his weakest matchup, and his PvT and PvP are where he can thrive that much more. Here we go. As our players are opening up, once again, economic opener here out of Clem. And straight going for a standard opener as well. As we load into Maganatha. Welcome on all to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map of the map pool. Longest rush distance by ground, and we often see longer and later games on Maganatha, and I do feel like that favors Estrella. Like, typically Clem, he thrives in more shorter games, smaller maps with more aggressive play styles, but if Estrella can slow the game down, that's where he can get into his own. I mean, I say that, last game it was more about him counterattacking and causing a lot of chaos. True, true. Not wrong. But we have seen a lot of late game out of Estrella. Seeing a little late game. For those that want an update, Solar and Gumiho, they are both still setting up their own PCs. They're still setting up. Getting their settings going. Blink is on the way. 2 more gates out of Estrella, so 3-gate Blink. Meanwhile, we do see Clem going for his own 1-1-1. We have reacted Hellion. A lot of Hellions are massing up, going for a Hellion drop. Okay. So Medevac is on the way. Hellions as well. You can see that Clem is actually hiding the Hellions. He's keeping them back. Ooh, until now. Revealed. Hellions are revealed. Estrella racing back. And the Medevac is on the way. I'm assuming it's to drop the Hellions into the main. Meanwhile, Adept does hit the mineral line, getting 1 SCV. Nothing major. Ooh, forced to recall the Stalker as well. He's forced back. Hellions, they poke in at the natural. Nice force looking down one of the Hellions. Very nice. But 3 of them are still terrifying. For those that are curious, when it comes to the numbers, 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes. 3 Hellions, they will one-shot. So that's still enough, and there it is. Clem dropping into the main. He's dropping in. Oh. Getting to the mineral line, getting 1, getting 2 probes, getting up to 3. 3 workers going down. They're getting up to 5 even, not bad. For 3 Hellions, that's not a bad trade. Bearing in mind that Hellions, they don't scale well into a longer game. They're not useful later on. So nice trade. Meanwhile, again, it was 3-gate Blink into a 3rd base. Delayed gases, delayed robo, so more of an economic build here out of Estrella. Safer start into his economy. Working towards charge. Stalkers they move out. They do miss the Raven. Hallucination keeping eyes on the add-ons, making sure there's no Banshee follow-up. Confirms tank production. Confirms that Stim was just now beginning. Nice dive, takes out the Medevac. Medevac goes down, but alas, the Stalkers can get out of here. 1 Stalker gets targeted, the others are locked down, but he does blink away. Whew, does slip away. 1 Stalker still falling though. Oh, losing a 2nd Stalker. Estrella does overextend. Raven into the main base. Estrella does react in time. Despite that, probes are still going down. Losing 1, 2, 3 probes. 3 worker kills on the main. Oh, the Raven does overextend. Clem, bit of a misstep there. Raven goes down. Yeah, better trade for Estrella. Sure, he lost 3 probes. That is well worth a Raven. Now there's nothing slowing him down. Estrella, he can be active. He can move out. Claiming his 3rd. So he's being active. He's gaining map control. We have the Bay on the way. So as we've seen, I mean, you saw it from Hero, for example. If you were here earlier, Hero, he very often did go for Storm as a follow-up after his initial Blink opener. Here, Bay into Colossus. This is a little bit more old school here by Estrella. Most Protoss players in the meta have been going into Storm instead, especially with the NG overcharge. But here, Estrella going into Colossus. So Colossus are amassing. Not saying we won't go into Storm. We might still get there eventually, but for now, Colossus production. So Colossi are on the way. Also, as an update for other matches that are occurring, Serral versus Trigger is going to be over on Steadfast's channel. So he's got you covered with Serral and Trigger, and they should be beginning soon. I believe they've already done their Vetos. For Solar and Gumiho, I think they still have to finish up their Vetos. Still setting up. Meanwhile, double drop into the main base, gets spotted by the probe, but does Stray notice? And now he does. Now he's aware. Does spot, does confirm. Likewise, just picking up some pylons, gaining map control, just stripping vision away from the Stray, even causing a supply block. But the Colossus is still amassing. Colossus is still building up. We should be seeing a 4th base momentarily for Estrella. As Clem takes a 3rd, the Protoss, they want to be up a base. So we're still waiting for that. So now Estrella's still just vying for map control. Spots the drops. Likewise, Clem going for a split push. Estrella's keeping up, forced to recall. Estrella still no 4th expansion. Where's the base? Mine shots going off. Widow mines are cleaned up. Another misconnections. Yeah, and Clem cannot fight this head on, but does drag the army into the minefield. Oh my god. Does avoid. Does avoid, does get away. Meanwhile, Clem, he does bypass the entire army. He depowers everything. Oh, he slips into the natural. Depowers the robo, depowers the bay. Boys are being pulled. Stray bleeding out 7 workers. Still very tense, but good damage here from the side of Clem. Ooh. There we go. For those who are curious, Vetos are done. Vetos are done for Solo and Gumiho. So we're starting. If you want to see the conclusion of Estrella versus Clem, then of course check out the mainstream. Check out the mainstream. Honestly, this is really close, very tense, and this can go either way. So best of luck to Estrella and Clem. Best of luck, Batman. As we have our own match. As we do have our own match here that we have been waiting for, that we have been preparing for. And again, the mainstream, they have you covered with a Clem versus Estrella. Again, I do recommend it. Multi-stream it up. You know, open up a couple of tabs. Open up all the tabs, Fappy. It's going to be worth it. I guarantee it. But here we go. We have our fresh best of 3. Our own series to indulge in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg for Team Falcons. It is Solar. Also, there we go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Seoul Esports. It is Gumiho. here we go. And again, I do apologize for cutting Astray versus Clem short, but that's being covered by the mainstream. It's being covered by the mainstream. We were just there just to keep us tidy, just to hold us up while we were waiting for Solar and Gumiho, but we are ready. And we're jumping in. Now, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVT, our fresh best of 3 of the broadcast. Let's go. For now, as looks like there might be a bit of an issue here, so hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully everything is okay. Again, as a reminder, the players are playing at an offline event, so sometimes there are some issues here. Sometimes, you know, there are things that do come up that do need to be resolved. So I'm more than happy to wait for our players. Oh, but let's go.
Game resumed.
Here we go. We're here. We're back. So far, we do have our CC first, right? I should have emphasized that. CC first out of Gumiho. He's crazy. CC before Rex, so very greedy setup here by Gumiho. Meanwhile, a hatch gas pool out of Solar. So standard open out of Solar. Gumiho being a little bit more greedy here back at home. Is opting to cut some corners. And this is going to be an interesting matchup here. A very interesting ZVT, just because coming into this, Gumiho, he's not the most standard of players. He can play standard, straight up, 100%. He can play standard, he can play bio, he can play aggressive, he can play macro, but he's also one of few players that are willing to play mech, to mech it up here against Zerg. That's also going to be a viable option for our Terran player. And I do expect to see mech at least once in this series. At least once. Also, I do want to link EWC in the chats, just so you guys can watch it. There we go. There we go. For now, though, we have our hatch gas pool into a third base. Standard setup here out of Solar, joining on up. And meanwhile, Gumiho back at home did go for the more greedy build. And Gumiho, he does still go for the Reaper. He's staying back at home. I believe Gumiho did not even SCV scout. This is how greedy Gumiho has been, by the way. Gumiho, he went CC first, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout either. He sees nothing across the map, just being as efficient as he can when it comes to his mineral income, and is going into factory into a third CC. Like this like the only player that can be greedier than this is Spirit. I've seen Spirit go 3 CC before factory. No, I've seen him go like, yeah, 3 CC before. I've seen him go 4 CC before factory. It's crazy. Like, Spirit is an animal. But still, the greed is real here for Gumiho. Third CC now into a starport. Overlord does come in for the scout, and Solar, he will confirm. He will confirm the build, he will confirm the production and setup of choice. So Solar is aware. Behind this, Solar is still just saturating. And we'll soon find out if Solar wants to be safe or be greedy himself. Does he go Lair first, double lever chamber first? Does he go for a Roach Warren? Does he go into Ling Bane? Go. As Reaper does fall. Behind this, we're going into Cloak Banshee. Tech Lab on the racks. No follow-up factory, thankfully. So we should be playing Bio. Working towards Stim. Oh, working towards Combat Shield. Sorry, Concussive Shell even. Interesting. And I'm curious to see if Gumiho plans on throwing down an armory. We are reacting at Hellions, and Concussive Shell tells us that we are planning to go into Aura. Is this a fake out? No shot. Marine is revealed. The upgrade is revealed. Do we cancel? Yeah, we cancel. We're making it up. He's crazy. He cancels. The Overlord goes down, throws down 2 more factories, and we are going into mech. I knew we'd see it at least once in this series. At least once, and we're seeing it here, but a really nice fake out. Solar, he saw the researching Tech Lab. Like, he believes that Stim is coming. Now, thankfully, playing safe. Again, he's up against Gumiho. Play it safe. Roach Warren. Roach Warren is on the way. Mate, you could see 2 Raxes still throw down the Roach Warren, okay? If you're playing against Gumiho, because he's going to cancel the Raxes and start up some factories. Double army behind this into double upgrades. Viking hunting down Overlords. As he does move out. Does move out. Behind this, we do have, of course, our Immaculate Accelerators on the way. Get into our setup. Likewise, Banshee does hit the natural. Ooh, no spores already here. No spores in position. 2 drone kills. Getting 2, getting not quite up to 3. But so far, Solar damage here, keeping Solar distracted. Solar, he has not gone in for a rescout. Now moving in. Overseer does go for the dive. And Solar, he will confirm. He's now aware. Now fully aware what's going on. Does confirm the mech. Give me at the same time going for his own dive. Roach is not quite ready. And the mineral line is exposed. Yeah, Ling's getting Roach to the mineral line as well. He has to pull out of here. Has to pull away. Give me her likewise backs off. Does respect the roaches. Doesn't test his luck. Still gets 5 drones nonetheless. Nice damage. Nice damage so far. There's a Spire out of Solar. Threatening Mutas. Mutas, they can shut this down. Especially unscouted. Meanwhile, it is going to be Battle Mech, of course, from Gumiho. Building up his Hellion Cyclone. Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Gumiho is very fond of this style. Ryung and TY would also do this back when TY was competing. This was like, what, a year ago? Maybe 2 years ago. Committing into those Banshees. And they can be used to snipe key units, to support the army, to even harass at times as well, to peel off. They can be very awkward to engage with. Or to deal with. So Banshee production does continue throughout all of this. But what's important is that Gumiho hasn't scouted. I mean, for the most part, it doesn't need to. Typically, it's his opponent responding to him. And Solar may opt to go for something like a Muta Switch. We have the Safety Infestor on the way. Getting into 1-1 upgrades. Technically, because of those Banshees as well, we might just go into Corruptor. Just like a handful of Corruptors to support. We'll see. As there's not that many Cyclones. So far, only 4. As Banshees, they get across the map. Getting 6 more drone kills. Diving into the main. Catching out more. So there we go. 10 drone kills. That's it. I say 10, getting to the 12. Aye. Yeah, still no Spore. Meanwhile, this is not for Mutas. We're going into a Greater Spire in towards Broodlord tech. I wouldn't have been opposed to Mutas just because, yes, there are Cyclones, but again, there's only 4. Like, there's only 4 Cyclones, not that many of them. There was potential. Not anymore. So it is Safety Corruptors, again, to deal with the Raven, to deal with the Banshees. Fungal coming in. Nice Fungal. Locks down the army. Yeah, it does lock him down. Roaches, they clean up, taking down every single Cyclone. Nice cleanup. Nice cleanup. Likewise, Banshees, they hit the left-hand side. Gumiho does lose his main harassing force, but he's going into a more traditional form of mech, going into mass tank. Tank Hellion, not Cyclones. Moving in, cleans up all the Lings. Tanks, they do punish the Infestors, or at least they try to. Gumiho does pull away. We spoke about sniping Infestors. Yep, there it is. Takes down 1, takes down 2. Okay, the Banshees, they have their uses like that to snipe those key units. Takes down both Infestors. Broodlords now morphing in. 6 Broodlords. I believe still unscouted. Meanwhile, still no Spores at the 5th base. And more drones going down. But is there an answer to those Broods? No Thors. Again, Gumiho still doesn't know. Still is unaware. There it is. Thor production has begun. He scans! Yeah, he scans. He knows. Thor's immediately on the way. And Gumiho unsieges. He unsieges. He backs up. He has to get the hell out of here. Solar, he has pushing power. He has momentum. Is now moving in. They lose 10 drones here to those Banshees. Meanwhile, these Hellions, they're buying time. This is worth it. They're distracting the main army. Buying more time for more Thors. Gumiho needs more time here. Going into double Starport in Mass Viking. At the same time, pushing towards left-hand side with his mass tank. Does move out. Hellions, they race back home. Tanks are moving in. Once again, they force the Broodlords to react. These Broodlords are so slow, but they go from one side of the map to the other. And it's all about buying time. Gumio pushing in, trading. He shuts down the Ling Hydra. As we are switching into Hydras. Interesting. Broodlords have arrived. And Gumiho, does he commit? He's going to lose everything. As soon as he's going to back up, it looks like he does want the base. The expansion goes down, but he will lose every single tank. Ay, ay, ay. Tanks go down. Behind this, doors are amassing. That was a big loss for Gumiho. Gumiho is vulnerable. He is vulnerable. Putting out more Hellions. Broodlords, they break out. But here come the Thors. How many? So far, 4. 4 Thors. There's not much ground support though. We just lost Hellions. We just lost tanks. Yeah, Ling Hydra moving in. Thors are being focused down. Oh, I'll pick up. Does barely save them. But Gumiho, he has nothing left. Like, he has no support for the army. Barely holding on. Zones away the Lings. Does zone away. Needs more Hellions. Needs more Thors. Yo, the one cloak Banshee. We have detection. Hellbats, they drop on top of the Hydras. Yo, what is this? 2015? It's crazy. I guess 2014 would be more apt. Yo, Gumiho with the Hellbat drops. Let's go. Still building on more Thors. Likewise, Hellion run by. Ooh. Does roast up the mineral line, bearing in mind the space did go down earlier. Gumiho pushing on the right hand side. Hellbat dropping into the mineral line. Oh, the blue flame Hellions. Oh, Hellbats. They roast up 9 drones. 9 workers go down. Nine workers go down. Now, I'm a little bit concerned that Gumio's not stopping Thor production. He's up to 8. Like, we're good. Like, 8 Thors is enough. We're done with Broodlords. Like, they're still left over, but there's only 5. Only 5. It's mainly Ling Bane and Hydra. At this point, tanks, they'd be a little bit more suited. There we go. Tank production has begun. Broodlords moving in. Nice abduction. Gets 1. Brings 1 Thor. Meanwhile, Hellions are roasting on mineral lines. 23 drones. Oh my god. Just a handful of Hellions. They get everything. 31 workers going to be going down. Insane damage. Broodlords are left idle. Saves the Thor. He wants it. Wants the Broodlord. There we go. The expansion is going to be going down. Both armies are max. But this is mainly a Ling Bane Hydra composition. This can fare well against a heavy Thor style. But now there are tanks. Not too many. There's 4. Only 4 tanks. But now it's going to be enough. Dropping over the wall, taking down the base. Meanwhile, bottom right, or center right has fallen as well. Yeah, hatcheries are going down. Another base falls. And another. Solar. He's losing so much. There's so many bases he has to engage sooner rather than later. As 2 more Broodlords go down. Nice target firing. Nice Lightning Cloud. The hot pickup though. Hot pickup on the Thors. Ling Bane does collapse in. And Solar, he should clean up all these Thors. Now again, this is an anti-Thor army. Thors, they do get shut down. And now we got to counterattack. We got to keep going because Solar, he lost the base. He lost the expansion. He's all in. Solar's all in. Lings, they catch out another Thor. Catch out a tank as well. Ling Bane's rolling forward. Denying CCs. Solar's down to 4 bases, down to 54 workers. That is less than 3 base saturation. Nice save on the SCVs. Hydras, they find another Thor. But again, we're switching into Hellion tank, into a more, again, traditional form of mech. Back into Hellion tank. Back into anti-ground. And the problem here is that Gumiho has an economy. Like, Gumiho, he can afford this. He can afford to tech switch and to rebuild and to remax. Solar cannot. Solar, his army is not getting any bigger. Solar is stuck at 126 supply. Again, he has no bases, he has no economy, he has no mining. Gumiho even taking top left. Planetary is done. And Solar's broke. He had some moments in this game for sure. But I do feel like a really crucial moment for Gumiho was when he was distracting the Broodlords. Remember when we had the Hellion Rumble on the right hand side and the tank push on the left, where he was distracting the Broodlords and just buying time for Thors. And it meant that the Broodlords they weren't really impactful. They forced a transition, but they didn't get much damage done. And here we go, Solar, it's all or nothing. He has to commit in. The Hellbat drop on top of the Hydra. Let's go! Drops on top of the Hydras, shuts it down. GG gets called, and Gumiho takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Ending it in style, going for the draw play on the Hydras. Again, a rare sight. You don't really see that too often. I mean, you don't really see mech too often at this level of play. Gumiho spicing it up with the draw play, whether it's Hellbat drops across the map. Hellbat drops on the main army. GG. GG, well played. Gumiho takes a lead. Oh, there we go. Gumiho does take a lead, and we'll see if Solar can recover, bounce back, and force the ace match. Now, just because we saw mech in game 1 doesn't mean that we'll see it in game 2. I mentioned this before. The scary thing about Gumiho isn't that he plays mech. The scary thing about Gumiho is that he can play mech, is that he mixes it up. He can play bio. He has some amazing bio control, like stutter stepping and splitting. Like, he can control a bio army very well as well. Don't get that mixed up, assuming that he has to rely on mech. Not at all. Not at all. He can play bio. It's about determining what it's going to be. And adjusting. Here we go. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg himself down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. Representing Team Falcons, it is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player representing Seoul Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Gumiho. Here we go. As we are settling in and calming down. This time, Rax first. Remember, last game, it was CC first out of Gumiho. CC first, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout, no nothing. This time, Gumiho's calming things down. After he has a lead in the series, now we play standard. Now okay, we take a breath, we can play standard, you can calm down. Meanwhile, Solar does scout for a proxy here on the right-hand side before moving out. Again, Gumiho, he is one to proxies. Like, that's the thing. Like, Gumiho, he's very varied when it comes to his play. He can cheese, he can go all in, he can play macro, he can play mech. And Gumiho, he has that ability to have that variety in his play. We go. Hola, 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 ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Buenos días. As Solar does scout for a proxy here towards the left-hand side before moving back to make sure he's secure. Meanwhile, Hatch, Gas, Pool are settling in. As Reaper is going to be moving out. And so far, again, nothing too crazy when it comes to the openers yet. Factory, we should be seeing a third TC behind this. If we see a starport, then we will let you know. we'll scream out. That baby's crazy. Going for a 1-1-1. As Gimme is poking in. The initial dance has begun. Solar, he shouldn't lose anything here. Anything substantial, at least. Dancing with the Reaper. Reaper just checking. Keeping tabs on Solar. Takes down a Ling, not bad. One Zergling does fall. And Gumiho should rotate and check for the third. There we go. The third base is on the way. Behind this, third CC for starport. Again, economic follow-up here out of Gumiho. Everything so far is looking as it should. So far looking normal, looking standard. And we'll keep an eye on those add-ons on the setup that Gumiho goes for. Do we mech it up again? It's possible. It's possible that he does play mech 2 games in a row. or he can settle into bio. Likewise, I think what's also important is that the mech style that Gumiho went for last game, he only made 4 Cyclones. Like, it was very Cyclone light. It was very much so more reliant on a Hellion tank into Thor with Banshee support as well. Like, Cyclones were barely made in that last game. Barely. And because of that, I do think that muted play would have been viable for Solar. We mentioned it at the time, how there were only 4 Cyclones and the Spire got unscouted. But now, going into Banshee play. No major tell yet. We're waiting to see a Tech Lab on that Rex. Speaking of, there it is. Tech Lab is on the Rex. Now, to be fair, if you remember, last time there was a fake out where Gumiho, he did start Concussive Shell, cancelled, and then went into 2 more factories. So technically, that Tech Lab is not a tell yet. As Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. Oh, the Eva Chamber is a little bit too late, but nice around. So far, 4 drone kills. 4 drones for, I believe, 4 Hellions. Nice defense here from Solar. 1-to-1 trade. Behind this lair first, so 4:30 lair timing. That is a lair before any other tech. So this is relatively safe. This does mean that earlier bailing speed is going to be available. Later upgrades for Solar, assuming we're going to Ling Bane. Meanwhile, Stim is on the way. 2nd ranks, and we mentioned this before. Again, Gumiho, he doesn't have to rely on mech. He can and will play bio. Meanwhile, Roach Warren makes sense. As I mentioned before in the last game, like, you can never be really certain or safe against Gumiho, so playing Roaches, it's a very safe way to play this out. Maybe not the most efficient, it doesn't scale amazingly against bio, but it's safe. Safe nonetheless. Still viable against bio. Link Scout is denied. Behind this, going into initially Roach Ravager. Now, as we get into Roach Ravager, Solar, he will have the opportunity and the option to go for an all-in. Doesn't have to, but we'll keep an eye on his drone count. He might cut workers early and just double down on Roach Ravager. Otherwise, typically this is just a stepping stone. Getting into Roach Ravager, then eventually out of Roach Ravager, back into Ling Bane in a longer game. Meanwhile, Gumiho just building up, getting into his 5-rack setup. Stim is on the way. Solar now moving in. Solar, he has yet to confirm what's going on. He will soon with this Overseer. I mean, seeing all these Marines is a tell. Like, this many Marines already, you know that, okay, it's not mech. Solar rushing into the Infestation Pit. Now, we spoke about Ling Bane. Double Eva Chambers on the way. This pit should be for a fast hive. This will be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane into what? Into fast Ultras. This is a very trendy build. Specifically, Shin and Solar are very fond of this. So if you've been watching their games, then you would have seen this before. You would have seen this before. Where the purpose is Ultra Tech. Rogue is less fond of this. Rogue, he rarely goes for this kind of style. But Rogue, he's a little more fond of Lurker Tech, for example. So next time you see Solar and Shin, you can keep an eye out for this. As, yep, there's the hive. And again, this should be for Ultras. Meanwhile, Gumiho stimming in. Trying to catch out the Roach Ravager. Takes down 1 Roach. Likewise, there's not actually many much Roach Ravager here to defend. Has Solar been too greedy? As Order starts to throw down. Gumiho does pull away, does protect the army. We have 13 more Roaches in production. Gumiho, who does force his response. And again, we have melee upgrades on the way. So we're done with Roach Ravager, or at least we should be. Solar trying to chase him down. Gumiho does pull away. Again, we are waiting for that Ultra Cavern. Now, Solar, unfortunately, he was forced to make all these Roaches. He didn't want to. Like, ideally, you want to preserve this gas and then get into your Baneliness, into Baneling Speed, into your Ultra Cavern. So these Roaches was it was a knee-jerk reaction to the push of Gumiho. So a very successful push here from our Terran player. Adrenal's on the way. Viper production has begun. Ooh, let's go. Now, with this Overlord speed on the way, Solar, he can commit. He's maxing out. He's going to max out. Cutting workers early on. I say workers early on. 82 workers. That's a pretty hefty economy here for Solar. Catching out the army. Now remember, we did assume this was going to be for Ultra Tech, but alas, Vipers do say otherwise. Vipers are building up, gathering energy. Oh, here. Gathering energy. Hydra Den. Oh, we are switching towards lurkers. Okay. Let's go. Yep, +1 range, not +2. We were expecting +2 melee, but no, range is on the way instead. We're hard switching out into Hydra Lurker Tech. Interesting. Okay. Now, unfortunately, because +1 range only just begun, the upgrades are not as ideal here for Solar, but yeah, he's switching into Hydra Lurker. Let's go. Now, when it comes to comparing the two techs here, Ultras are more ideal when it comes to breaking these entrenched positions. Meanwhile, Lurkers are more ideal when it comes to slowing down the army and slowing things down in general. So, interesting choice. Basically, we're maxing out. We're looking to max. Oh god! Looking to max out. Nice catch. Nice catch here out of Solar. Ducks to the tanks. Gets one. Gets two. Cleans up the bio army. Give me a plummets and supply. Yeah, was not ready for this. Not expecting that kind of dive. So nice engage here from Solar. Kumio is not really set up here for any kind of hive tech, really. I mean, there's no academy. There's no Ghost Academy. He's stuck on bio. Solar successfully did get away with hive tech. And Gumio is stuck with a mid-tier army. He is trying to be aggressive here, but he can't get much done. Yeah, there's no shot. There's no shot he can push in. Gumio, he has to get the hell out of here. Please out the army. Like, the unfortunate reality right now, because of Solar's tech, because of his army, Gumio has to turtle. He has to turtle up and go into Ghost. And right now, he's trying to be active and trying to be aggressive, but it's just not working out here. He's losing too much. Gumio, he needs to change his approach. As he's still being active, denies the base. There we go. Now we have the Ghost Academy on the way, but this feels late. It feels late here for Gumiho. Ay, ay, ay. Lurker tech is on the horizon. Overseer into the bases. Now, Lurkers, they have a hard time pushing into these siege lines, but how do you bypass that? Night Display. Night Display with these Overseers. And we've seen that time and time again. Nidus into the main can end the game. And straight up in the game. Now, Gumio, he is somewhat... No, not really. I was going to say he's somewhat turtling up, and he's taking into Ghost, that's true, but he's still very active here with Marine Marauder. Is very active. Does move out. Oh! And now falling back. Does pull away. Does pull away. Solar gaining map control, building up his lurkers. Ideally still looking for a Nidus. Looking for a way in. Gumio, he can't stim into this. Nidus on the top side. Likewise, Infestors are coming from behind, coming in for the fungal. Going for the Parabomb. Doesn't commit yet. There we go. Yeah, fungal the main army, massive catch. Lings are coming for a surround. And Solar here overwhelms. And he once again just plummets in supply. Solar has been in control of this game for most of this game at this point. Bleeds out of base. But Gumio, he has no bank. Like, he has no bank. Again, as you mentioned, like, the unfortunate reality, like, at a certain point, once the Zerg player gets into, like, 80 workers and has map control, like, you have to change your approach. And Gumio is still just doubling down, just making Marines and Marauders. And it just doesn't scale well enough. There we go, base goes down.
Likewise, still just committing in. Solar's more than happy to trade out these roaches.
And even though we had the academy earlier, we haven't really gotten into any ghost production. We have stopped tank production as well. We're just committing here into Marine Marauder. And Gumio is gaining crowns, but Solar, he's already remaxed. He's already remaxed. Here comes another fungal. Just catching up more of the army. And Gumio, he's falling apart. He's falling apart here. I would say that Gumio's just been very, I would say, stubborn in this game. It was a while ago that we did take note of the hive tech. Or I should say that Gumio took note of the hive tech. But he just kept going. Like he's not stopping. And it's just been very inefficient. It's been very inefficient from the side of Gumio. Solar moves in, files down the tank, takes down the planetary. Fun fact, we never even needed lurkers. Like we just, especially because it was Marine Marauder here and also Marine Marauder out of Gumio, we just doubled down on Ling Bane and GG gets called. And Solar ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, like, just kind of an odd style here out of Gumio. The way that he was playing was just very kind of mid-tier oriented. Like it was a very mid-tier army, I should say, and he never really got into ghosts. He never went back into tank production. As we emphasize, like unfortunately at a certain point when you're up against Zerg, like you do have to turtle up or be more defensive and tech up as well and go for a slower style. Gumio said no, he just wants to go in. And it just, yeah, it does have an expiration date, does have a timer, doesn't scale too well. GG, well played. Solo looking quite comfortable in game 2. Looking quite comfortable. And the question becomes, what map are we loading into for game 3? I feel like the map is going to be a big factor when it comes to whether or not we do go into mech. Game 1 was on Tokamak. Tokamak is very defendable. It's the most defendable map in the map pool. Not the largest, but the most defendable. If we load into Maganatha, I wouldn't be opposed to mech there either. Mech on Maganatha would make sense. Where else would we see it? Maybe Incorporeal. I'm on the fence about Incorporeal. I feel like I haven't seen enough on that map. Haven't seen enough, but I feel like mech has potential on the map as well, for sure. We'll see. We shall see as our players are getting ready. And I'm not privy to the vetoes. I don't know what map is going to be chosen. We'll find out together. Here we go. We go. So we're just waiting here for our ace match. And likewise, if we go into a smaller map, then that's where we could see something like an ARAX. You know, I can see that working on Ultra Love, 100% on Ultra Love, on Torches as well. I'm thinking Ultra Love, I'm thinking Torches. Thinking Persephone, true. Maps where we can be more aggressive. As it looks like we do have our lobby getting ready. And now, speaking of, there it is. Game 3 is going to be on Persephone. Let's go. So Persephone is going to be coming up next. Again, this is one of the smaller, more aggressive maps in the map pool. As a result, if we were to play mech, we wouldn't play the same style that we did in game 1. I can definitely see a more battle mech cyclone heavy style working instead. Otherwise, we could see something like an 8-rack, something more aggressive in the form of bio. We'll see. We're leaning towards that kind of play style. But comes down to gimme her. As we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of Persephone, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. Tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Seoul Esports. It is Gumiho. Go. I'm getting mech chills. Oh no. I say you're getting withdrawal symptoms. Not like this. As Game here does open up on the low ground. So we have our Rax on low ground. This can be the beginning of 2 Rax Reaper. Otherwise, we could see a Rax into Factory on the low ground instead. There is a special build. When I say special build, I mean from Juanito, the Mexican Terran player, where you do go Rax into Factory into CC on the low ground. There's a way to cut corners, to be greedy. And looks like that's what we're going for. Yeah, no second Rax. So this is going to be Raxed into Factory. Now, what this build does here is it does allow you to wall off, allow you to set up. If your opponent were to go for an earlier pull timing, then there would be a full wall here to keep you safe and sound and to shut that sort of play down. The downside of this, as again, you can kind of set up your wall here early on. But the downside, of course, is your production is going to be exposed. Your factory is going to be exposed here on the low ground. So if Solo were to go for roaches and be hyper aggressive with roaches early on, and if he breaks the natural, he doesn't just break your economy, he breaks your production as well. So you do take a risk in doing so. So there's that command center. There's the full wall with the factory. But again, it does allow you to have just an immediate wall off here at that natural. So now Ling run bys, Ling aggression early on, even in the early to mid game. There we go, Reactor first. Are we skipping the Reaper? No, we're not. Reaper does move out. Reaper. Oh, barely not getting a Ling. Pokes in, pokes away. There's the add-on swap. Going into Hellions. That is going to be a starport before the 3rd TC. Okay, for the first time this series, 1-1-1. So much more aggressive build here from Gumiho. Does go for the earlier starports. With this, we can go for earlier and more committed Banshee play. Overlord will confirm the timing of that starport. We can turn this into a 2-base all-in, but we should just go into a delayed 3rd. As Reaper does pick forward. Oh, Hellions, they do rush in, but there are links to defend. And Hellions are going to be zoned away. Hellions are zoned back. There we go, 3rd CC after the starport. So we're not going for an all-in, but this is still hyper-aggressive. Solo does confirm. From here, Viking first. Does go for the initial Viking. He can just go Viking into Liberator or Viking into Tech Lab. As Hellions, they do get a drone. One drone goes down. Just one poking in. Lings, they do try to go for a counterattack. There's that Tech Lab on the starport, so Viking into what should be Banshee. Has a lot to go into. Hellions, they catch 3 more workers. Rotating over once again. They hit the 3rd base mineral line. 5 drones going down. Nice damage here from Gumiho. Now, basically what's happening here, Viking first typically means Viking into Liberator, and it typically means you're not going for the Banshee. The reason for this is because your Banshees are going to be very late. They're going to be later than usual, and because they're late, it's usually not really investing into it. It's not worth investing into it. This is inefficient out of Gumiho, but because of that, it can go unscouted, and we can catch Solar without spores. We have 1 spore in the main. If he gets a spore in each base, and he's playing safe, and he should be okay. Meanwhile, ooh, Overlord Speed. Overlord Speed is in production. Solar, are we gonna double down? Going for the Roach Warren. Overlord Speed usually does indicate Dropalords and German taxis. So Solar can turn this into an all-in. Waiting for the lair. Lair is done. There are the Dropalords. They're on the way. Dropalords are in production. Solar's committing. Yeah, Solar's not droning up, and he's going to lose everything in here anyway. Drones are getting roasted, and Solar, he's completely all-in. Hellions get called out. That's catch with the Lings. And Gumiho doesn't know. He doesn't know how much danger he's in, because Solar, he wasn't going to drone to begin with. So, again, only 2 workers here at the 3rd base. Nothing but roaches. We're pushing out. Here we go. The German taxi has arrived. And we're sending it. It's all or nothing for Solar. Gumiho back at home. Moves in with a Banshee. Does spot the roaches. Bunker's on the way. Yeah, he's ready. He's getting ready. He recognizes how much danger he's in. But does it matter? Is it enough? How much? 5 roaches, 4 ravagers, 7 queens. But only 4 of them are going to be a part of this. Bunkers are not yet done. Hellions, they try to delay. And the bunkers are not going to finish. Yeah, they're not going to finish in time. Bunkers are denied. Gumiho is getting caught with his pants down. The pants are down. The wall gets broken. Viking falls to the piles. And there's only 1 tank. And Solar, he's going for the tank. Oh, boys are being pulled. The tank getting a lot of value here, but there are no Hellions. Yeah, no Hellions. There's no support. 1 Hellion gets surrounded. And Solar, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks through the tanks, breaks down the bunker as well. Gumiho was a late scout, a late realization of what was happening. He lost all the Hellions. And he has been broken. He has been broken. And we spoke about this. We spoke about how the production's exposed. There's no factory production. Forced to lift. 29 SCV kills. And now Solar drones. Now Solar is content. He takes a massive lead. He has crippled Gumiho. And now he's droning up. And again, Gumiho, he just wasn't ready for this. He wasn't aware of this until it was too late. SCV's getting caught out. Piles, they do shut down the tank. And yeah, GG gets called. There's just nothing left behind this. Solar, he will bounce back. He will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Gumiho. He was doing a great job killing workers, and he eventually forced the all in. Unfortunately, he overextended with his Hellions. If you remember, he lost like 7 Hellions pushing into that mineral line, and because of that, he didn't have any support for his tanks. He had one, I say tanks, tank. He had 1 tank back at home. He was trying to set up his bunkers, but alas, he had no more Hellions here to make sure that Lynx could not actually break through and get into the tank or get into the natural base. He had no support. He had no army. His pants were down. GG. GG, well played. The pants were completely down. And with that, Solar, he will advance on to a qualifying match. Let's go. GG, well played. And as that happens, we have to figure out what's going on and what the hell's happening. Okay, from the top here, we do have the upper bracket finals underway here versus Reynor is going to be taking place. Let's have a look here what's going on. Some of the upper bracket matches are underway, and let's figure out what's going on. Let's refresh everything. I believe we're going back to Group A and B. No, all of them. Upper bracket finals. Okay. Wait, upper bracket finals. Oh, okay. So Hero versus Reynor is going on the main stream, I believe. That's currently underway. And we have, I believe, Steadfast covering another series. Steadfast covering Beyond versus Classic. Oh, upper bracket semifinals. Okay. Where do we want to be? that's the real question. Interesting. So let's switch our scenes over and try to catch up on the brackets and try to figure out what's happening. Okay, from the top. So we do have... Oh, there should be updates here. Hold on, let's refresh. We have Group A. We have Group A currently underway. And from my understanding, we do have the upper bracket match here. Maru versus Showtime. Have they begun? That I do not know. So Maru versus Showtime potentially going to begin. From my understanding, they have not begun. Okay, so we have Maru versus Showtime. That is going to be the Group A qualifying match. Meanwhile, Group B, we do have another qualifying match underway. Group B is going to be Hero versus Reynor. That's currently being casted by the mainstream. They're currently all over that series. Scrolling on over here, Clem did take down Australia 2-1. Oh, Clem did take it in the end over Australia, and Clem is waiting for the winner of Classic and Beyond. That is being covered by Steadfast. Steadfast is all over Classic and Beyond. in that series. Meanwhile, we just wrapped up our series. Serral took down Trigger 2-0, and Solar just took down Gumiho. So we have Serral versus Solar in a qualifying match. Okay, so the qualifying matches are beginning. They are commencing. And what are we casting? Okay, so Showtime versus Hero is going to be on the mainstream. So we're just being notified. So yeah, upper bracket finals. Okay. So when it comes to the upper bracket finals, when it comes to the qualifying matches, Hero versus Reynor is currently on the mainstream, and Showtime versus Maru is also going to be on the mainstream. Those are the only 2 qualifying matches that are being covered by the mainstream. Okay. So they're doing Reynor versus Hero and Maru versus Showtime. So they're doing Group A and Group B. So Bracket A, Bracket B. These 2 brackets are what's being covered by the mainstream. Oh, you still can't see it. Hold on. But they're doing both Bracket A, Bracket B, which means we have C and D. Ideally, Steadfast and I, we split up. If Steadfast is casting Classic versus Beyond, then it leads me to believe that he's going to follow Classic versus Beyond into Clem. That would make the most sense if Steadfast is covering Bracket C. So we may as well follow Solar into Serral. That would, here, this would make the most sense for us to follow Solar into Serral. I say that Solar just went offline. Does that mean that is the mainstream, do they want that series as well? They might be on a break. Might be on a break. So tentatively, I want to say that we're going to be casting Solar versus Serral, but they might be setting up new PCs. So it's hard to say. Hard to say at the moment. I know that the lower bracket matches are also underway, and technically we could cast some of the lower bracket matches as well. There's Percival versus Bunny. There's potential like Rogue versus Gabe, potential or Geralt versus Gabe. Like there's some good matches down there, don't get me wrong. Shin versus Cure. There are some good matches. But I do think it will make the most sense for us to cover some of the qualifying matches, right? I feel like they deserve to be casted. So yeah, so tentatively we should be casting Solar versus Serral, but I don't know if they have some other plans at the moment. So I have to figure it out. We'll need a moment to figure out what's going on. To try to coordinate, do our best. Catching up. You're reserving, yeah. They've got that over on the mainstream. I guess we could cover that in the meantime. Yeah. Can cover that in the meantime. As Reynor versus, oh, it's a best of 5. Well, these are best of 5s, not best of 3s. Okay. Reynor up 2-0 versus Hero. Ay, papi. Calm down. Let's go. As looks like we have a standard opener. Hatch gas pull out of Reynor. And we have a Gate Expand Cybercore into Stargate out of Hero. So standard opener so far. Solar versus Serral. I'm getting that ready for now. Basilisk. Best of 5. Meanwhile, Reynor versus Hero. Also, can you hear the keyboards? that's the players, by the way. They're going crazy. Do you think if they slam the keyboard, we'll hear that as well? Jesus. But yeah, the clean feed that we use, I believe the microphone does pick up some of the players at times as well. Jesus. For now, though. For now, we aren't going to be moving in. Again, so far, just the standard opener. Oracle moves out. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. Oh, that should not have happened. So far, nice probe drilling here from Hero. Does run away the Lings. Does move away. So does defend. Oracle poking between the bases. So far, Reynor is keeping up. Does run away. Does defend, losing one drone. Just the one. The Oracle takes a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Oh, he does hold. Likewise, Hero setting up Serral base. Now, again, if you were maybe tuning into Game 1 and Game 2, I'd love to know what happens. So we missed out on the first two games. Again, just jumping in mid-series. Jumping in. Oh, as the Oracle does overextend. Bit of miscontrol there by Hero. He falls back into the Queens. Oracle goes down. Likewise, two more heading in between the bases. But so far, Reynor, he's been on point with his defense. Barely lost anything. He lost one drone earlier. But he's keeping up. So far, he's keeping up. Standard follow-up here out of Hero, going to +1 and blink. As we are settling in. Likewise, Fast Eva Chamber here out of Reynor, going to +1 melee. This should be... Oh, meanwhile, we have Overlord Speed. Overlord Speed does simply... indicates an all-in. So Overlord Speed is on the way. We're getting ready for the German taxi. There we go. The Dropper Lords are morphing in as we speak, and we are committing. We're going all in. Reynor, he's here to qualify. He's here to make it through into the bracket. He's here to make it through. To make it through. Let's go. Gearing up. Meanwhile, Hero, I don't think he's caught a glimpse of this yet. I don't think it's fully aware. Here we go. Drop Lords towards the main. So it's going to be a Ling drop into the main base and the main army towards the third. Again, Reynor cuts workers at 60. That is sub 3-way saturation. It's all or nothing for Reynor. Queens are coming in as well. Oh, actually, it's going to be double Drop Lord here into the main and a single Drop Lord into the natural. So Tripod attack out of Reynor. Storm is not done. Yeah, barely not done in time. 10 seconds away. High Templar gets targeted. He gets one. He gets both. He gets both High Templar. No Storm. No Storm, and Reynor looks like he will break the third. A Storm's now coming in for a flank. Third base is still going to fall. Lings are dropping into the bases. And what are they getting done? There we go. Ling drop into the natural. Ling drop into the main. There's a cannon in position. Cannon does defend. Storm of the Queens. Nice stasis traps. That's still going to be 25 probe kills. Yeah, Hero is being pulled apart. He's being crippled. That one Ling dropping the natural. No reaction. Oh my god, no reaction to any of the bases. And Reynor, he's done it. He's done it. He's broken through. Cleans up the army. And what is LF? GG gets called. Hero caught with his pants down. And Reynor, oh, you can hear it. You could hear him on the mic. He was like, yes. But Reynor, he does overwhelm. He does make it through into the playoffs. 3-0 over Hero. GG. Very impressive stuff. I know there's some people that were concerned regarding Reynor in his late game, but Hero, he's not one to go to the late game. We are one to embrace the early to mid game instead. And alas, Reynor, he was able to pull off that all in. Look at this, 10 seconds. 10 seconds away. We targeted down one and both high Templar. Imagine 2 extra storms. Imagine 2 storms on those lings. That would have been it. He would have shut that down. But Storm finished after the High Templar did fall. Now we get the flanking Storms. But again, the Hero was also hyper-fixated here at the main base defense. The main army defense. Meanwhile, the link drops, they got out of hand. Got out of hand, got out of control. GG. Reynor popping up. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. Oh, and calming down. Now, when it comes to the mainstream, they're going to be covering Hero versus Reynor, and they're going to follow that in, or they just wrapped up. They're going to be following that into Showtime versus Maru. Meanwhile, when it comes to the other matches, we're still trying to figure out what's going on. Still trying to figure that out. As they're wrapping up those brackets. Again, as we mentioned, the qualifying matches for C and D are up for myself and Steadfast. I did reach out, and Steadfast, he is keen to cover Serral's match against Solar. If that's the case, then we will be covering the other match instead. If that's the case, we'll be covering Classic versus Clem. Oh, that's gonna be a banger. Okay. We'll be covering that match instead. Otherwise, looks like we have some downtime. We have a little bit of downtime here. It looks like the players are still, they're on a break, it looks like, before getting ready. So we have some downtime. Just catching up. Reynor's pretty inconsistent. I mean, it kind of depends, like, the form that he's in. Like, even he said it himself that sometimes he, like, burns out. Like, sometimes he burns out before big tournaments. Like, he has to be really careful about, like, how that goes. Like, how he practices and how much he practices as well. And manage that. But with that, we are going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break. As Serral and Solar are getting ready. But as I mentioned, I think Steadfast wants to cover Serral versus Solar. So we might jump into another one. For now, going on a break. Going on a break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the lower bracket here, as we do have more matches ahead of us, plenty more to come. We're jumping into a fresh best of 3. We're jumping into a ZVP between a European and a Korean. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Ultra, we have our German Zerg player. We have our red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Here we go again. So we just got confirmation we were going to cast Classic versus we're going to be covering Classic versus Clem, but the mainstream have dibs. We were gonna cast Classic versus Clem, but the mainstream do have dibs on that. So the mainstream, they're covering Hero versus Reynor, they're covering Showtime versus Maru, and they're covering Classic versus Clem as well. So the mainstream, they are going to be covering those 3 matches. The one qualifying match they're not covering is Serral versus Solar. That's one match they're not covering. Again, Steadfast, he was going to cover it, but then he got into another series, so regardless, we found our own series instead. And here we go. Spawning the one that we did just introduce. And if you're in the chat, predictions, they should have closed by now. You can place your bets on who you think will claim the series, bearing in mind that these players are still in the tournament. Yes, we have the upper qualifying matches, but they're still fighting for that lower qualifying match spot as well. There's still more chances to make it through into the main event. Let's go. Let us go. We are settling in. For now, we do have our standard opening here out of SOS. Now, we have been covering quite a bit of SOS here over the past couple of months in his return to StarCraft 2, and he has been having some interesting builds, is what I will say. Some of them have left much to be desired. We did cover SOS versus Solar during the qualifiers for GSL, and SOS did struggle. I do recommend watching the VODs, but SOS, we did cover his GSL qualifying matches. That was earlier this morning, or earlier last night. Do you recommend it? Do you recommend it here? As Lambo does open up Hatch Gas Pool, forcing the unnatural natural, claiming his own natural base. And Lambo, he is one to study his opponents. He's one to prepare coming into this. I'm sure he was watching those GSL matches. I'm sure he's aware, at least somewhat, of what SOS is capable of. We did see a lot of Tempest play out of SOS, like Stargate into Void Ray into Fleet Beacon into Tempest. Did see 2 different variations out of SOS, one that committed into Sky Toss and one that did not, that instead went for a ground switch. And there it is, Void Ray first. So we're expecting Void Ray into a Fleet Beacon. That is our expectations out of SOS. We'll see if he meets them or if he defies them. Here we go. Was it Classic the Lamb played yesterday? Yes. Did play. As the Void Ray is moving out. Void Ray does move out. Overlord is going to be shut down. And behind this, we're waiting for that take of choice. But now Void Ray into the Oracle. Third base is now being taken for SOS. So far, it looks quite standard out of our Protoss player. No hidden tech yet. You see Lambert ready for a dive, ready for a scout. Trying to get a read on what's going on. At least trying to. As the Oracle does get into natural, not bad. 3-4 drones going down. Lambo not expecting the Oracle, does get caught out. Yeah, no spores. Spores were late. 4 drone kills, not a bad start. And SOS, he's going into a ground switch into a Twilight Council, not a Fleet Beacon. Let's go. So Twilight Council follow-up out of SOS. There is no Forge, so we're leaning towards Glaive Adepts. There we go. Forge is now on the way. Meanwhile, Lambert going to pulse on melee into Lingbane, skipping Roaches. So the Roach Horn is going to be skipped. If it was Glaive Adepts, then Lambert would be in danger, but alas, thankfully, it should be a more standard follow-up out of SOS instead. So Lambo is holding, bleeding out 2 more drones, has bled out a lot of workers so far. 6 workers in total. Look at the efficiency out of SOS. 6 drone kills. Oh, I spoke too soon. As the Oracle overextends. Meanwhile, where's the upgrade of choice? There it is. Blink is down the way. This is going to be delayed there for SOS. He was banking on resources, banking on minerals and gas. So late Blink into +1. He's getting there. Yes, I didn't notice. Someone was asking about TikTok. For those who don't know, we actually stream on TikTok. We stream on all platforms, typically at once. But specifically for this tournament, we don't have permission. We don't have permission to stream on TikTok. As EWC broadcasts are a little more strict. A lot more strict. As we have our +1 and Blink, we have our Storm follow-up here out of SOS, building up into a longer game state. Lambo, meanwhile, rejoining, resaturating. Again, he had a lot of rejoining to do. That does set him behind. +1 melee about to kick in, and we'll see what Lambo can get done. It does catch a couple of workers. 2 probes, not bad. Gets some damage done, and SOS is just turtling up. He's just building up back at home. More pylons, more cannons, more shield batteries. Getting to Storm, getting to +1. As we said, it's a big shout out to Solon's Vard. Thank you, my God, Pappy God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. There is a delay on stream, so I do apologize. There is a delay in regards to notifications, but thank you, thank you. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. As Lambo, he's joining up to 81, so he's just macroing up, macroing out of this. Stage Trap is going to be connecting. Oh, ooh, does catch 1 drone. But Lambo looks like he's taking up in towards Lurker tech. We have Lings, we have Hydras, we have Banelings, and the infestation bit should be for the Hive for the Lurkers. It should be. So Lambo embracing a longer and later game. Meanwhile, SOS, he was turtling up on 3 bases, but emphasis on 3. He has not expanded, and the Lings did confirm. They do confirm no expansion. SOS does push on 3 bases instead. He's a lot of storms. And Lambo, has he been too greedy? Lambo, what does he have? He has 16 Hydras and no Banelings. Just Ling Hydra. Ooh, just Ling Hydra. Storm does pop up. Again, this army is fragile for Lambo. Storm's coming in. Lambo, he has to respect it. Ideally, you do want to surround and try to get your Banelings on top of those High Templar. But Lambo has no bathing speed. Ooh, yeah, no bathing speed for Lambo. Going for a run by instead. Trying to collapse in. SOS diving on the Queen. He's got, what, 3 storms? Lings, they collapse in. Not bad. 1 High Templar goes down. He gets 1, he gets 2. There's 2 High Templar left. Storms, they connect. And those are the final storms. Yeah, SOS, he's trapped. He can't get out of this. Does try to blink away. Bleeds out so many Stalkers in the process. The Archon as well. And that was not worth it. SOS, he loses the entire army here. He was basically all in. Remember, no 4th base, no expansion. 3 base all in out of SOS, and he does not get the 4th. Doesn't get the base. Doesn't get the expansion. Doesn't get the mineral line. Doesn't get anything. Just trades with the army. And with that, Lambo is no longer on control. Lambo doesn't even need Lurkers. I mean, he can still invest, don't get me wrong. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den is on the way. He's building up. He's teching up. But the win condition for Lambo, deny the base. Deny the 4th for as long as possible. Or could just collapse in it and try to kill SOS. Speaking of, yeah, Lings, they collapse on the High Templar. He gets 1, he gets 2. There's 1 storm left. Nice storm. Storm does connect, but that was the final storm. And SOS is being overwhelmed, being overrun. Lambo, he starts as forward. Takes down any kind of high-tech unit. Only Stalkers remain. Void Ray gets hunted down. And Lambo, yeah, he breaks into the natural. GG gets called. The all-in for SOS fails, and Lambo takes game number 1, a lead in the series. GG. Whew. Does take a lead. Lambo looking good. Again, when it comes to SOS, his build did look a little bit rough around the edges when it came to his move out, when it came to his push. If you recall, some of his upgrades were a little bit later than they otherwise could have been. Likewise, he had a hard time reinforcing. He had no robo, or no, I should say no prism, no reinforcing pylon with his main army as well. And he did push far too much into the army, into creep, into the bases. GG. GG, well played. And so now getting into our next game. We are going to be getting into game 2. And we'll see if Lambo can take it. We'll see if SOS can recover and force the ace match. The pressure is on. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our German Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. We go. Again, we're getting into game 2. Lambo 1 game away from claiming the series and 1 game away from eliminating his opponent. Bearing in mind, I should emphasize that as we're actually covering our first lower bracket match, these are elimination matches. There's no nothing to land on. There's nothing. There's no safety net here for the players. This is it. Once you're out, you're out. So their tournament life is on the line. Pressure is on. We'll see if SOS can bring it back. Now, if you recall, last game we expected Stargate into Fleet Beacon. That didn't happen. It was Stargate into a standard follow-up. We'll see if SOS does fall back on something like Skytoss play, or if he has something else in store. So far, Hatchcast Pool, standard opener out of Lambo. Crazy, nothing wild. SOS setting up here at the natural. And again, for the most part, our eyes are going to be on SOS. Like Lambo, he was more or less reacting. He was more or less reacting to SOS, responding to what was going on. And he was able to drone up, saturate, take up into Hive. Didn't even need the lurkers towards the end. It was SOS that was the aggressor initially. But now, another Stargate. And we're expecting another Void Ray. Last game was a Void Ray opener into Oracle, into, again, a standard follow-up. Here we expect something different. As the Stargate is finishing up, and we'll see if we go for that Void Ray once again. Yep, there it is. Void Ray's on the way. So once again, SOS, the goal here is to hunt down Overlords, is to keep Lambo in the dark, and it's to hide tech. Last game didn't hide anything. I mean, in the sense that there was nothing really to hide. He was playing standard. I guess Lambo didn't know that, of course. Lambo was trying to play safe. So we'll see where SOS takes us. Do we go into Glaives? Do we go into a Fleet Beacon? Do we go into a Stargate? There it is, a Twilight Council before Expand. This feels like Glaive Adepts. So a much later third base, early Twilight Council. Overlord is going to be hunted down. And show us those Glaives. As even Solar had a harder time against SOS's Glaive Adepts during the GSL qualifiers. Did have a hard time. I think Solo was like 22 drones or something. It was like it was crazy. How many workers Solo lost? And there it is. Glaives are on the way. As I did mention, again, the Twilight Council before the base and without a forge screams Glaive Adepts. And we'll see if SOS can go by undetected. Meanwhile, Lambo, does he play safe? Right now, we're waiting for a Roach Warren. We're already at the 4-minute mark. We should be seeing a Roach Warren soon. Remember, last game, Lambo, he skipped the Roach Warren. If he does it again, he's going to be in danger. There we go. Whew. Plays it safe. 4:30 Roach Warren timing. So he does go for the Warren. So he will have roaches to defend. Likewise, Spore is done at the natural. Spore is done in the main. Initial depths are revealed. This is standard. This is just the initial 4 depths. This is not a tell yet. This is the fact that there's more depths banking up back at home. And Lambo pokes in. He hasn't seen anything yet. More depths are warping in. Getting up to how many? So far 11. And now he does pull the trigger. He's going for it. He does get spotted. Yeah, massive scouts. Roach production has begun. Lambo instantly starts making roaches. He's getting ready. He's walling up. He's walling off. So far, nice reaction here out of Lambo. Does wall up. That should be a full wall. SOS making his way into the bases. Going for the 3rd. Roaches are amassing. Overlord speed is on the way. I love this response. Basically, Lambo is going to counterattack. After the defense, assuming that he defends well and doesn't lose many workers, he's getting ready for a German taxi. Getting ready for a Droplord response. As the depths, they do come into the shade. Rotating over. Does rotate. As the depths so far, they haven't really gotten any damage. What have we lost here? And he's shaved off some lings. He's gotten a queen. But not much else. Again, Lamb is still massing on more roaches. Meanwhile, SOS going for a gateway explosion. I believe building up immortals. There we go, 2 immortals back at home. Here it comes that German taxi that we spoke about. It's on the way. Again, that was the purpose for Overlord speed. As it ends up being forced back. Overlord does load up. The queens are ready. That is being forced back, and it's all or nothing for Lambo. Roach speed is about to kick in as well. And here comes the counter all in. Now, there are 2 immortals, true. There are actually 3 immortals. The immortal count's quite high. Void Ray does catch a couple of roaches. It's not going to be easy, especially against those force fields. There's 5 Ravagers. They're being targeted down. Lambo moving in. Queens, they drop off. They go for the Void Ray. Nicely done. Void Ray gets turned away. Queens once again up. Oh my god, they barely get the Void Ray. They barely don't. SOS going for a counterattack. And Lambo, he's got to commit. Still posturing. Still looking for a way in. There we go, now spreading creep. Going for the Cybercore. One more volley and it will go down. Lambo is maxed out. Geez, 200 supply. Takes on the Cybercore as well. And Lings are coming from behind, coming with us around. We got some decent force fields. Once again, zoning away those Lings. Shield Riders are finishing. And SOS, can he hold on here a while? Some of them do connect. They graze the army. But the Immortals, they do so much in the back line. We're running out of Lings. Immortals are being targeted. And can he focus them down? He barely cannot. The Immortals, they defend well. Immortals, they're holding on. 1 Immortal, 2 Immortals finally go down. Oh my god. And he's done it. Lambo, he has done. He takes down the 3rd Immortal. Every Immortal falls. There's 1 now just coming out. But there's just not enough. There's just not enough here. Not enough for SOS. He needed more time. The Wiles. Oh my god. Takes down the Void Ray. Again, one Immortal remaining. More roaches piling in. Got out. Once again, down to 1. And Lambo, he will take it. He will take it. He will take the series. We will not have an ace match. Again, SOS, he didn't achieve any damage with the Glaive Adepts, and likewise, the follow-up here was just a little bit too awkward, was a little bit too delayed. The Glaives, they had to do more damage, and they killed one drone. They killed one drone. Even then, I think it was the Void Ray. That was not good enough. And SOS, he traveled far here to go to DreamHack Dallas. Had a decent run, got far in the brackets, but met his match. Met his match here at the hands of Lambo. Of Rambo. Let's go. As Dallas are trickling in, and Immortals are trying to hold their own. Again, as a reminder, SOS's tournament life is on the line, so he's just fighting as hard as he can. But GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Lambo will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, Lambo. He will eliminate SOS from DreamHack Dallas and advance on in the bracket. GG, well played, congratulations. Again, it's never easy playing against SOS, and Lambo was playing very safe. He was playing very safe. As a reminder, he did get his Roach Horn at 4:30. Likewise, he did see the depths halfway across the map as they were moving out. We saw Lambo very quickly wall off. Not just that, what I appreciate about that defense was the offense. Was specifically that Lambo, once he was set up, Overlord Speed. Overlord Speed was so fast to be researched. That shows the confidence of Lambo, that he believed that he wouldn't really take any damage, that he would have enough to counterattack. So really fast Overlord Speed out of Lambo. And with that, he was able to pull off that German taxi follow-up, Roach Speed as well. And again, Lambo, he maxed out at the end there. He maxed out, 200 supply, GG, well played, breaks SOS, and Lambo, he already has his next opponents. Oh boy, you know what's up next? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Bam. Here we go. You can see here on the lower half of the bracket here, Lambo versus SOS. SOS, he took down Mixu to make it this far. Lambo took down Zane. Lambo 2-0s SOS. And who is that waiting for him in the next round? Estrella, Max Angel here waiting for Lambo. Up next, going to be another PvZ. Lambo versus Max Angel. Here on the channel on the CranKy Ducklings. Let's go. Likewise, you can actually see here on the upper half of the bracket, Björn versus Bunny. Bunny just eliminated Percival. Ooh, my heart goes out to Percival. Percival, he's eliminated from the tournament. Björn versus Bunny, that is a brutal elimination match. That is a brutal match. One Korean Terran will advance, the other will be eliminated, and that leads into the winner of Estrella and Lambo. So for the time being, we're probably going to stay here. Estrella, Lambo, Björn, and Bunny all facing off as we speak, and we'll be focusing on this portion of the bracket. We got you. Also, oh my god, I believe it happened during the game. My apologies, Captain Hare, not Captain Fish, Captain Hare with the gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it, as we do get 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Gifted subs to Deltris, to Ansi Nanan, to Cool Body Bad Boy, to Yagnik, the Family Man, SC Fan, Flaming, $5 Footlong, Falcon Wing, and Johnny Tranquilo. Thank you so much. Thank you. I apologize that I didn't give you a shout out during the game itself. I was just engrossed in the game itself, so I do apologize, but thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. We don't really get too many subscriptions here or too much support on the channel, so thank you so much. Always do appreciate it. As we do have other matches on the way. I believe the mainstream is still covering Showtime versus Maru, question mark. Are they still in that series? Yeah, they're in Showtime versus Maru. They're in game 2. Currently in game 2. And again, the mainstream, they have you covered when it comes to... Oh, sorry, it looks like they wrapped up game 2. They're in game 3. But the mainstream, they have you covered with those upper qualifying matches. They do have you covered. Yeah, setting up game 3. What happened to the counterattack by SOS? True, SOS, he sent out the prism didn't do anything. would have been useful if he did have it at home, of course, to micro, to control his units, to juggle his immortals, to save them. 100%. Mana would have held it with 2 immortals in a prison. True, true. Este mana. I don't think I've seen Lambert win a single DP that didn't involve some kind of 6 to 8 minute queen all in. Did you not watch game 1? What do you mean? What are you talking about? You didn't watch game 1, Pappy? Game 1 was Lambert maxing out, taking up into Hive, going into Ling Hydra, and taking up into Lurkers as well. So if you missed out, I do recommend game 1 because Lambert did not win with a queen all in. Meanwhile, other matches are underway. Trigger's match is starting. Oh. Trigger versus Ryung is about to begin. Let's go. Tempting, but we kind of have our series lined up. Kind of. Actually, I should confirm. Yeah. We're good, we're good. Just double checking. Catching up in the chat. Can we watch Lambert versus Australia? That should be our next series. Should be. Hope we still get to see SOS at EWC. We might. There's a chance, I think. Remember, the EWC qualifiers are next week. Just some qualifiers. No open qualifiers for EWC. There are. So for those that are unaware, there are open qualifiers in a couple of days. That's what's brutal. Basically, 2 days after DreamHack, we do have the online qualifiers for EWC to make it through. Again, 2 days later. We are going to be casting them on the channel. We're going to be doing our best to cover and cast them. So, speaking of Captain Hair, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 2 more gifted subs. Thank you to Saito and to Cat. Oh, sorry, it's the captains. They're gifting each other. Captain Hair to Saito and Captain Fish to Captain Hair. God damn it. You're all animals. Thank you. Thank you so much. Here we go. But oh, I should set things up. So Vitas are underway for Lambert versus Australia. Vitas are underway. As we are getting things ready. I guess until then, we're going to be going on a short break. I mean, the main stream is still covering Game 3 of Showtime and Maru. Maru's up 2-0. Impressive. Settling in. Likewise, we do have some other updates as well. I think we need to... Yeah, there we go. We have Skillis. Skillis takes down Harsum 2-0. So, Skillis, he is... Skillis is... Oh, sorry. Harsum is eliminated. Aye. So Skillers does take him down. Likewise, we have Homeowner versus Shin still ongoing. Also, we have Rogue versus Geralt ongoing. Foxer versus Zaun. Still a lot of really good matches down here. It's brutal. Like, players are being eliminated. Players are being eliminated. But we have our series. The vetoes are done. And game 1 is going to be on Pylon. Let's go. As we are loading into our fresh best of 3. Another elimination match. Oh boy. My heart, Bobby. My heart goes out to these players. Yes, they get 2 days. But spawning in the top left-hand corner of a Pylon, we have our American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, currently teamless, deserving to be on a team, and looking to represent his nation. The Americas Papi here at DreamHack Dallas. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Here we go. Here we go. As Lambo does move out. Again, it does thankfully get his natural base on location. Bit of inefficiencies here as he did have to send out a second drone, but regardless, does expand, does settle in. Meanwhile, Estrella just being as annoying as possible, trying to delay. And honestly, this is going to be a close one. Now, what I will say is that I was praising Estrella's PvT earlier, and we even saw Estrella take a map off of Clem for good reason, right? Estrella, he's got some really solid PvT. I would say that PvT is his best matchup. If you recall what I said earlier today regarding Estrella's play, though, is that PvZ does feel like one of his weaker matchups. So we'll see. We'll see how he can compare to Lambo. We'll see if he can tighten up, and we'll see if he can make it through. Part of me does want Estrella to make a deep run in this tournament. Again, Estrella, it's going to be that much more important for him to find support and find a team. He's definitely been improving a lot this year. But can he bring down Lambo? We're here to find out. Personally, I would love to see an ace match. Regardless of how this goes the way of Lambo, goes the way of Estrella. Would love to see an ace match at least. But we'll see. But now we're calming down. So far, nothing crazy. Oh, also, my apologies. Predictions, they should be open. Actually, they would have been closed by now. But get your gambler going while you can. Gamba time. Yes, all the captains in the chat. As we have a Twilight Council opener out of Estrella. Oh my god. Now with a Twilight Council opener, there are a couple of different things this could be. This could be Glaive Depths, just as a straight up opener. Glaive Depths here out of our American Protoss. Otherwise, we could see a DT based opener instead. We'll keep an eye on the gases. We'll see if he does pull out. Does he pull out? Does he stay in? Eyes are on Estrella. There we go. So far, yep, does pull out. So Glaive Adepts from Estrella is going into 4 gate Glaives. Now, as a reminder, this is not null-in. This is not null-in. This is designed to get damage done. This is designed to cripple the Zerg player and then to advance on and transition into a third base, into a longer macro game. So it does pull out of gases. Glaives should be on the horizon. Meanwhile, Lambo for now just droning. Lambo droning, saturating. Lambo, he has yet to confirm what's going on. The Overlord is poised to scout. It does go into the bases. As we mentioned, there's that Glaives. And Lambo, he will find out. He will scout. Lambo, he will confirm. With this, he should be getting an earlier Roach Warren. Yep, does see the gateways. Does see the Twilight Council. So Lambo, he's fully aware. He has the information he needs. Yep, there's that Roach Warren at 3:46. So the Roach Warren is early enough. Prism is on the way. Estrella's moving out. And again, it's going to be on Lambo to minimize losses. It's going to be on Estrella to get as much as he can while expanding back at home. So we go. Lings, they attempt to surround. I save there from Estrella. Doesn't lose any adepts. Doesn't lose any. Moves out. Goes for the massive warp in. We're bringing 4 Adepts at a time. Roaches are building up for Lambo. He's ready for this. Again, he saw this well ahead of time. And Stray doesn't commit. Doesn't commit to the Shade. The Stray back at home, he expands. As you mentioned, he's expanding. He's transitioning out of this, or he's trying to. But he needs to find some damage. Gets a Queen. Takes down a Queen. He will threaten the base. He can maybe catch the first Roach. As the Roach is going to get caught. Not bad. Roach goes down. Going for another Queen. Takes down 2. Takes down almost 3 Queens. 1 more volley. 1 more shot. Prism into the main gets deflected. Nice positioning there from Lambo. He was ready. He was ready for the Warp Prism. Adepts, they still need more damage. Astray dropping into the main. Going for the mineral line. Uh-oh. Does drop in. Lings are in position. 1 Adept is forfeit. And Astray is forced away. He's forced back at home. He's expanding, building up the Immortals. But Lambo's in a solid position here. He has plenty of roaches. He's droning. Now, unfortunately, he's just now beginning his lair. We could have seen this a little bit earlier, but Lambo was playing safe, so he doesn't really have the potential to counterattack. Unlike the previous game against SOS, here there's no lair, so there's no Overlord speed, there's no Dropper Lords, there's no roach speed either. So this is later for Lambo. So he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home, which means Astray, he's safe. For now, he's safe to saturate, make Immortals, and at least he preserved the Adepts. Looking at the trades, he only lost 2. Only 2 Adepts went down. But ideally, he still wants some trades out of this. He still wants to get some value out of these Adepts. Astray does pull away. Does pull out. We have Roach speed, +1 range. Lambo's building up. Now, from this moment, we're going to see if Lambo decides to go for 3 base all-in. He's droning up here on 3 bases, that is true, and he should be getting a 4th base for at least Larva, but he might cut worker production and just go for an all-in. All-ins are popular on Pylon. Like, Pylon has a short and very direct rush distance by ground, so all-ins are very trendy on this map. Now Lambo, he is droning up somewhat. There's that 4th base. And again, that should be there just at least for Larva. And you can see the supply disparity here. Like, honestly, the Glaive Adepts was not good enough. From here, Blink is late. +1 is late. The Bay is late. Like, all the tech here and the 3rd base is all delayed for Estrella. So now is the ideal time to go for an all-in, and here we go. Lambo is moving out. Lambo, he's not droning. He does cut workers at 64. Lambo, he's massing, getting ready to move out. And here we go, he does pull the trigger. Lambo is almost maxed at this point, and this is going to be a tough hold for Estrella. It'll be impressive if he can survive this. He has 4 Immortals, he has Force Fields. Estrella, he's moving out. Now's not the time. Okay, pulls away. Does pull back. He doesn't have shield batteries at the natural. He only has them at the 3rd. Immortals exposed. Gets us around. Massive pick off already. 1 Immortal goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Estrella out of position. Files on the main army. Ooh. Does graze the army. Roaches, they peel up into the mineral line. They're going into the natural. Main army going to be zoned away. Ooh, files are connecting. Astray, he's holding on, at least against the roaches. Diving on the Ravagers. Bold move. Does blink in. Astray, he saves the Immortals. Nice juggling. Nice control. Yeah, so far so good. Nice hold position micro as well. Oh my god, saves the Immortals. The juggling. The control, the micro. He's crazy. He's holding. No shot. He's holding on. He gets us around as well. The 4 Immortals, they're immortal. He cleans up the entire army. He shuts down the all-in. Yeah, takes down all the roaches. And there's nothing left. There's nothing here. No shot. He was down, what, like 60 supply? Oh my god. Even with that shield batteries here, I thought the natural mineral line was going to go down, but no, he saves the workers. He does save the probes. Astray, he breaks out. And Lamber's in trouble. Lamber, he was all in. He was not droning. He was not saturating. He's not set up for a longer game. Hydrogen's on the way. Infestation is on the way. This is all late tech for Lambo. And now is the time for Estrella to counterattack, to at least break the expansion, maybe end the game. At the same time, oh, the wall is open. Oh, never mind. Wall is closed. Estrella can't keep pushing. But the Lings, they do scare him. Yeah, he's trying to keep up with the Lings. He backs off. Lambo buying time. Lambo's droning. Drone up to 69. Nice. Does drone up. Behind this, making 2 Colossus at a time. Colossus are coming. And Lamber's taking up in towards the Lurkers. Now, there is a window. There's a window in time here where Estrella can strike before Lurker Tech, before Hive Tech Lurkers. Is Estrella going to try and hit that timing, though? For now, he's turtling up back at home, building up more Colossus. He's being more passive, more concerned about expanding and claiming his 4th base. He's building up. Lurkers are on the way. These are going to be Lair Tech Lurkers. Lambo playing safe. And we're getting into a longer game. Okay, we're getting into a longer game state. Lambo's maxing out, so is Estrella. Now, Lambo, he's going to be maxing out with Lurkers. Estrella, he's going to be fixated on a ground-based army with Colossus, with Storm, which is good, but if the Lurker count gets too high, I don't really see Estrella breaking through. We'll see. See if he can break through. Colossus still amassing. Serral looking to move out. Stargate's on the way. We might be here for a while. we might be here for a while. Stargate's on the way. I'm feeling the fleet beacon. We're getting ready for Skytoss. We're thinking about it. I mean, with Lurker Tech, we have to go into Skytoss, right? Like, at this point, Lurkers are revealed. We're turtling up. This game began with Estrella going into Glaive Adepts and followed up with Lambo going for a 3-base all-in, but now we're getting into a long late game. Let's go. Let's go. We're throwing out a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries. Estrella is turtling up. At the same time, does catch a Lurker. Not bad. Stargate is done. Show us the fleet beacon. There we go. +1 air attack. Fleet beacon's on the way. Now, my big concern here is that this does feel delayed for Estrella. This feels late. This feels late for Estrella when it comes to taking up into Skytoss. Lambo's about to max out on Lurker Tech. Nidus is on the way as well. So I do feel like Lambo has a little momentum here to try to break Estrella before he can really embrace Skytoss. There's a big window. There's a big window here that Lambo can make use of, where you can try to break out before the Skytoss. There we go. Nidus into the main. Estrella, does he notice? He's distracted, cleaning up these roaches. Bleed out a High Templar. There we go. He does notice it, but not quite in time. Nidus will complete. There's the recall. Lurkers, they do break out. Nidus does fall. Storm's going to be coming in. The Immortals are ready. The Immortals are low. Ooh, 2 High Templar go down. 3 High Templar. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, rough fight here for Estrella. Bleeds out so much in the process. More Lurkers coming in. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. He's going to lose everything here. The Immortals, the Colossus. They get the power of Nidus Swarm Lurkers. Colossus, oh god, they're filing in. Oh god, it's not pretty. Gonna lose more Colossus. These are expensive losses. GG gets called. The Nidus Lurker does end the game, and Lambo takes game number 1. Whew, GG. As sometimes that's all it takes. We spoke about that window in time where Nidus Lurker can straight up kill Estrella, and unfortunately Estrella, he was late to react, late to respond, late to realize what was happening, until it was too late. By the time he warped in to defend, the Lurkers, the Nidus did finish, and Lurkers got in. Lurkers, they got in. We saw that Estrella, by trickling in his army, if he had everything together, he probably could have dealt with that, but he was only fighting with a portion of his army at a time, and he just couldn't bring it all together. GG. GG, well played. With that, Lambo does take game number 1, but a very intense, very back and forth game, and honestly, I could have seen that going either way. Could have gone either way here. Both players had their moments, both players had their time there, but now we're getting into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Leyline. It's going to be on Leylines. Let's go. Here we go. Was Reynor versus Hero streamed anywhere? That was streamed. I was a little bit of it was streamed here, but it was on the main stream. It was on the mainstream. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner. Top right hand corner here of Leylines, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Here we go. As Lambo, he was able to recover after the failed all-in, able to bounce back, pull off the night display, pull off the lurkers. Again, Estrella just had an awkward kind of tech setup to try to get into Skytoss because he didn't open Stargate. That's why the Stargate was much later, and the tech switch as well, if he were to get there. Unfortunately, just late reaction to the Nidus was late. And here we go. Here we go. Hatchling gas pool. Standard opener here out of Lambo. Nidus equals win. It can. It definitely can. It just depends on what kind of setup you have back at home. Like, again, with Estrella's recall, he recalled like a portion of his army, so he was fighting with like only like a third of his army at a time. Like, it was just a really messy defense there from Estrella. But yeah, Nidus Lurker can end the game. It happens in ZBT as well. I'm sure you're aware of this. If you watch Rogue's matches in Star Zagora, or even more recently, Rogue, his win condition is Nidus into the main base of the Terran, and if you get the Nidus up, you can win the game. So it is an aspect of certain matchups, for sure. So now we are building up. So far, nothing crazy. And I would hope to see Estrella go for a standard opener. There we go. Stargate opener out of Estrella. As a reminder, last game, Estrella did open up Glaive Adepts. And as a reminder, this is why the defense of Estrella was so impressive, because his Glaive Adept opener didn't do any damage. He caught 2 queens, he caught 1 roach, and maybe like 1 drone. Like he barely got any damage with his adepts. He was so vulnerable to the all-in of Lambo, which is why it should have killed Estrella, but it didn't, which was crazy. It didn't. Estrella, he survived from there. I assumed that he was going to counterattack immediately and try to punish Lambo, but instead we ended up in a longer game state, which allowed Lambo to get into lurker tech, of course. But it's still very intense. From here, Stargate into Oracle, and we'll see where Estrella takes us. Here we go. Overlord goes in for the scouts. Lambo, he confirms the standard opener of Australia this time, thankfully. At the same time, Lambo is setting up for a Ling run by at the third to try to force a cancel or catch any stray units. Adept is in position. Lings, they don't quite get this around. Not on the Adept, but they do on the base itself. Oracle races back and Astray holds. Astray, he does hold, he does defend. Astray building up. Lambo back at home, he's droning. And from here, we are waiting for our tech of choice, waiting for the Twilight Council and the Forge. There we go. Twilight Council is on the way. Gateways as well. And we should be working towards Blink. This is where Lambo can afford to skip roaches. He can go into Ling Hydra. Oh, never mind. 430. This is a very safe roach horn timing. Lambo playing a little bit scared. So 430 roach horn. Lings, they poke in. I don't see a forge, by the way. Interesting. Twilight Council is done. It is still going to be Blink and a delayed forge. Okay. So early Blink, delayed forge here by Australia. Oracle moves out. Let's move out, just get some scouting information. Just pokes in, scouts. Oh, looks like we have a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Bearing in mind that, of course, they're playing an offline event, and sometimes some things can pop up. It's all good. But so far, everything's been pretty standard, outside of the fact that we're going for a later +1. Oh.
Game resumed.
Players are ready. Meanwhile, Lambo going into his own Evo chamber. We'll see if he goes for range or melee. I would imagine he'd skip roach speed and going to melee, but we'll see. Evo chamber is done. Yep, Hydrogen is on the way. We should be seeing melee alongside this. Lambo is building up. Oh, never mind. Rushing to the infestation bit. Okay. Lambo being quite greedy here tech-wise. Does rush in. With this, his goal here is to rush into Hive Tech. Into Lurkers. Oh boy. So Lurkers are on the horizon. I mean, we saw how well Lambo did with him last game. Doing it again. Well, does go down. Supply blocking Lambo. Supply blocked. Black was straight. He does get across the map. Remember, Blink is done early. Trying to force a cancel. Toss back in. Lings, they get spotted. There's a lot of Lings out on the map. Oh. Stasis is baited. Astray falling back. Hive is on the way. Lurker Den as well. And again, Lambo, he's rushing into insanely fast Lurkers here. And an insanely fast Hive at 7 minutes. Astray, he has to punish this. Remember, there's no upgrades. The Evo, we're preserving the gas. All the gas is being invested here into Hydras, into Hive, into Lurkers. Just a really fast timing. Oh, that's a cancel here on the base. Astray falling back home. Now getting to Storm. Not Colossus this time. Going into Storm instead. Has plenty of High Templar. And here comes the Prism. Now, Astray, he can hit before Lurker Tech. Lurker Den is still on the way. Hive is still on the way. And Astray, I believe he should be pushing here with Storm instead. A very close, very crisp timing here for Astraya. He has to go here and now to break Lambo. Before the Lunkers. He's moving in. Prism is still on the way though. So no reinforcements. Stasis goes off on the Lings. High Templar somewhat exposed. They have to pull away. Lurker Den is done. Ooh, does recall back. I feel like this is a bit of a misread. He does recall, which means Lambo, he can morph in the Lurkers. He can morph them in. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Second Stargate's on the way. Estrella working towards Skytos. But here come the Lunkers. 7R morphing in alongside +1 range. Again, just really early lurker tech. And Lambo, he got away with it. He did get away with it. Lambo trying to be active. Stray, he's somewhat moving out, but only posturing. Stray, he has no intention to really commit. Lurkers are revealed. And we still have 10, jeez, 10 lurkers here for Lambo. And he's going for it. He's going for the kill. The goal here is to wedge himself in between the bases. Trying to get on top of the High Templar. He does collapse in. He gets, oh, barely gets one. Does force in the Archon. The Archon is morphing. Lurkers, they do Poro in between the bases. Immortal goes down. And he's going for the kill move. Contamination on the Robo. Lings, they bust in. And Astray, he can't push in. What can he do? He just cannot touch this army. Not anymore. Lambo, he just got away with so much greed. And Astray, he's just locked out of his own bases. At the same time, Zellarambai is getting some damage done. 12 drones going down across the map. Tempest is on the way. I mean, drones are falling. The Zealots are getting a lot of damage. But that Stargate is exposed. Hydra's moving in. Zealous is wreaking havoc. Catching out more workers. From here, yeah, the Stargate should be sniped. The Zealots are being cleaned up. They did get an expansion. They did get a couple of drones, but this is still not enough. Or at least it shouldn't be. Tempest is revealed. Stargate's going down. Oh, God, God. Again, Astray, this army's just locked down. He can't do anything with it. Now he's going for the kill. Going for the main. And he will barely snipe the High Templar. Please out all the Hydras though. Uh-oh. Hydras, they do go down. Reinforcements have arrived. And you can see that Lambert, he just has a free way into the main. Lurkers, they just protect him. I say that. Another Tempest has arrived. Lambert, he did lose a lot of drones. Was what it was. 23 drones going down. Oh, the recall. Let's go. Recalls the main army over. And Astray, he can shut this down. Now he has the mothership. Now he has an attempted flank. Oh. Slow zone on the lurkers. We need some storms though. Without storms, he cannot quite engage. There goes storm coming in. Yeah, storms on the lurkers. But lurkers are still pushing forward. They're getting into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Astray, he blinks into the lurkers. And he will clean this up. Just barely. Whew. And Estrella, can he pull this off? We gotta go. We gotta go. we can't wait. Send it back. Keep going. Cleans up the up. Again, such patient play. The recall here did allow him to flank. Did allow him to surround. And back at home, Lambo, he's down to 66 workers. Doesn't really have much of an economy. Lambo, he has 2 lurkers on the way. How many storms? 7. 7 High Templar. That's a lot of High Templar. That's a lot of potential storm. Straight at the same time, mothership on the right hand side. I believe recall should be on cooldown. Yeah, recall is about to be available in a couple of seconds. Let's get a couple of workers. Estrella looking to move in. Recall is now available, but now there are Hydras in position. Estrella, he cannot recall in. Here come those 7 High Templar. Storm has arrived. Once again, mothership goes for the mineral line. Do we recall? Not quite. Mothership's turned away. Astray is stabilizing. Building up more Archons, more Tempests, more Immortals. Lambo likewise stabilizing as well. But Lambo's drone kind of still know what it needs to be. This train moves down. Heads towards the bases. Storm does zone. Expansion falls. But Lambo is maxing out on Hydra Lurker Viper. He now has a better answer. He's built back up. Oh my god, Brutal Storm. Storms they pop up. Lambo going for a split push. The mothership is still trapped in between the bases. Nice feedback here on the first Viper. And the Stray, he's somewhat in position. Force a recall. Recalls the mothership, actually. Okay. Interesting. So let's recall the mothership. We're in a really awkward position here. Can we cancel around? Storm popping up. Massive storms. Feedback on the Vipers. And just a really awkward setup here. Who surrounds who? As Lambo is getting caught out. Where's detection? No detection with the army. Oracles are on the way. Wait, do we just have no detection, period? Okay, there's observers. Just 5 observers. Observers are moving in. The observer has arrived. Oh, observer gets sniped. Oh god, no detection. Free damage. Getting 1, 2 immortals. Observer's now moving in. Just a really messy couple of moments here for both players. We're getting messy. We're not Ronaldinho, baby. As Astrea has a bank, Lambo does not. Astrea rebuilding his fleet beacon. Workers moving in. Astrea claiming another base. I'll say that Lambo, he's struggling a little bit more here. He just doesn't really have a bank to work with. These have been expensive losses, especially losing all the Vipers. It's been very expensive. And he's stuck on Hydra Lurker Viper. Meanwhile, Astrea rebuilding more Sky Toss. Or at least he's looking to. Fleet Beacon is now done. So the game is slowing down. I'll say that Astrea is getting into a more superior army. At a certain point, Lambo is going to need Aspire. He's going to need Aspire and has to work towards Corruptors. Going for the Nidus instead. Hey, we saw this in game 1. Can pull off the Nidus play. It is possible. But notice the Skytress army gets larger though. So we're building on more Tempest. Okay, the expansion goes down. West Lurker's getting caught out. Astrea better engagements on both sides. Nice feedback here on the Queens. And throughout all this, more Tempest production. More Tempest on the way. They are backing up. Lurkers are falling. Astrea moving in. Decent storms. Nice abduction. Getting 1, getting 2 Tempests. Somewhat 2 Tempests. Force a recall. Has to get the hell out of here. Does recall across the map. Does pull away, losing another Tempest. Lambo just sending it with Mass Hydra. Oh my god. He has to be careful about the storms, has to respect them. Overlord is shut down. No Nidus. At least not in the main. Yes, Lambo does push through, takes out the center expansion. There's not that many storms left, at least not with the main army. There's 8 High Templar. We need more storms coming in. Storm does zone. Nidus behind the army. Most of the High Templar are across the map. A bold counterattack here by Estrella. Oof. Losing another Tempest. Rotates over. Lurkers, they escape. Top left is going to go down. Actually, Estrella take down 2 bases. Not bad. At the same time, he also loses 2 as well, though. So he has to pull away. Please have the High Templar. Loses every High Templar. And suddenly, oh god. Even without Storm, the Hydras on their own, they just melt. So Stray, he just lost 2 expansions. Likewise, so did Lambo. Trading 2 for 2. Nidus into the main. Astray, does he notice this time? It doesn't look like he does. Nidus, it's gonna finish. Uh-oh. But this time there's Tempest. Yeah. This time there's Tempest, there's Sky Toss. Nidus is manageable. Nidus rooms are going down. Now we get the Spire, but this Spire is it's so late. It's such a late Spire here from Lambo. He was hoping he could end the game earlier, but you can see Lambo can't max out. Lambo, he's broke. He's broke. He lost 2 bases. He's long distance mining. He needs an expansion. He needs money. And Estrella has a bank. Lambo just being as annoying as possible. Killing some probes. Got 5 probes going down. Stray, he needs to flex his army. But his army is split. He is split. Let's go. Now, meanwhile, behind this, even though Lambo is not maxed out, he does have a massive amount of Infestors and Neural. So technically, he can use his opponent's supply. So Fungal Neural is still a way out of this for Lambo, and it's still a way for him to engage with the Sky Toss. So Lambo can still take a fight, even though he's down in supply. There's still a chance, especially considering that Estrella's army is split up. Meanwhile, once again, the space is going to go down. Brutal Storm. Storm on the Hydras. Estrella, can he get out of here? Oh. Nice abduction. Estrella does pull away, takes down the expansion, takes down 7 drones. Spire is now done. We have +1 air attack on the way. Lambo, he's slowly maxing out. He's getting there. He was able to get a base. Lambo, he has mining. I do think that Australia could have been a little bit more assertive here to try to fight for this base or some of these expansions. He's at least rotating to the center. Gets an Archon. Does take down an Archon. We have how many Tempests? We have 6. 6. Oh, the Infestors! Oh my god! Yeah, 2 Infestors going down. Lambo caught with his pants down. Another Infestor falls. These are expensive losses. That should not have happened. And over as well. That was how many? 4. That was 4 infestors. Ay, ay, ay. So they push on the right-hand side. They do break through. Nice run by here by Estrella. Gets into the mineral line. Drones are going down. He just backs up. He just backs up with a High Templar. Nice run by. Oh my god, getting 27, 28. Ah, the most important base here for Lambo. He's not mining. Lambo heals broke to begin with. Now down to 37 drones. Down to 37. Now redroning. Tempest, they can punish this position, and they should. Yeah, they just one-shot drones. The 5 workers going down. Lambo, look after your lungs, look after your infestors. Take care, Bobby, take care. Hydra's not moving in. Ooh, they take a storm to the face. Stray is holding on. Bit of mismovement here as 2 lurkers get thrown away. This is still an uphill battle here for Lambo. It has been for the past 10 minutes. Nice kill. Nice snipe. Like Astray just has had the more efficient army and the better saturation, better bank. Lambo's just been keeping his head above water. And there's still a chance for him, but we can't afford too many mistakes. Stray's coming. Let's move to the south side. Lambo does run up back up again. Going into Broodlords. Okay, Broodlord Infestor is taking up. It's getting up to 5 Broodlords and only a couple of Corruptors. 4. And again, it's one of those things where Estrella, unfortunately, doesn't really know how far ahead he is and how far ahead he has been. But Estrella, he has a bank, and ideally you want to leverage that. Like Estrella, because of his bank, he can afford to poke in, trade, pick off bases, be a little bit more assertive here than he has been. And he may end up losing a couple units here and there, but ideally he trades, and ideally he can afford the losses, and Lambo can't. Unfortunately, he just doesn't know that Lambo has no bank. Lambo's been broke for a long time. So Estrella's just been very, very tentative about committing. And it's allowed Lambo to stay in this game and to recover and to still have a chance. Like this could have been done earlier, for example. But the base is going down. This is coming in. Oh! Does get a fungal. No follow-up. And the follow-up is not there. Broodlords are revealed. Like Estray's just been very careful about pushing in. Meanwhile, we'll see what does he have to worry about. There's 2 Vipers, 5 Infestors. Of course, there's always potential for fungal growths and for abductions. A massive push here towards topside. Does force a recall. Sky Toss is left behind. And they're in position for the Brood Lords. Uh-oh. Yeah, Lembo doesn't know. Oof. Brood Lord goes down. Estrella doesn't chase. Oh, does find the Infestors. He gets one. Gets one, gets two. Two more Infestors go down. Yeah, Lambo, he has to rebuild. He's been bleeding out a lot of his Infestors. And the only way he can engage, Lambo I mean, is with the Fungal, with Neurals. With his Spellcasters. As Estrella still setting up. Oh. Reload's going down, sniping two more. A decent Fungal on the main army. Doesn't quite commit yet, but does catch out the Archons, not bad. And going for the Power Bomb as well. Falling back to the shield batteries. That's engaged out of Lambo. A nice start. Setting up, going for the expansion. Storm's going to be coming in. But Lurk is a force way forward. Grumps is going for the dive. He wants his Tempest. He gets one. Takes out a Tempest. And can he get another expansion? The Fungals are good, but again, there's still no real follow-up here. Does abduct one. Bottom right, it does go down. Now taking down center right as well. But Lambo is pushing far. He's pushing a little bit too far out. It does feel like he's pushing too far. He's committing. It's all or nothing. Does commit in. Going for the dive. Do we have any more storms? And there's one more storm. And but GG gets called. Lambo, that's all he had. That's all he had. Just one final fight. And Estrella, he has a massive bank. He can take those losses, and Estrella will tie up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. We are going to the ace match. Going to the ace match. Towards the end there, I was like, yo, Lambo, we're overextending here. We're pushing out too far. He knew it. He was just going for one final fight, one final push. Again, it was an uphill battle for so long there. GG. GG, well played. With that, whew, we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. We're getting into the ace match. Getting into game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see how the story ends. We'll see if we get up in another late game. Do we slow the game down again? I'm most curious by the map. Are we going to load into a smaller map, a larger map? Where are we headed? Speaking of, we're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Ooh, a map of extremes. Okay. Ultra Love has a short rush distance by ground. Fun fact, what is very popular, what is very trendy on Ultra Love? Roach Queen all-ins, German taxis. Speaking of, we have the originator himself right here. We have the cab driver. But German taxis are very popular here on Ultra Love. The rush distance by ground is very short. All-ins are more prevalent on this map. But I did mention that this is a map of extremes. We either see early game all-ins, or if we can get up to 4 bases, we can slow the game down and cut the map in half. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match this morning. In the right-hand corner here of Ultra Love, we have the German Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, with the American Protoss, tying up the series and bringing us here to set ace match. It is Estrella. Here we go. Whew. Here we go. So we're calming down, getting into game 3. And again, Estrella's been playing well for himself, even in game 1. Game 1, like, Estrella had his own lead, his own advantages as well. But it does feel like he hasn't been too confident against Lambo. We need to give him some confidence, Pappy. Estrella, you got this. Bring it home, Pappy. Bring it home. So we are coming down. And again, welcome on to Ultra Love. We did mention earlier the rush distance by ground, referring specifically here to the time it takes to get from third base to third base. Not just that, but we also have this area in between the third, the fourth, and the natural that is very abusable. You can wedge yourself in between the bases here and force yourself into the natural or into the third, depending on wherever there is less defense. So we have seen a lot of all-ins here on Ultra Love. Likewise, as we mentioned before, if we can get up to a 4-base setup, then you can cut the map in half. There are a lot of little choke points here, like these bridges, for example. These bridges are very narrow. Likewise, there are plenty of ramps here towards the left-hand side, even towards the right-hand side as well. And as a result, we have seen many players cut the map in half, set up, and wall up. Here we go. But now, Stargate Opener. Stargate Opener out of Australia. Bearing in mind that Australia did open up Glaive Depths in Game 1. Here, Stargate Opener instead. Standard Opener. Let's go. Here we go. As last game, Australia did go for a relatively safe opener. He went Stargate into a faster blink timing into later +1. It was last game where Lambo was rushing into fast lurkers. And he almost ended the game. If you recall, it feels like it happened like hours ago. But last game, Lambo rushing into lurkers, getting across the map. It was Australia that was able to surround and eventually break out of that and get away with the sky toss. It was very intense and really patient play out of Australia. But if you recall, it all began with Lambo wedging himself into and pushing into the natural and killing the natural as well. Like, it was insane damage that Lambo achieved. We all let up, say shade in. They get 3 drones. Not a bad trade. Catching out 3 workers. Lings, they poke in, Oracle's in position. They poke away. Meanwhile, a bit of an earlier Twilight Council here from Australia. Of course, that is a Twilight Council after the third base. We are expecting Blink, but we'll see if a Borge gets thrown down. And how many gateways there are as well. As extra gateways are on the way. Is going to be an Evo Chamber out of Lambo. This is the first sign of Ling Hydra. The first sign of +1 melee. Oh. That's straight. He does pick off a drone. Gets a worker. There's a melee upgrade as we mentioned. Going into Banelings, we are skipping Roaches. Let's go. So Lambo skipping Roaches, going into Ling Bane, going into Ling Bane Hydra. Now, as a reminder, last game, Lambo, he cut so many corners rushing into a fast infestation bit. He was getting a hive at 7 minutes. It was crazy. This time, that's not the case. This time, we're investing in upgrades, and we're getting into the mid-game. From here, getting to Ling Hydra, getting to 4-base saturation. That's what this is leading into. Straight back at home. Getting through his upgrades, +1, blink. Does poke out. Technically, this could be Ling into Spire into hidden mute attack, but I don't really think that Lambo is that kind of player to mix things up too much. If you were casting Shin or Solar, then sure. Would consider it. Meanwhile, that's a lot of links. That's a lot of links for Lambo. 14 more links on the way. He should have enough to be safe. As Lambo is supply blocked. Ooh, 6 overlords in production. Brutal supply block. Another overlord going to be going down. Supply block does intensify. Getting another overlord. Okay, Lambo, you had 6 on the way. Harnessing his inner laser. Yeah, we love your laser. Every time. As as Lambo is droning. Taking him in Hydras, we did mention that +1 melee typically leads into Ling Hydra. There was the option for Mew to play, but not this time. Lings, they committed to the Oracles though. Yeah, the Oracles, they go ham, but the Stalkers are still going down. Nice around, a very nice catch. Taking down every single Stalker. The Oracles, they were not good enough. And that was how many? That was 8 Stalkers going down. Very nice catch. Trading minerals for gas. Does trade efficiently. Behind this, saturating on 4 bases. Now getting a 5th, droning up. From here, we should be seeing an infestation pit in towards Hive Tech and Lurker Tech. Assuming that Lambo keeps taking. Lings, they hit a force to cancel. Not bad. Does cancel the base. More Lings, they do hit the 3rd. Storm, not yet done. And Lambo, he might just double down. He's on 82 workers. He's massing up Ling Hydra. And Astray, he is struggling. Oof. Oracle goes down. There's no further attack. We have a load speed on the way. That's going to be for Dropper Lords. Yeah, Lambo is going for the kill. He's going for the throats. He does have a lot of momentum. Now, Storm is going to be a big deciding factor. How good are the Storms going to be? There's just so much Ling Bane, though. Even with good Storms, we can't sit around. Baning speed is done. Yeah, Ling Bane collapsing in. Astray, he cannot save this. The base is denied. And again, Lambo's not taking. There's no Hive, there's no Infestation, there's no Lurkers. It's just purely mass Ling Bane Hydra. Meanwhile, there are no Archons. Just relying on Storm. Ooh, Zelda get caught out. Massive catch. And the charge also the solos they cleaned up. Storm coming in. Not bad. Does land a Storm. Lambo still just massing Ling Bane. Still sending it. Decent Storms. But again, the army of Australia is just still so fragile. They'll have the Immortals out of position. Does recall. Zelsay get across the map. The slow lot run by. Let's go. Forces back some of the army. More Zealots are arriving. Estrella forcing back Lambo, buying time. Getting breathing room. Not bad. He does pull away. And he's force attack. There we go. Lambo's force attack up. Infestation pits into Hive, into Lurkers. So very nice Zealot run by. And now Stray can expand. Or at least he can attempt to. And now he's got Archons. Now he has a buffer for his army. Archons are not amazing against Hydras, but they're amazing against Ling Bane. They're here to protect. Oh. Down the tower. Astray, he needs a 4th. He needs an expansion. As they knock down the rocks. Astray now claiming that 4th. And here comes a Fleet Beacon working towards Sky Toss. But Astray, he's not there yet. Lambo setting up for a surround. Oof. Decent Storms. Yeah, Storms, they pop up. And there's still more left over. Astray, he holds. Nice Storms. Astray, he's holding on. Likewise, Hive on the way for Lambo. Both players are taking up. Sky Toss for Estrella. And Lurkers for Lambo. Ooh. And again, Lambo, he did well for himself, but I do think it took a little bit too long for Lambo to attack. It did take a long time. Hydras are cleaned up. Lambo, he's lost that edge. Here we go, 9 Lurkers on the way. That's a lot of Lunkers. So they catch some high tempo, not bad. They want to get 2. Twice tempo going down. Ooh, Lurkers in position. Stray, he cannot push into this. It's too late. It's too late to push in. He's rotating over towards the right-hand side. Lurker's out of position. Uh-oh. You know, runs into more lurkers. Stray trying to move in. Lurkers aren't ready. Stray's not getting to Tempest, just the mothership. Only the mothership. Meanwhile, more lurkers are building up. Lambert, he has the advantage. There we go. Now we have the Tempest on the way, but this is late. Tempest, second Stargate. Lambert still has the advantage, at least until Tempest mass up. Until then, lurkers, they reign supreme. Stray, he needs that Sky Toss. Lambert runs into Storm. Running into Storms, trying to force his way through the bridge. Storm grazes the army. Better Storm towards the end. Are we coming for the concave? Lambert should not be here. Massive Storm. Immortals, they push in. Lurkers are going to be going down. Another Lurker falls. A lot of losses here for Lambert. Lambert, he plummets in supply. This was not it. We spoke about those choke points at the start of the game. How brutal it can be to break through these bridges. That was how many? That was 11 lurkers going down. That was insane. Lambert, he lost most of his army there. We spoke about how it is easier to cut this map in half once you get up to 4 bases, and that's what's happening. We're getting up to 4 bases. Like you cannot pass. Not through this. Not if your opponent's on the other side. If Stray is waiting. Same with these choke points as well, these ramps. Like, you cannot push up these ramps. Not into a concave. Lambert, we gotta calm down. Opening up the ramp, okay. Making it more accessible. There's no lurkers to defend. There's no lurkers here. I mean, again, Lambert, he lost most of his lurkers earlier. Stray moving in. Lambert, he has to react. He has to respond. Nidus into the main. Uh-oh. And Astray, he does recall. Does recall by Clem. We've seen what Nidus scrims can do in this series already. Stray, he backs off. He plays it safe. Nice Nidus. Oh, sorry, nice Stasis. I do think that Stray could have actually broken this expansion, but he backs off, plays it safe, calms down. That's Lambert racing back. Skytoss is building up more Immortals, more Tempest. Astray refining his army, getting to the ideal. Oh. You can see how momentum has swung from one player to the other. Now Lambert's on the back foot. Alas, now there's Tempest, now there's Immortals, now there's a backbone to the army. Now it isn't just Storm, not like earlier. Every time. The weather on this side is terrible. It depends. Some nice, you know, ASMR rain sounds. Some people, they like the storm. Lambert, he likes it. As Lambert, he is taking up. He's taking out of this into the Spire, into Corruptors. But you can see that he's just pinned back in his own bases. There's no creep. There's no creep out on the map. Lambert, he does try to break out. Coming in from behind. Uh-oh. Astray, we're gonna have to recall. Yeah, Serral comes in. Astray caught with only half his army. Massive pickoffs. Had Templar go down. Astray, he will lose this. And he will not escape. And the Tempest falls as well. Brutal loss here for Astrea. At the same time, does trade out a base, or does go for the base. Does go for the mineral line. Doesn't quite get too much though. Yeah, he gets 2 drones. He won't get the base, won't get the expansion. And again, Astrea did overextend. More Tempest going to be falling. More Tempest going down. Without Sky Toss, the Mass Lurker can break through. Yeah, Lambo's going for it. He's going for it. There's only 2 Tempests left. Oof. Yeah, Astrea, he cannot engage. Not like this. Yeah, Storm's the only zone. And Corruptors are in the main. They're in the main ways. They just came to the production going for the Stargates. Stargates are going down. Lambo is going for the kill. It's going for the throat. Astrea trying to go for a counterattack, trying to go for a base trade. Taking down mineral lines, taking down bases. But Astrea, he cannot touch this position. There's just too many lurkers. Yeah, the Lunkers are here. Oh, the Corruptors are thrown away. Yeah, the Corruptors, they are thrown away. They do go down. There's still how many Tempests? Still 2. 2 Tempests left over. Top left did fall. As Lamb is just going further into the bases. Takes down the natural. But he doesn't keep pushing. He gets out of here. Does pull away. And Astrea, what's left over? 1 Stargate. What? 1 Stargate survived. He can rebuild 1 Tempest at a time. And Astrea, what's important? He has a bank. Astrea, he has a bank. And Lambo, he's broke. He's broke, he has no money. Like, that was meant to end the game. That was meant to end the game then and there for Lambo. And he has nothing left. The drone count is not what it needs to be. The bases are not there. It was all or nothing for Lambo. And Astrea, as long as he can remax, he should be fine. The production is hurting him, right? The lack of production means that he can't really rebuild too quickly. But once he does, he'll lose another base. Another base goes down. We're just trying to rebuild those Stargates here at the 3rd. Astrea pulling back. Lurker on by on the way. Lambo, he knows he has to do something about the economy, but he just cannot. Lurkers are getting caught out. There's no escaping. And there's a revelation. 3 lurkers fall. And Astrea, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. There is still an army remaining, but Lambo, he just has so much to achieve with this. It's too much. It's too much Sky Toss. Too much Protoss. Now moving in. Does get himself with some of the production. Brutal Storm. Oh my god. He stands in the storms. Yeah, the storms are insane. The Hydras, they stand in them. Lurkers moving in, and again, this is just the last attack here for Lambo. The last Hail Mary push. Takes down the Robos. Denies any immortal production. Astrea, he cannot counterattack. But what about the Tempest? Tempest, they just get free damage. Yeah, they're just going for the Lurkers. Lurkers are going down one after the other. Expensive losses here for Lambo. GG gets called, and Astrea, he does it. He breaks through, and Astrea will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Astrea, he does claim the series. He does advance on. Lambo is out of DreamHack Dallas. That was an elimination match. That was the last chance for both players. It was one or the other. In the end, Lambo is out, and Astrea continues his tournament run. GG. GG, well played. Oh. As Astrea, he does take it. Whew, very intense series. Very intense, papi. Aye, aye, aye. GG, well played. Congratulations. And where exactly are we? And let's see if we can catch up on the bracket. What has been going on? I'm sure we have plenty of updates. Okay, that was a long series. That was a long series. Let us switch our scenes over. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. And we have, okay, bracket A. Bracket A here, we have Skilless versus Creator, currently ongoing. Winner goes up against Shin, winner goes up against Showtime. So looks like all these matches are lined up here. So Creator versus Skilless, into Shin, into Showtime. I believe Steadfast is covering Rogue versus Gabe, so not this group. Not this group. We head on over here to Group B. Group B is, there we go. So currently Steadfast is covering Rogue versus Gabe, into Mana, into Hero. Okay, so he's covering, so Steadfast should be covering Group B, or Bracket B. We were just here, and we're going to follow this. Estrella takes down Lambo 2-1. And up next, we have Estrella versus Bunny. Bunny knocks out Björn. Björn is out. Björn is out of DreamHack Dallas. Björn, he is knocked out of the tournament. So we're going to be following Estrella into Bunny, into Classic, here in Bracket C. Meanwhile, scrolling on over, Bracket D, what's been going on? Trigger, oh my god, Gumiho eliminates Spirit. Spirit is out. Gumiho is also out. Trigger on a tear takes down Ryung, takes down Gumiho, and Trigger, he's up against Solar in a qualifying match. Aye. So Trigger versus Solar is on the horizon. I believe that should be covered by the mainstream. I'll have to double check. But they should be on that. Actually, the mainstream, I think they're in Classic versus Clem, right? Yeah. They're in Classic versus Clem. But we have our series. We have our next series here. We have our next matchup. We're focusing on Bracket C. We're focusing on Estrella as he does run into Bunny and then into Classic. Oh boy. Will follow you into Bunny. GG. Whew. GG, well played. So we are going to be focusing on Bracket C. I believe the mainstream, they're covering qualifying matches. That's basically what the mainstream is doing. They're covering all the qualifying matches for the most part. Steadfast, he's covering Bracket B. So he's covering Rogue, Gabe, into Mana, into Hero. And I don't think anyone is casting Bracket A yet. But the mainstream should be on Solar versus Trigger. That should be. As Serral did take down Solar 3. Oh, I glossed over that. Serral took down Solar 3-2. Serral went all the way to the ace match, but Serral, he did qualify for the round of 8. Just barely over Solar. Very close, very clutch. Very intense series. You can't quite see it there. Hold on, can I scroll over? Not quite. Just trust me, it's there. But with that, I think we're going to be going on a break. I guess we're going to be going on a break for now. Ooh, again, that was a very intense back and forth. Very intense, Pappy. Very intense. GG. Just catching up. Cure eliminated. Oh, did I miss that? Sorry. I think I glossed over that. Yeah, Cure, he got taken out by Shin. Yeah, Cure got taken out by Shin. I mean, again, it shows how cutthroat this group is. Or the group stage is. The bracket stage, the open stage. Shin, he eliminates Cure. So Cure is out, Björn is out. Percival is out, Lambo, SOS. Zaun is out as well. Mana eliminating Zaun, that's huge. Mana, Zaun is out, Gumiho, Spirit. Like, this is where we say goodbye to a lot of players, right? Players are getting knocked out here. And I have confirmation the mainstream is covering Solar versus Trigger. Mainstream is all over that. For now, though, we're going to be going on that break. And again, when we come back, we should have Estrella and Bunny. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, welcome back after a brief break here as the tournament continues. We have already been due to many amazing players. Players like Björn are out, Cure is out, Gumiho is out, Lambo is out, SOS, and many more. Spirit, Piotr is out, and many more. It's been a grueling and intense tournament, and now we are ready to say goodbye to another one of our players, because this is another elimination match, and spawning in the bottom right corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. It is Estrella. Also, I did notice a bunch of fans from Seoul Esports hoping to try to catch some Gumiho games. I do apologize in the sense that again, we're quite limited in how many matches we can cast at once. Like, there are just so many matches happening at the same time. We can only do one at a time. We're doing our best. We're doing our best to cover as much ground as we can. Steadfast, he's another community caster. He's also, you know, covering his own matches. We're trying to stay spread apart, spread out, and trying to cover as much ground as possible. But there's only so much we can do. So I do apologize. I don't know if anyone was casting Gumiho versus Spirit or Gumiho versus Trigger. So I do apologize for those that were looking for that series. There's only so much we can cover. There's only one light. There's only one duckling. You know, if I had some more, then maybe. But smudge. For now, though, we're selling in, and of course, our predictions are open. Place your bets. I believe they would have closed by now, but get your gamba going while you can. So place your bets on who you think will claim the series, who you think will make it through into the qualifying match or into the next round. Let's go. For now, we do have our standard opener out of Estrella. Meanwhile, double gas out of Bunny, double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC, so a much more aggressive start here from our Terran player. And again, aggression has been the name of the game so far for a lot of these CVPs. And we'll see how Bunny will approach this. From here, we can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. You can go into early Cyclones, early tanks, early Banshee play. We'll keep an eye on whether or not a tech lab is made after the Hellion and where he takes us from here. As Bunny is building up. He does go out with his first Hellion, and he makes a second Hellion behind this into the starport. No early tech lab, bear that in mind. So we're not going for early Cyclone or early tank production. From here, we can go into even a Hellion drop, actually, into 3-4 Hellions into drop play across the map. Bearing in mind that it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. Doesn't take much here to eviscerate a mineral line. The army does move out. We do have a Widowmine follow-up, so it's going to be how many? Just 2, I believe. Yeah, 2 Hellions, 3 Reapers. 2 head across the map. Oh, putting a dive, rushing on past. Nice force field, very nice force field. Hellions are locked down, they're locked in. But one of them does barely escape. Reapers, they bust into the main. Shield battery is done, and with that, Astray, he should hold. And he shouldn't lose too much here. Yeah, the probes are pulled away, doesn't lose any workers, and Estrella will shut this down. I say that, probes finally going to be falling. He gets 1. When he gets 1, he gets 2. Heads towards the opening, and he does get away. Not bad. Not a bad dive. 1 Hellion for 3 workers. That is worthwhile here for Bunny, and he's not done. He's going back in. He wants more. Wants more damage. Oh, does get intercepted. A nice movement here by Estrella. Does punish, taking down 1, taking down 2 Reapers. Behind this, mine drop is on the way. Estrella, can he keep up? Can he keep up? Behind this, it's going to be 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink into a 3rd base. A very safe and economic build here by Estrella. Just expanding, getting his 3rd up and running. Mine drop is coming in. Estrella, he does notice. He does pull away. Oh, he pulls in. Oh my god, he's crazy. He's crazy. 3 probes do fall. Going for the medevac. Medevac, 1 more volley. Does get a massive pick off. Medevac goes down. Reapers back into the main. Bunny just being hyper aggressive non-stop, going back and forth. Hellions, Reapers, Widowmines. But Astray holds. Astray, he holds on. Behind this, what do we have? We have a 3-1-1 setup, and Raxes are getting up. Cloak Banshee behind this. So initially, Hellion Widowmine drop into delayed Cloak Banshee from the side of Bunny. Hallucination will confirm. It does confirm the researching tech lab. Bunny, sorry, Astray, he knows. Astray, he should be aware. Oh. As Astray does go for the dive, takes out one of the tanks. One tank does fall. Take down the tank. Likewise, rotating back into the main. Oh. Once again, confirming that Cloak is being researched. Once again, does confirm. Temple Archives on the way. And Astray is here to slow this down. Taking away the Marines. The Marines, they're falling one after the other. Remember, there is no stim with this. These are the Marines, and so many Marines are falling. Ay, ay, ay. And here we go. The boys are being pulled. Bunny, he's going for the all-in. A bit of an awkward all-in here. So it's going to be Cloak, Banshee, tank with Marines. But only 2 tanks. And Astray, he's here to slow this down. He blinks in. Gets a tank. 1 tank goes down. Massive pickup. 1 tank left. And remember, because these are the Marines, the tanks are the backbone of the army. He needs those tanks. Without them, there's no push. Without them, there is no all-in. Please add a Stalker. Please add a Stalker. Astray pulls away. Stim has now begun. 2 more Raxes for Bunny. Those 2 extra Raxes, this does feel like he's going to be doubling down into a follow-up 2-base all-in to just commit. As Bunny, he does chase down some of these Stalkers. Not bad, gets 1. Takes down another Stalker. Astray does attempt to intercept. Getting Marine. Bunny studying with us around. Oh. Astray does blink away. Banshees, they hit the mineral line. Where's the detection? Observers back at home, but not quite able to respond in time. Astray punishing the push, going for another tank. Another tank goes down. And Bunny's falling apart. He's falling apart at this point. The all-in, it just could completely shut down. It just fell apart. Was an awkward one. Goes for the dive, takes down the final tank. Charge is now done. Boys are being pulled. And Astray, he will clean this up. Again, just speaking of more SCVs, more workers. Banshees, they get across the map. Detection not quite here. Yeah, but there it is. Does respawn. Banshee falls. And Bunny, what is it left behind this? Down to 39 SCVs. I mean, he's got his 5 Raxes. He's working towards Stim. He does have another timing available, but he bled out so much in the process. He's down to how many? 14 Marines, 5 Marauders. Not much of an army. Oh, let's find the Observer. But this should be a follow-up all-in. Like a follow-up timing here with his upgrades. There we go. He does pull the boys. Like, there's no macroing out of this. Like, Bunny, he's just lost too much. Lost far too much. He has to commit. Oh. So it's all or nothing for Bunny. He's going to have Stim, Combat Shields +1, and Concussive Shell. Like a pretty strong timing here. That's a lot of upgrades. There's the Recall. Do we have Force Fields? We have Storm. That's one better. Storm is done. 2 High Templar. At least 2 Storms. Ooh. Already a brutal start. A brutal connection. Going for that Templar. Nice target firing. Very nice. So only 1 Storm. Bunny, he can do this. Bunny, he can pull this off. Stimming on in. Takes down the shield batteries. Boys are being pulled. And again, no splash damage. There's about to be 1 Storm. There's 1 High Templar on the back line. Denies +1. Takes down the Forge. And Astray, he's in danger. He's in trouble. He needs time. He needs time for these Storms. There we go. Crazy Army. Oh my god, massive Storm. That's what he needed. That's all he needed. He's done it. Astray, he holds. GG gets called. And Astray, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, a very, very close game there. Bunny, I mean, again, he kind of stumbled his way into the all-in and it fell on its face. He had to back off, had to build up for another timing instead. And he had some very nice target firing, focusing down those High Templar, avoiding the initial Storms, but towards the end, just couldn't avoid all of them. Astray, he held, he survived. Takes game 1. GG. GG, well played. Australia does take a lead. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. We'll see if the series ends here and now, or if Bunny can force the ace match. Let's go. Bunny's build is crazy. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was very chaotic. I wasn't too convinced by it initially, I'll be honest. But here we go. Here we go. As we're getting into our next game, we're loading into Ultra Love. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back, we'll see if he can recover and force the ace match. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Whew. Representing himself, currently teamless but deserving to be on the team, it is Estrella. We go. We go. So we're calming down, we're opening up. Estrella moving on with his probe scouts, going for a standard opener. Likewise, Bunny going for a single gas. So Rax expand, economic opener this time out of Bunny. Slowing things down. Bunny, he will expand. And he will have a more delayed factory this time. As a reminder, last game it was Reaper Hellion into Widowmine drop into Tank Banshee. It was crazy. Into Cloak Banshee. That's what the double gas led into. This time faster CC and Estrella just being as annoying as possible. Ooh, he will attempt to delay, but not for too long. Like maybe 1 second. Maybe one. Gotta play like Clem. These 2-base all-ins don't work anymore. Protoss doesn't know how to deal with them. That's not true. Clem actually just died to a 2-base all-in the other day. 2-base all-ins, they're all the craze nowadays. I look to GSL this season. GSL season 1. That was a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. Likewise, that's what Clem is doing as well, against Max. He does vary it up, to be fair. Clem does vary it up. But amongst the Korean Terrans, it's very trendy. The Korean Terrans, it's very, very in meta right now to go for 2-base all-ins. Referring to players like Bunny, Byun, Kyor, Gumiho, Maru. So it's very in vogue. I mean, hey, you got cured to the ace match against Hero in that best of 7. True. As behind this, we are just building up. Estrella taking his third base. So far, I believe going 2-gate blink. No, 3. Sorry. 3-gate blink Stalker into a third. So very safe and economic start here by Estrella. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. 3-gate blink into a third. This is what Estrella went for last game as well. So 2 games in a row, same build. Very solid. Meanwhile, Bunny back at home going into his own 1-1-1 into earlier Tech Labs. Tech Lab on the factory, Tech Lab on the starport. Oh, bit of a misclick. Calm down. Bunny punishing that tech lab. And from here, we should be going into tank production. Yeah, tank production is on the way, and Raven as well. Nothing crazy. This time, there's no early Banshee play. There's no cloak. This time, more standard. Mine drop is coming in. And there's only a single Widow Mine, so not very dedicated. This is only designed to scout. This is not meant to get damage done. There we go. Gets eyes on the third base timing, on the gateways. So now Bunny knows. Now he's aware of the 3-gate blink. Is aware. Does pull away. And back at home, we just have a standard setup. Just a very standard setup here. Just building up. Stim is on the way. As you see Australia pushing in, going for the SCVs, not bad. Again, he has no intention to break his opponent, but does get 3 SCV kills. Very nice control. Astray, he does not lose a single Stalker. Very nice. So 3 SCVs does pull away. Behind this, working towards the Bay. As we saw in the previous game, as we've seen in many TVPs today, and even yesterday as well, it is very, as we were saying, how it's very trendy and very kind of meta right now for a lot of 2-base all-ins from Terran in this matchup. That is true. It's also very trendy to go into Blink Stalker into Storm. But here we have Australia once again going into Colossus. Okay. Is going for the Colossus as a follow-up. Not Storm, not this time. And again, this is a little bit more old school. I mean, I say old school. This is like this is very 2024. It's very 8 months ago. But still viable, of course. Still viable. Straight picking in. Meanwhile, Bunny does move out. Behind this, he's expanding. Bunny, he's not all in. He's just applying pressure. Pushing out. Stim is done. +1. Combat shields. Rotating over towards the third base. Stray keeping up. Nice force fields. Looks down a couple of Marines, but the tanks do siege. Massive is going up. Bunny quite committed. Bunny is just rallying everything across the map. He does expand, but he's hoping for damage. As the Colossus is on the way. Force Field's trying to lock him in. Picks up a couple of Marines. Once again, very nice Force Fields, very nice control. Astray bleeding out 2 Stalkers. And the Colossus has arrived. Again, he's just buying time for the Colossus. The base is getting very low. Can he get the expansion? Barely will not. Oh, I started firing the Colossus. Oh my god. Yeah, massive shots on the Colossus. And Astray, he might not have enough here. Yeah, Colossus is going to be targeted down. Massive pickup. Colossus goes down. And Bunny, he has done it. He has broken through. He didn't even need a third. He didn't even need it. I mean, it would have helped if he didn't have it. As the third base is broken. 12 probe kills. And Astray, he just barely does not have enough. Bunny, just keep on pushing forward. It's like, guys, look, it's not a 2-base all-in. Cohopium. Likewise, Kite's back, shuts down all the Zealots. Stalkers are exposed. And Astray, he has nothing left. Behind this, there's nothing left. Of course, there's no Storm. The Colossus was targeted down. Likewise, pushing forward, catching out all the Stalkers. And you can see how vulnerable the Colossus is to these tank pushes. To these 2-base tank pushes specifically. As they're just targeted down immediately. GG gets called. Bunny, he will tab the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. I feel like this also shows why Colossus as a follow-up did kind of fall out of fashion, especially pre-charge. It's just, you are quite vulnerable here to those tanks, to those Marauders, to that early game aggression. Colossus openers are amazing against really heavy Marine compositions, but once we get into tanks, once we get into Marauders like that, I mean, it didn't really do much. The Colossus were a non-factor. And with that, GG. We're going to the ace match. We are going to game 3. And game 3 is going to be on Tokamak. Oh boy. Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rush distance by ground, more defendable as well. I would say that if Estrella were to open up Colossus, this would be a better map for it, but we'll see. We'll see what he goes for. If he goes Colossus, if he goes Storm, if he goes into earlier charge, which also wasn't done this game. We'll find out. Looks like our players need some time. All good. Again, it's been an intense series and an intense broadcast. We're also kind of nearing the end. As we are going to be wrapping up. Yeah, we're wrapping up all of our matches. Looks like we have the final matches confirmed for the mainstream as well. I believe they're covering Solo versus Trigger into Hero versus Mana or Rogue. Which means we can follow this. Huh, okay. Because of what the mainstream is covering, we can follow the winner of this series into Classic. And cover that series. Okay, let's go. That's the plan. We commit. Welcome in. Here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Falcons, tying up the series 1-1. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Estrella. We go. But again, 2-base aggression is the name of the game here. It's what we're expecting out of Bunny, as he's done so 2 games in a row. Different builds, of course, and different styles, but 2-base nonetheless. And Estrella, hello, opening up with a pylon on the low ground. Okay, with a proxy pylon. With this, should be going for a gateway, and I would imagine opening up 2 gates, and the goal here would be to punish an economic opener. Now, a couple of things are happening. First things first, welcome to Tokamak. If you remember, we just spoke about this. We spoke about how this map is more of a macro map. It's known for longer macro games. The reason for this is that it is a longer rush distance by ground, also more defendable 3rd and 4th. It is a more defendable setup here. So Estrella, he's expecting an economic opener. He's expecting a Rax expand, and he gambles well. What do we see? 1 gas. 1 gas here out of Bunny. So this is a good read by Estrella. He confirms. Estrella, he confirms. And this means there's going to be a CC on the low ground, and with this proxy gateway, the goal here is to punish the low ground CC, to delay, and maybe even force a cancel. Zealot's on the way. Zealot, it's on the way from back at home, so we're going to be rallying the Zealot across the map, and this gateway finishes up just in time with the Cyber Core, and you can make the Stalker. It should be a Stalker here, and then an Adept back at home. The Adept can shade across to get across the map faster. So hyper aggression out of Estrella. Cybercore is still just now finishing, and then we can make that Stalker. There it is. Stalker's on the way, being chronoed as we speak. And again, the goal is to... He scouts! Bunny, he scouts. He finds this. He does find the gateway. He's now aware of what's going on. And we have seen players... Yeah, cancel. You just cancel. You cannot save this. You cannot save the CC. So quick cancel, quick response. Bunny, with the cancellation, with the refund, he's able to afford the bunker. Bunker's on the way. And so just a good reaction here from Bunny. This could have been so much worse for him. Alas, if he had only scouted this as it was hitting his natural base, there would have been no bunker. There would have been a delayed reaction. The army would have been out in the open. Estrella still trying to make this work. Behind this does expand. Oh, nice snipe. Nice snipe. Takes down the Stalker. Bunny does pull away. Does pull away. Behind this, we're taking him into Twilight Council, and we are just getting into a longer macro game. Okay, we're calming down. From here, we are going to be calming down. Australia building up back at home. Bunny going to be opening up a Banshee. Cloak Banshee, let's go. Cloak Banshee on the way. Now, it is not uncommon for a Protoss player, especially with this kind of setup, to delay their robo and delay detection. And we have seen games end, just straight up end, with a Cloak Banshee arriving with there being 0 detection. So I'm a little bit concerned here for Australia. A little bit concerned. We'll see if he takes a third base or if he gets a robo first. I'm hoping for a faster robo, but after the opener, he might feel pressured to get a faster expansion. We'll see. So we're keeping up with the Reaper. Reaper gets a full scouts. And it's my greatest fear here for Max Angel. What do we have? Third base. Third base before the robo. Right now, 0 detection. 0 detection here for Australia. How long are we going to go without a robo? That's my biggest concern. Banshee's on the way. Cloak is almost done. It's almost ready. No. And here comes that Banshee. Is revealed. Robo's on the way at the natural. Shield battery as well. Banshee does hit the mineral line. Cloak is revealed, and probes are going to be going down. There's going to be brutal damage. At the same time, Australia's across the map. He has to get into the main. He has to do something. There's Cloak. Cloak Banshee defends, and Cloak Banshee attacks. And again, 0 mining at the natural. 1 base economy for Australia. This is brutal. Yeah, probes are falling left and right. 9 and 10 probe kills. Pulling away. Looking for another. And there's still no detection, by the way. The robo is still not done. And again, this is something that happens in TVP. Again, as I mentioned, it's not uncommon for a robo to be delayed for this long. Straight back into the main. He has to get something done as Astray is behind. Takes down the add-on. Cloak Banshee does defend once again, forcing back the army. So that was brutal damage. 10 probes and lost mining time. With that, Bunny's breaking out. He does break out. More Banshees are amassing. And with that, he's moving out towards the third. He wants that third base. Behind this, expanding, getting a third CC. Doesn't pull the boys, doesn't commit into an all-in. But regardless, very dedicated, and Astray, he misses the move out. He completely misses the move out. Not like this. As the tank is setting up. Going for the third. Astray, he has to race back home. Can he collapse on this army? I think he can. Yeah, he's going for it. Gets one tank, but oh, he gets punished. He gets punished for the blink. And Bunny, he'll break the third base. He has done it. He's going to break the third, and he can just keep pushing from here. He should just back up, though. Takes down the third base. Goes to the pylon. From here, he can retreat. And this is worth it for Bunny. Astray, he's hurting. Nice catch. Takes down the tank. Takes down the tank. Tries to kite back. Still brutal losses. Decent flank here, but once again, Stalkers are going down. Oof. Losses that Astray just cannot afford. And Bunny at this point is just rallying. He's just rallying across the map. He can just go for the kill. He can once again go for the expansion. Stim is done in 5 seconds. And Bunny has no reason to back up. No reason. Going for the expansion. Going for the third. Stalkers, they try to dive in. And they will take down the tank at least. Not bad. Takes down the tank, cleans up. He will save the base. Boys are being pulled, but oh god, it's still a brutal trade. Bunny stims across the map. That was still the best fight that the Stray could have hoped for. Oh god. Blinks in. Hey, takes down both Marauders. Takes down the Marauders. As Bunny just keeps on stimming. And he does catch the Immortal. And again, a Stray, he's just barely hanging on. He's trying to hold. Bunny still just rallying. Just parade pushing across the map. He knows how close he is to breaking Estrella. He's so close. And there we go, the boys are being pulled. The final fight. What am I, Zoo Burrow? Mine's just going to be going off. They cripple the economy. They catch out the Observer. And he will get the base. He will get the expansion. Again, tournament life on the line. It all came down to this game. It all came down to the ace match. And Bunny's done it. He will continue his run, takes out the Stalkers, 1 Stalker left, 0 Stalkers left. Oh, never mind. We have Warpins. We have some reinforcements. The boys are being pulled once again, but GG gets called. The writing is on the wall, and Bunny, he will take the series 2-1, knocking Estrella out of DreamHack and advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Nice scouting out of Bunny. If you remember, Bunny, he did scout the initial proxy gateway. He shut it down real fast and real quick, or I should say he responded very nicely, canceling the CC and building up on the high ground, coming out in a better position. Likewise, he responded with Cloak Banshee. Unfortunately, Astray, he never scouted. He never saw the Cloak Banshee, and he was caught with his pants down. He went for a 3rd Nexus before the Robo, which again is not uncommon. Like it happens quite often, quite regularly. As he was being a little bit more greedy, he was trying to catch up economically after the fumbled start, and it did mean that he had 0 detection. And the Banshees, they set up Bunny for success. They killed 10 workers, they forced Estrella on a 1-base economy, they also defended back at home. Bunny took a lead. He took a massive lead from that moment, and he just ran with it. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Bunny. He will advance on to the next round, to the next series, to a best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. And again, we are going to be following Bunny into that next match. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, as the bracket has been progressing and the bracket is almost wrapped up. Let's refresh everything. Let us refresh, but here we go. As you can see here, we have a Bunny. He already eliminated Björn, he eliminated Percival, and now he eliminated Astray as well. And up next, it's barely off screen there, but we have Classic. Classic is going to be... Oh, actually, can I do this? Yeah. Oh. There, you can see Classic there is just barely off screen. Classic, he was waiting for the winner series for the winner in a best of 5, and that's up next. Classic versus Bunny in a best of 5 qualifying match. Let's go. And again, we are going to be covering that. We're going to be covering that series, covering that match. And again, my condolences to Astray. He did really well. He did really well for himself. He had a really strong performance. And I can definitely see him beating Bunny. 100%. I can see him taking that series. It was very close, very clutch. In the end, it does go the way of Bunny, though. Meanwhile, when it comes to other qualifying matches, Hero versus Rogue, I believe Hero versus Rogue is going to be on the mainstream. I believe Solar versus Trigger is currently on the mainstream as well. Meanwhile, what's happening in bracket A? We have... Shin versus Creator is still ongoing into Showtime. Okay. I would hope that Steadfast is on that. He was on the Mana series. It was on the Mana series. As those, I mean, as there are best of 5, so there's longer matches. Trigger and Soul is still going at it. We'll follow you into Classic. Let's have a look. Sorry, just missing some of the other casters. Just coordinating what's happening. But yes, so Bunny versus Classic. Bunny versus Classic is going to be our next series. That's going to be up next here on the channel. Just making sure that we catch all of the players. Beautiful, beautiful. But yes, once the players are ready, then we will be jumping into our best of 5 qualifying match. Otherwise, just catching up in the chat. Is there any renovate today? Yes. Yes, 2 matches. Trigger beat Solar. They're still mid-series. They're still mid-series. Trigger and Solar still facing off. But yes, for now we're going to be going on a short break. So take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water. When we come back, we'll have Bunny versus Classic in that best of 5. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I apologize for the delays, but the players, they did need some time to get their setups up and running. Vetoes are done, and now we are here with our first qualifying match. Here we go. This is a best of 5 to determine who will make it through into the playoff bracket to compete tomorrow, or in tomorrow's broadcast. In that top 8, here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of 5. As a reminder, as some people are mentioning in the chat, yes, Trigger versus Solar is currently in a best of 5 as well. They're on the main stream, and after that series, I believe the main stream are going to be covering another match as well. I believe they're going to be covering Hero versus the winner of Mana and Rogue, which I think that series is already concluded. The Mana and Rogue series, I mean, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's gonna be Rogue took down Mana 2-0. It's gonna be Hero versus Rogue on the main stream afterwards. It's gonna be on the main stream. When it comes to Steadfast, I believe he should be covering the winner of Shin, Creator, and Showtime. Like they should be all facing off, and I would imagine that that Steadfast is gonna be all over those matches. I would imagine. But now that we're going to be settling in. Once again, Bunny, he was hyper aggressive last series. I mean, I say last series. In general, a lot of the Korean Terran players have been indulging in non-stop 2-base all-ins and 2-base play. I would imagine that will continue in this series as well. You can see Classic just being as annoying as possible. The CC is going to be thrown down. Economic opener out of Bunny. Racks expand. Economic opener out of our Terran player. Likewise, Classic back at home going for the gate. Cyber expand. Standard opener out of Classic. Economic start out of Bunny. As we calm down and embrace another TVP. We've been casting a lot of TVPs this weekend. It's a lot of Terran versus Protoss. Aye. Non-stop. Non-stop. But now we have our Raxar 1-1-1 follow-up here from the side of Bunny. Reaper moves in. Looking at scouts, so we're going to pick up any stray units, any stray probes, but is going to be turned away by the Adept. Oh, meanwhile, I assumed 1-1-1. That is a Rax before Starport. Hyper aggression here out of Bunny. We'll see if this is going to be a 2-1-1, so second Rax into a Starport, or a second Rax into a third Rax into a heavy stim timing. Yep, there it is, third Rax. Third Rax on the way. This screams 2-base all in. This screams 2-base play at least. There are variations of this where you pull the boys, where you commit into an eBay +1, you skip the Starport entirely. Meanwhile, nice delay here on the CC. One SCV goes down. He takes down the Marine. Takes down the Marine, gets one SCV, and he's going for another. But the last CC does complete, and they are safe. Workers are safe. Oh my god, Reaper goes down. This one Adept. Calm down. The one Adept takes down the Marine, the Reaper, and the SCV. Ay. Once again, moving forward. Oh. Zoning back the army. Stalker has arrived, and before Bunny can really get into this build, I mean, he's being shot down. 2 SCVs, 0 mining at the mineral line. Reaper, Marine as well. Cyclone is halfway done. Until then, there's 0 mining at the natural. 0 whatsoever. There is no economy. And Classic have a very strong start. Just not allowing Bunny to really get into his own build. Meanwhile, there's that Stim. Remember, we did mention 3 Racks before Starport. Early Stim, early push. But we need an economy. We need that natural. Bunny does break out. Does break out behind this. Classic claiming a third base. I believe 2 Gate Blink. No, sorry, 3. 3 Gate Blink Stalker into a third. A very economic build here by Classic. Very safe. I should say safe and economic. From the side of our Protoss player. Hallucination Scout is denied. Classic, he's going for another Scout. So far, Classic, he doesn't see anything in the main. He needs to confirm. Does need to confirm what's going on. We have a Captain of Hair and a Captain of Fish. We have a lot of captains. Yes, we have. They are the captains now. As Hallucination does slip by. There we go, he gets a full scout. Confirms. No Starport confirms. 3 Raxes. So Classic is now aware how much danger he's in. We need gateways. Gateways are on the way. There we go. Massive gateway explosion. 4 more gates in production. 5 more gates. That's going to be a 7-gate setup. Oh my god, getting up to 8. and going to charge. Charge, honestly, a very safe follow-up here. No robo, charge instead. Zealots are designed to shut down early game aggression and early game tank pushes. Speaking of, 1, 2, soon to be 3 tanks with this move out. And we'll see if we pull the boys. Regardless, 2 base all in. 2 base all in at a bunny. Let's go. Classic knocking down the tower. Oh my god. He will delay. Knocks down the tower. Great way here to slow down the all in. Ay, ay, ay. Classic, calm down. And here go the boys. As we mentioned, 2 base all in. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing for a bunny. Marines are being targeted down. Force fields on the way. Making it through this bridge. It's not going to be easy. And once again, Classic is buying time for what? For charge. Oh. Army seems fast. Takes down both sentries. Nice pickoffs. Both sentries going down, but the Marines, they pay the price. So many Marines do fall. Nice kiting here from Classic. Does kite away. Does blink back. Does blink back. Catching up more Marines. The slow are moving in, but again, they're slow. Charge is still not done. We're still 10 seconds away. 10 more seconds. Tank does siege. Tanks again within range. Bunkers are on the way as well, but there's not that many Marines left over. And you can see Classic getting ready for the flank, getting ready for the surround. Here we go. Charge is complete. He goes for it. He goes for the kill. Blinks in. He gets 1. Takes down 1 tank. Takes down 2. Takes down all 3. All 3 tanks go down. GG gets called. Classic, he shuts down the all-in. And Classic takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A very intense game number 1, and again, just really ingenious moves at a Classic when it comes to slowing down Bunny. Even from the beginning, we had the early Adept harass into the early Stalker harass, delaying the CC, sniping SCVs, keeping Bunny on 1 base economy, delaying the all-in because of that as a result. Likewise, knocking down the tower as well, just buying so much time for charge. Very nicely done there by Classic, and with that, Classic takes the lead. Is up 1-0 in the series, but that was merely only game 1. Now it's time for game number 2. Gonna be jumping into game 2. We are jumping into our second game. And game 2 is going to be on Incorporeal. Now, when it comes to this map, this is a larger map of the map. Well, we didn't really get to mention it, but Ultra Love is known for all-ins, is known for more aggressive play. Incorporeal, less so. It is a larger map in the map pool. I would say the all-ins are going to be a little bit less effective on this map, but here we go. Also, big shout out to Isaiah007. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Oh, sorry, with regular Twitch. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft as we are jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover and make a series out of this. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Representing Virtus Pro, it is Classic. Here we go. As we are opening up, we are settling in. And welcome one and all to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is one of the larger maps in the map pool, a longer rush distance by ground. Because of that, I'm not too fond of the idea of going for an all-in here. So we'll see how Bunny will adjust. We shall see. As the probe is moving out to scout and to ideally delay and disrupt the low ground. The expansion. Yo, shout out to Erythius in the chat. Yo, I didn't see Erythius in the brackets in DreamHack. What's going on? Where was my Erythius? Aye. It's an NA player who was very active back in the day. Much more active. Nowadays, I'm sure a little bit. I'm sure. Erythius. As now, we do see that Classic, he is denied delaying the expansion, and Bunny will expand on the low ground. Does expand. Bunny setting up. He's going to be setting up a safety bunker on low ground. If you recall last game, he did skip the bunker. He was punished for it. This time he's playing safe. This time he's playing it safe. He was punished previously. Not again. Not anymore. Not this time. Bunker is on the way. Behind this classic, going for a standard opener. Gate, cyber expand. Going for a second choice. A Twilight Council is on the way. Into blink, into a third base. We're expecting 3-gate blink at a classic. We could even go 2-gate blink just because of the map itself. We'll see how confident classic is feeling. Meanwhile, Bunny back at home going to zone 111. This time you can see there's no fast second racks. If you remember, the reason why we were freaking out last game is because Bunny did go for a second and third racks before the starport. He actually never made a starport. It was not one. This just wasn't one. Here though, building up, getting into reactored wood mine production, into reactored wood mine drop. This time a much more standard build out of Bunny. No major signs of aggression yet. Nothing yet. Aliens are being repaired. Go Bunny takes the ace match. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. So we got plenty of games. But yes. Regardless, I do hope to see a back and forth. I want to see a series between these two players. Bearing in mind, this is a qualifying match. And here we go. The mine drop is on the way. Quadruple mine drop. Much more dedicated. Into add-on swap, into tank production. Bunny is making his way in. Hellions are zoned away. Mine drops towards the natural. Stalks in position. And the Medevac is going to be targeted down. Ooh, brutal pickup. Medevac does fall. Widow Mines there trying to waddle in. They're going to be targeted down. Oh, Widow Mine falls. There's 2 mines left. 2 mines remaining. Oh, down to 1. Not a single shot going. Oh, God. Oh, God. Bunny. Things are going dire here for our Terran player. Not a single shot connects. Medevac goes down. Hellions are zoned away. And Classic, he shuts it. Classic. Bunny just wants to play some StarCraft. Like, what's it? Oh my God. Ay. My shot goes off, I believe, on the hallucination. Classic has lost nothing so far. 0 losses. Takes down the Hellion. Shutting down the Hellion for Widow Mines. The Medevac as well. Very impressive play here at a classic, as he is following this up with a gateway explosion. Charge is on the way as to be expected. Charge into Colossus. So no forge. I'm sorry, there is one. My apologies. So +1 charge into Colossus production as a follow-up. This is a standard follow-up here out of classic, not going into storm. Into +1 and Colossus. Wasn't one to make the trip to Texas. It's okay. Much love, man. Much love. No. So far, Raven Harasser into the mineral line. Oh. Has yet to kill a probe, by the way. Stalkers, they poke in. They run into the tank. Observer going to be zoned away. Still 0 losses for Classic. Meanwhile, we do see a Bunny building up on 2 bases, getting to zone 311. From here, we should be expanding. Does salvage, he breaks out. This is going to be quite dedicated, quite committed. I believe this is the same setup that Bunny had when he pushed out against Estrella in the ace match. Look at the timing here. We have stim, we have combat shields, we have +1. A very strong timing here from Bunny. As he does break out. Colossus is about to pop though. And there's that 3rd CC. 3rd CC's on the way. Auto shots are dealt with. Bunny moving in. And it's on Classic to throw this down. Slow this down. There we go. He's got his Colossus. He has force fields. He's ready. The army is set. Oh. Does kite back. Classic misreading the rotation here. Okay. Bunny rotate towards the left-hand side. Classic responds. Out of position. Classic racing over. Charge is done. Collapsing in the army. Locks down some of the bio. Classic control pulls away those zealots. Just buying more time for extra war pins. Getting ready for a flank. Unloading the mine positioning here to try to deter that. Anti-armor missile does go up. And Classic does catch reinforcements. Marines Marauders going to be going down. And he's getting ready for the surround. Oh. Yeah, he's going for it. Does collapse in. Blinks on the tanks. He gets one, he gets two. Both tanks go down instantly. Decent mine connection, but there's not enough here. Yeah, there's not enough here. Classic, he breaks out from here. He can just snowball at control. He can counterattack. Shuts down the bio, shuts down the Marauders. And Classic, he can just keep pushing. Oh! Decent mine connections. But GG gets called. Yeah, there's nothing left here. And Classic, he shuts down Bunny and takes a 2-0 lead. GG. That was an impressive game. that was crazy. Classic. Oh my god. Like, game one was solid, don't get me wrong, but game two, that was almost on another level here. Classic being able to shut down the early aggression, the early drop play. Once again, able to buy some time. Sure, Bunny, he was able to gain some ground, that is true, but he was still very dedicated on two bases. As you mentioned, I believe that was the same build that we saw from Bunny against Estrella. Oh. I believe that was the same build. Here we go. We're getting to game 3. But again, this time, the rush distance by ground is longer and incorporeal, so it took a lot longer for the army to get across map, more time for Classic to respond. Likewise, very nice force fields. Again, just really patient play, buying more time, getting more zealots. Here we go. We're getting to our next game. Here we go. We're getting into game number 3, and I'm hoping that we have a back and forth. I'm hoping that we make a series out of this, but the pressure is on. And spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom, on the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. Here we go. As we are settling into game number 3. And again, the pressure is on. See, chat, Bunny always felt like he had it, but in big moments, not as much. I mean, Bunny, he's a really good player. He's really solid. I would say that right now, the meta is in a really weird place in TVP. I don't know if you noticed, but it isn't just Bunny, Cure, Maru. They are all playing a lot of 2-base all-ins. There's amongst the Korean Terran players, even Gumiho as well. If you've been watching GSL this season, season 2 qualifiers and season 1, most of season 1, and of course the online tournaments as well, online weeklies. In this matchup, there's just been a lot of 2-base all-ins, a lot of 2-base all-in play. From the side of our Terran players. And Classic, like, he's obviously been in the thick of it, right? Like, in the Korean scene, like Classic and Hero, I would say they are looking at their strongest right now against that sort of style. Still works, don't get me wrong. Like, we still see players like Showtime and MaxPax and some of these other Protoss players fall to it, and as well as Classic and Hero, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, again, Cure versus Hero went all the way to game 7, right? And Cure, he was playing nothing but 2-base all-ins. Like, even Hero was struggling, but again, like, they're very much so well versed against this kind of play. And here in this specified Bunny, he is struggling. He is struggling that much more. And we'll see if he does take a different approach. If he does go for something more macro-oriented. For now, standard opener. Do have our standard opener. Economic start, ranks expand here into a more delayed factory from the side of Bunny. Likewise, Classic moving out. Does move out. Twilight Council open out of Classic. Does open Twilight Council. I mean, again, there's a reason why Classic is one of the best Proto Splitters in the world right now. I think let's say top 3. Like Hero, Max, Classic. I think you can make an argument that Classic is top 3. I say argument because obviously Showtime is a really good player for sure, 100%. For sure. As we have a blink on the way. How many gates so far? 2 gate blink out of Classic. Into his third. So for the first time this series, this is a very greedy build out of Classic. Every game so far, game 1 and game 2, it's been 3 gate blink. 3 gate blink into a third base. This time 2 gateways, so there's less stalkers, there's less warpins, less army. Oh, as the Hellion does go for the dive, does get in, gets a full scout. Do you see what I see? Second racks. Second racks on the way, but that's after the starport, so this is more of a standard opener. 1-1-1 into a 3-rack setup. So far, so good. Here comes the mine drop. As Bunny's making his way into the main. Bunny gonna pull out the one base Thor memes. It's gonna pull a Quanta. Let's go. Double armory quad Thor drop. Let's go. As Blink is done. Oh, shuts down the medevac. Barely does escape. Let's go. 2 pro kills as well. A much better start this time for Bunny. Partially because there are less stalkers, of course. Less DPS because there are less gateways. So nicely done. Bunny does get away. Behind this, getting into his own 3-1-1 setup. Getting into early stim. Stim is being prioritized. Tanks are amassing. And we'll see what Bunny does with this stim timing. So we're going for the add-on swap. Again, no more tank production. Just 2 tanks. 2 tanks into heavy Marine and Marauder production. +1 is halfway done at this point. And we'll see how hard Bunny can hit. Likewise, Classic is enjoying a greater economy. He's already on 3 base saturation into +1 in charge. Colossus production has already begun. Ooh, an earlier Bay this time at a Classic, so earlier Colossus. And we're gearing up. Now, does Bunny pull the boys with this? It's possible. Let's go. Here comes the move out. Again, just really early stim. Stim finishes by the time the army gets across the map. Here we go. It is go time. We were just discussing how currently the meta of TVP, there's just been a lot of 2-way solo in play. That's what we're seeing here. Bunny breaks out. Stim 10 seconds away. So just rallying everything across the map. It's all or nothing. Bunny, he does not pull the boys. Moving in nonetheless. Classic charge is done, but alas, the army size here is a little bit lacking. Tanks, they will siege. Uh-oh. And Classic late to respond. Late to get on top of this. Bunny, solid position. Takes down the gateway. Gateway goes down. Free damage on the army. The minefield a little bit too far behind. Mind shots going up, and here come the Zealots, here comes the surround. Yeah, the tanks are falling. Nice target find, but the tanks do go down. The Colossus survives. And Classic, he's holding on. Colossus does pull away to the shield battery. Does pull away. Bunny now expands, throwing down the third CC. And Classic, this time he doesn't quite break out. He's stuck at home. And Bunny, trying to transition. Is trying to. I say trying to because Bunny, that was very committed, and he did bleed out a lot of supply. Did lose a lot of army. Dropping into the main. Classic trying to keep up. Classic not quite in position. There's a recall going for the Bay. And will deny it. And will deny extend thermal lance. Colossus range is denied. Massive pickoff. Oh my god, full medevac goes down. We'll lose a full medevac. Likewise, Bunny just rallying everything into the third. Again, Bunny's still hyper aggressive. At the same time, Classic going for a Zealot run by, getting to the mineral lines. SCV's going to be going down. And Bunny's forced back. And Bunny is forced back home. 4 SCV kills. Classic, he breaks out. We have somewhat of a back and forth. And we'll see if Bunny can stabilize. He's not there yet. It's a terrifying army. 2 Colossus. Remember, there's 0 tanks, but there are some Vikings. Wouldn't mind go down. There are 6 Vikings so far. But the sword count's quite high. Cell trouble into the main. Catching reinforcements. Classic moving in. Picks off those widow mines. They tend to go down. No shots going up. SVs, they restrict the middle line as well in the main. And the boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing here for Bunny. Can he hold on? Now there's 3 Colossus. Down to 2. Vikings, nice target firing. They do focus on the Colossus. There's 1 Colossus left. And Bunny's holding. Bunny does hold on, but at the cost of 40 SCVs. The Zealots, yeah, they still wreak havoc. GG gets called. 40 SCVs go down. Classic and Snowball's out of control. And Classic, he will take the series 3-0. Advancing on and qualifying for the round of 8. GG. GG, well played. Again, Bunny was hyper aggressive. He was more successful here this time, but unfortunately it was still not quite enough. He lost too much when it came to his push, so he was vulnerable back at home. He tried his best to keep Classic busy, but Classic eventually broke out. He broke free from his contain, broke free from his chains, and Bunny wasn't ready for it. He wasn't ready back at home. He just did not have enough to hold on to survive. Had a high Viking count, but the ground army was lacking. GG. The Zealot weapons were brutal as well, just pulling Bunny apart. And with that, congratulations to Classic, and my condolences to Bunny, as Bunny is knocked out of DreamHack. Bunny is out. Classic is in. Okay. And we are setting up here, and what is up next is the question. So with that, we are wrapping up a lot of our matches. Oh no, we just missed the lobby. No, we barely just missed it. But we know what we want. So first things first, let's catch up on the bracket here. Okay, so we do see Rogue versus Hero is currently on the mainstream. Rogue versus Hero is going to be in the mainstream. Meanwhile, we do have Classic confirmed. He has made it through into the main event. I've wanted to tune into Shin versus Showtime. That's going to be covered by Steadfast. He's currently in game number 2. Shin is up 1-0 against Showtime. So Shin is up in the series. And I believe we already wrapped up Solar versus Trigger. What happened in that series, by the way? What happened between Trigger and Solar? I know into the ace match. Who made it through? Who made it? Let's find out. Solar, no. Trigger was so close, but Solar, he makes it through into the top 8. So Solar, he makes it through Group D, and of course Classic makes it through Group C. So we have Classic and Solar, they've both made it through. We have 2 matches left, Hero versus Rogue that just began over the mainstream, and we have Showtime versus Shin, which is mid-series. As is mid-series. So we may as well catch up on the mainstream. What's going on? Jushin versus... Okay. Beautiful. We are catching up. They just began game number 2. Let's go. Let us jump in. Bam. Okay, beautiful. Sorry, just letting our lovely casters know what's going on. Beautiful. Just letting them know, here we go. We are jumping into game number 2. So we missed out on game 1. If you're in the chat and if you're watching the mainstream, let us know. Let us know what happened between Hero and Rogue in game number 1 as we're here in game number 2. So far, it looks like standard openers will welcome one and all to Persephone. Hero does open up Stargate opener out of Hero. Meanwhile, Rogue was forced to take the unnatural natural. Now, welcome to Persephone. Persephone, this is a map that is known for aggression, known for all-ins. Sorry, I shouldn't say all-in. Just known for aggression, known for aggressive builds. Just because of the shorter rush distance by ground. And we'll see how aggressive Rogue is going to be. Alongside Hero. Goes both ways. As I said, the shorter rush distance is nice. Pick up, getting one probe. Oh, doesn't quite get the other. But nice pick up nonetheless here out of Rogue. Now, if you're familiar with Rogue's style, and of course it's a best of 5. Alright, I should also fix that up on the stream, on the channel. Should also fix that up. Hero versus Rogue. But Rogue, he's very much, when he thrives and when he's at his strongest, Rogue, he is in the late game, in Lurker Tech. If he's able to get to Lurker Tech, that's where he can thrive, that's where he can look at his best. We'll see if he can get there. Twisted Minds 1-0. But if you saw game 1, I'd love to know what happened. Would love to know. As Hero is going to be taking his third base, we do see Rogue massing up some Lings. His goal here should be to delay the third. As he does pick up a probe, not bad. Probe goes down, Lings, they slip in. The wall's not a wall. Hero. As Hero is racing back, again a lot of chaos. No major damage, but at least does scout the main. And is just causing some havoc here in the bases of Hero. Behind this, Rogue is droning. What we're really looking for here is an Evo Chamber. We're looking for an Evo Chamber or a Roach Warren from the side of Rogue. One or the other. Or even a fast lair. Just waiting to see what his gas is going to be spent on. Meanwhile, standard follow-up out of Hero. So Stargate opener into Triple Oracle, into a third base, into +1 and Blink. As that's a Forge and Twilight Council. So should be +1 Blink Stalkers. Hero, he's very standard when it comes to his openers. He can be very aggressive with his Blink, don't get me wrong. He can be very aggressive. I mean, again, Hero, he's the best player, best Protoss player in the world. He's expected to go far. He's expected at least. As there it is, Evo Chamber. So we can see on the production tab, Evo Chamber's on the way, so that should be for +1 melee. We do have our lair as well. Earlier when I was saying that Rogue, he thrives when it comes to Lurker Tech, he's very fond of going into Ling Hydra and then rushing into a fast Infestation Pit. He's very fond of that, but I don't really know how well that style would work on Persephone, I'll be honest. But regardless, Rogue does skip his Roach Warren. So again, Ling Hydra, yep, +1 melee, because of the early Evo Chamber into Ling Hydra. This is the go-to to get into the mid-game. And from here, the question becomes, does Rogue saturate his 4th, or does he tech up, saturate the 4th base, and tech up into Lurker Tech? Or does he not saturate the 4th and just double down on 3 bases? Oh, we have another answer, though. Going for the Spire. Let's go. Lings are trying to force their way in. The probes are falling, but alas, so far, Hero is holding on. I spoke too soon. Stalker's under fire. Oracle's a race back home. And the Lings are dealt with. Nice defense. What's important though is that Rogue is buying time. He's buying time. He's distracting Hero. And getting to the Spire, getting to Mutas. He's getting into Muta tech. Just double checking. This is bracket B. I can get rid of this, I think. This and this and this. There we go. Beautiful. Nice denial. Yeah, here he does nice. Does recall back home in time. Whew. Again, these nice pickles here, these nice moves out of Hero, but alas, he still does not know about the Spire. Behind this, Blink is on the way, of course. Storm is on the way. Oh, is the Oracle taking a lot of hits? Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by Hero. He assumed he was safe. But you can see Hero's taking him into Sky Toss, going for the Fleet Beacon. Muta production has begun. Nice catch on the Hydras. There are 9 Mutas on the way. And unscattered Mutas, they can get out of hand. They can get out of control. Zero pulls away, healing up at the healing pad. Let's go. Topping up those Stalkers. Again, that's one of the big features here of Persephone. It doesn't fully top up, but somewhat. As Mutas, there's 6 Mutas on the way. That is enough to one-shot workers. Is enough to one-shot. As Mutas, they peel off towards the left-hand side. I believe they're headed into the main. Tempest production has begun, but that's not going to help. Again, the main base is exposed. No shield battery, no cannon. Mutas have arrived. They're going for the mineral line, and probes are going down. We have a couple of Stalkers to respond, but only a couple. Likewise, things they catch up more Stalkers. Hero just getting pulled apart. And Rogue is snowballing out of control. Going for the main, depowering the Stargate. Lings, they hit the right-hand side. And Hero, he just cannot keep up. Not like this. Oh, no. I mean, the Tempest wasn't going to help anyway. The Stargate is depowered. A decent storms, but the High Templar get caught out. Oh my god, jeez, the zoom. Oh my god. We're getting crazy. Yeah, and Rogue has done it. Again, Muta's unscouted their potential at the end of the game, and they are. They're just pulling Hero apart. 18 probe kills. High Templar got sniped. And Rogue, he's doubling down. What's he doing? Making more Mutas. More Mutas are on the way. He did invest in the Hydras, but that was merely a stepping stone into this. Into Mutas. Do they now round of 8 pairings today? They do. Yes. We hear sound from the players? Yes. I don't know if you can note, if you can hear it. If you listen closely, you can actually hear their keyboards. But we do have a mic on the player desk. But meanwhile, yeah, Lings, they just wreak havoc here in the bases. 17, 20 probe kills. The 4th base is going to be going down. And the 4th base is going to fall. And again, Rogue, he's just pulling Hero apart. Hero just cannot keep up. Not anymore. There's no Archons, no Storm, just a handful of Stalkers. And that's not good enough. +1 is now done for the Mutas. +1 is complete. And here is down to 35 probes, barely an economy. There's barely anything left. Yeah, we got a mothership. We're fine. Copium. The mothership has arrived. But it does nothing. Not to the Lings, they just keep flooding in. They keep flooding forward into the mineral line. Cloak gets activated. Rogue is maxed out. From here, Rogue, he can take up into Ultras. That would be his ideal. As he does, they rotate back around. Oof. Going for the mothership. We attempt the slow zone, but alas, there's no saving the mothership. Not like this. Mothership goes down. GG gets called, and Rogue ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. We have a back and forth. Again, GG, well played. Whew. Again, Rogue getting unscattered with those Mutas with that Spire tech. Again, I mean, that's one of the big dynamics here about this matchup. But one of the big features, one of the big aspects, that's probably a better word, aspects, of the matchup is Mutotech is going for the Spire. Because if you don't see it coming ahead of time, then there's no reason to get shield batteries and cannons, no reason to start Phoenixes. If Hero had seen this, he would have been able to shut it down, would have had a much stronger response, but alas, unscattered, cannon the game, can get out of hand real fast and real quick. GG. GG, well played. Now, to be fair, it wasn't just that the Muse got unscattered, but it was really nice movement out of Rogue with his Lings. Just non-stop aggression, hitting the 4th base, the 3rd base, the natural, the main. Rogue heals everywhere. Just all over Hero with that GG. Now, I don't expect to see this again. Actually, it is a best of 5. It is a best of 5, so we might see this one more time later on in the series. But going into a Muta switch and going into a hidden Spire like this is something you want to do only a couple of times in a series. You don't want to rely upon this. So this is a great way to recover and to bounce back from the side of Rogue. But again, I don't expect to see Mutas in the next game. Maybe the game after that, but yeah, we'll see how Rogue does adjust. Does adjust, how he does shake things up. Most of your commentators, yes, so you can hear commentators in the background, but you can also hear the keyboards, you can also hear the players whenever they say something. It does happen from time to time. It happened in a Reynor's match. Can you hear the clicking? Oh. I see. You can hear the clicking in the background. But here we go, jumping in. It's so fast. I'll turn it up so you can hear a little bit better. See that? It's like the mouse clicks and the keyboard. Regardless, spawning in the bottom corner, we do have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Hero. Oh. God, I keep doing that. And in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. It is Rogue for Team Falcons. Likewise here for Twisted Minds. We're settling into game 3. Bearing in mind this is a best of 5. Best of 5, plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Also, I apologize. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. I did not open up the predictions earlier, so my apologies. But yes, you can hear the clicks and the taggers. So now, we'll just see Hero going for its own natural. Just standard opener. Okay, expand into Cybercore. Likewise, Hatchcats pull out of Rogue. And welcome to Tokamak. Now, Tokamak is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Much larger map, longer rush distance by ground. We do expect longer macro games on this map as a result. And if there were a map for Rogue to try to go into Lurker Tech, this would be it. Likewise, this would also be a safer map to take into Spire and into Mutas, but as we saw it in the last game, I don't expect to see it again here. Not yet. Maybe in a game 4, maybe in an ace match, but ideally you don't want to go consecutively into Muta play. Just because Hero is going to be a little more aware to scout for something like that. Especially directly after. Here we go. As we are going to be setting up here at the 3rd. Rogue claiming his 3rd. Stargate opener out of Hero. So let's go with the Stargate into Oracle, as to be expected. We do have extra Lings massing up here for Rogue. Interesting. Once again, the goal here, I would imagine, would be to shut down the Adepts and to maybe threaten the 3rd base. Things are building up, collapsing in, and here he does shade away. Does shade away in time. Rogue trying to hunt down those adepts. Is on the way. From here, Hero should be expanding and claiming a third base, and here he will lose one adept. Not bad. One adept does fall. Frantic clicking. Methodical. But you can hear a lot of it because it's from both players. It's the clicks from both. Oh god, Jesus. Yo, the observer's having fun. Oh my god. Observer, calm down. As Sword Up say shade into the main, they can one-shot drones. Lings are out of position. Yeah, Lings are out on the map. Massive pickoff. 1-2 drone kills. No mining time here, or lost mining time in the main. Nice moves out of Hero. Again, Rogue racing back home with the Lings. Again, he was across the map. Does lock down the adepts. Gets one. Gets both. Both adepts go down. Oracles, they hit the third. They catch a worker. 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Getting into 6. Oh my, 7. 7 drones going down. Hero does punish. As here he does continue. Going for another Oracle. Behind this, going to a Forge. Twilight Council plus 1 and Blink. A much stronger start for Hero this time. Does have a stronger start. I think I might turn it down a little bit. Just because of the just because of the background casters. Just a little bit. Otherwise, Rogue is going to be re-droning. We have once again the Eva Chamber on the way. Again, that should be for +1 melee into Ling Hydra. So we're heading in the same direction this time, except, as I mentioned before, I don't expect to see a Spire. But it is Rogue. Might be crazy enough to do so. As your Oracle does rotate into the main. You can see Hero transitioning out of this into Storm. So Blink into Charge, into Storm behind it. Decent stasis, catching out 3 drones. 3 drones getting caught. Hydrogen is on the way. That is not melee, that is +1 range. With +1 range on the way, this tells us that Rogue, he might cut workers earlier. For the time being, he's on 70 workers. We'll see if he does run up anymore. We'll keep an eye on Rogue. Stasis trap on the way. Storm is amassing. Hydra production has begun. Rogue is on 69 workers. That is just over 3 base saturation. Okay, it's taking up. Now, what we're seeing here, what we should be seeing here is rushing to lurkers. So, yeah, +1 range into infestation bits, into a 4th base, and the gases into lurker tech. And those range upgrades are there to specifically benefit the lurkers. And to get into +2. So right now, Rogue is rushing into lurkers. We'll see if he can get there. We mentioned at the start of the series that is kind of where Rogue really thrives, is lurker tech. And we'll see if he can get there. Likewise, this is a good map for it just because, again, Rogue is more defendable back at home. The bases are more secure. And there's less of a chance that Hero can break him early on. Not impossible, but just less of a chance. Let's see, we go here. He's pushing. Now, this is going to hit with Storm. This is actually a really crisp timing here. Storm just now finishing. And can he break Rogue before lurkers? Here we go. He's committing. He has arrived. Rogue, he's not ready for this. The pants are down. No Banelings. Just purely Ling Hydra Queen. And that's going to be 4 High Templar, 4 Storms. Lings, they collapse in. Storms on the Hydras. Brutal Storm. Oh my god. The Storms are brutal. 2 High Templar on the third. Another Storm. And Hero, he's doing it. He's breaking on through. I mean, there's still a couple of Hydras left over. It's going to be close. Queens are falling left and right. No more Storm. But the Hydras, they're so low. They're so low. And they're falling. Hero, he is breaking Rogue. The Hive is on the way. Lurker Den's on the way. But GG gets called. He's broken before he can tech up. And Hero takes the lead in the series. Whew. GG. Hero, he does take a lead. And is up 2-1. GG again. Rogue, he was taking up, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him. As I was mentioning, I do stand by it. This map is known for longer macro games, and Rogue, he was getting ready for it. He was droning, he was teching, he was going for the hive, going for the infestation bit. He was looking to enjoy a longer game state, and Hero, he had other plans. Hero, bam, does move out, does hit just as Storm finishes, and does bring Rogue down just before he can embrace any kind of lurkers. As you can see, Lurker Den finishes up just as the Hydra's dying, just as the storms land. So Rogue, he just barely couldn't get there in time. Likewise, Rogue, he was also unaware, right? He wasn't aware that the Hero was being this aggressive and this active. And there it is, GG. GG, well played. And with that, Hero, he is one game away from qualifying for the round of 8. One of us, one more game is all he needs. And we'll see if we can go the distance. Likewise, Rogue. What does he go for here? I mean, honestly, I feel like a little bit comes down to the map. Like, I'm not privy to the map of choice. Do we go for a larger map, a smaller map? How does Rogue approach this? What's the plan? As we have the answer, we're loading in. Here we go. Game 4 is going to be our Incorporeal. Interesting. As in the bottom right hand corner, we do have our South Korean Protoss player. The red Protoss, it is Hero. But every time. in the top left, we do have Rogue for Team Falcons. For those who are curious, I use my numpad for the fanfare. And obviously numpad on the clean feed just brings us back in time. Have to click away. As Rogue is going Hatchgas full, standard opener out of Rogue. Likewise, Hero going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. And I'll be honest, I'm still on the fence about Incorporeal. Incorporeal is a larger map, that is true. Longer rush distance by ground, also true. There are definitely some defensive features on this map, so we could see a longer one, but at the same time, what is striking about this map is just how spread out the bases are. The bases are so spread out. It can be very difficult to defend a third, a fourth, a fifth base. Can be quite difficult. So we'll see how our players will approach this. Meanwhile, here he needs one more game to qualify to advance on. Also, I should emphasize this as well. I mentioned this before, but just to make it clear, this is I believe this is the final series, the final qualifying match. Once we have our players set, we are actually going to cover some of those round of 8 matches here today. We're going to be casting the Clem series and the Reynor series as well. Both. Both will be on the channel. I don't know if they have their opponents set yet. I think they might just be waiting for these matches before we have confirmation. As we have once again a Stargate open out of Hero. Does open Stargate. Rogue back at home. Standard opener. Just hatch gas pull into a third. Standard opener out of Rogue. Or Google's going to be on the way. From here, we expect another standard start out of Hero, but clearly, you can see here that if Hero does sense that you are being greedy, that you're taking up, then he will go for the kill. He will go for the throat. So how does Rogue adjust? Is now the time to go back into Mutaplay? That's the one game that he's won this series, is going to Inspire. But I did emphasize that it's risky to do that multiple times in a series just because now Hero's on notice. He's more willing and more adamant, I would imagine, about scouting for that sort of thing. To the fanfare for you. True. Gotta do the fanfare. Look, if we don't do it, no one will. Like, I'll be honest, like, I have a really hard time watching, like, I Am Katowice or EWC when they don't have the fanfare after player introductions. I can't handle it. Where are the trumpets? Where are they? As for the first time in a long time, well, do you see what I see? Roach Warren. Roach Warren is in the production tab for Rogue. Every game so far has been going Ling Hydra. This time, safety Roach Warren. We'll see if he intends to make use of it or if it's just for safety. You know, Adepts stay shading to the mid-run. Lings are in position. Nice around. And Adepts are cleaned up. Rogue cleans up all the Adepts. Now we can counterattack it, going for the third base. Roach Warren's about to finish. And again, do we go into Roach speed? Do we make Roaches? What's the plan? You know, Hero going for a standard follow-up. Going for the Forge, Twilight Council, plus on and Blink. Lings are deflected by the Oracles. A couple of reps do make it out. Gases are being taken. No Eva Chamber yet. No Eva Chamber. Oh! Comes in first round, takes down an Adept. Gets one, gets both. Oracles haven't gotten much economic damage, but they do get a Queen. Flash Transfuse. They get 1, 2, 3 drone kills. 3 drones and a Queen. It's okay damage. It's okay. Did I say okay? Getting 5 is getting 6. Much better. Much better here. 6 drones. Roach Warren is complete, but I don't see Roach. Oh, actually, there we go. Roach speed is on the way. Interesting. Is getting Roach speed. We have the Eva Chamber as well. Now, is this Roach speed just for safety? Just in case he has to make Roaches? Or are we going into range? Into range upgrades, I mean. Curious. Yeah, he's making Roaches. Okay, let's go. For the first time this series, Rogue, he's going into a Roach composition. Going into Roaches. There we go. Hydrogen on the way as well. But he's making safety Roaches. Eva Chamber is done. Oh. The mainstream did go down earlier, so I was a little bit concerned. You know, Oracles, they do get on top of the 4th. Clem versus Reynor. No, we're going to be casting Clem's match and Reynor's match. Clem will have his own opponent. Reynor will have his own opponent. But we are going to be casting those matches after this. In the round of 8. The round of 8. So Oracle does slip in between the bases. Hydra production has begun. Rogue, he's not droning. Do you see what I see? 61 drones. He's going for the all-in. Yeah, Roach Hydra plus 1 range. Hydra range as well. Just making pure Hydras. If you remember, I was assuming that this was going to be the case in the previous game when he went Lurker. On Tokamak, I was like, yo, he's going to cut Workers and just max out on Hydras. That's happening here. So this is a build that Sol is very fond of. Sol, he's very fond of this Hydra all-in. Basically, it's just 3 base saturation. Drone up to 3 bases, and then bam, max out on Solo would go Ling Hydra. This is Roach Hydra. But Rogue, he's not droning and he's not teching. There's no infestation bit, there's no hive, there's no lurkers. There's no drones. Just units, just roaches and hydras. And here we go, he's going for it. One way or another, either he kills Hero, he dies trying. Hero blinks forward, storm on the hydras. Storm on some of the lings, High Templar gets surrounded. High Templar gonna be forced back, but they do barely survive. Nice movement there from Hero, he saves the High Templar. Very nice movement. I say that. Rogue starts stepping in. Ooh, the High Templar exposed, he gets one. Takes on one, the others do back off. Another storm on the roaches. Storm on the Hydras as well. And here he's showing this down. He blinks on the army, takes out every single Hydra, and the all-in, it crumbles. Ay, ay, ay. Again, here he had a very nice concave setup, fighting from multiple angles. Again, Storm was on point. And Rogue, he's in a rough position. You can see Rogue, now he drones, but this droning is late. And remember, there's no tech, there's no +2, there's no hive, no infestation bit, no nothing. Hero has a massive lead, a massive advantage. And Rogue is just forced to make roaches. I mean, he has to, otherwise he dies. He has to rebuild with roaches, has to remax. Now he's droning, now he's teching, but this is all late for Rogue. And there's a massive win-win time that Hero can try to break Rogue before Lurker tech. But this is not that. As you can see here, Rogue, he is trying to transition out of this by taking up and droning. We have the infestation bit on the way and the Lurker down on the way. Hero, instead of going for the kill, Skytoss. Hero is going to slow things down. We have a Stargate on the way, Fleet Beacon, and a Robo. So he's gearing up for Skytoss. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but sure. I mean, it works. Meanwhile, Hero overextending, pushing onto creep. The High Templar, they're on their own. A bit of a disjointed attack here from Hero. Zelce only get a handful of drone kills. That could have been so much worse. But here he is applying pressure. Tempest production has begun. Rogue, he's still not at Lurker tech. He still needs more time. But he does have a decent army. Ooh. Decent spread against the Storms. Storms, he's going away. 32 links in production. Here come the Lunkers. They're morphing in. Rogue, he's holding his own. Is there no sparkling tuna tomorrow because of Dallas? Yeah, no tuna. No tuna. Unfortunately. So we are pushing forward. I'm moving in. Hero rotating over, looking for another way forward. And again, even though Hero isn't breaking Rogue, he's still teching, right? He's still teching up. +1 air attack is on the way. Mothership, more Tempest, +3, second Stargate. As he's containing Rogue, Rogue is stuck on 4 bases. Hero, he's on 4 as well. Hero has a greater economy. Hero can take a 5th from this point. Sorry, Hero's already on the 5th. Jesus. he can get a 6th. Take more bases. Hero's looking very comfortable. Now, there is always going to be a chance here for Rogue when it comes to like a Nidus play. He can Nidus across the map into the main and try to end the game there. There's always a chance. But right now, there's no answer to the Tempest. There's no Corruptors. There's no Vipers. Spire just got thrown down. Skytoss is now revealed. And this is just free damage on the army. Takes down the Spore. Rogue going for a desperation counterattack. Ideally wants to force Hero back home. Here he's happy to just cancel the base. Does cancel. There's that recall. Going for the Lurkers. Nidus Swarm is on the way for Rogue. And again, the best that Rogue can hope for right now is just go for mass Nidus play and just distract. Just buy time for Corruptors. As you can see, Rogue is going for a split push. He has one army on the left, one army on the right. But here he has a recall. He did just use a base recall, but he has a mothership recall. That's what I love at a Hero. Love from Hero, I should say. Yep, there's that recall. On the Lurkers. Jesus. Mothership goes down. But here he will shut this down. Massive Storm on the Hydras. A bit of a messy fight, but does clean up every single Lurker. Nidus in the main does complete. Do we have any Lurkers inside? We do. Lurkers, they bust into the main. Here he has to respond to this. He's racing back over. Nice Nidus here from Rogue. But Hero's maxed. Hero's maxed out, and Rogue, he's threatening some of the production. Only some, though. Yeah, Tempest. Just getting free shots off. More Tempests have arrived. Zealous, they do counterattack at the same time, getting into mineral lines. And this is the last stand here for Rogue. He's doing what he can, but he's going to be shut down. GG gets called. He has nothing else behind this. And Hero, he will take the series 3-1. And Hero qualifies for the top 8. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Hero, he will make it through. He will qualify again. Hero coming in as one of the best. Oh, they're discussing the game. Ah. Shout out to Rogue and Hero. Look at him go. He's like, what should I have done here? Oh, you can hear them. It's like, ah, chincha. 알았어. I love that. That's cool. They GG, they shake hands, and they just talk about the game. But GG, well played. Congratulations. Hero, he will claim the series at 3-1, advancing on into the top 8. And I believe we might be done here. Oh. I say that. I believe Showtime vs. Shin is still ongoing. I believe Showtime vs. Shin is still ongoing. Shout out to Steadfast. Steadfast, he's covering that series. They're going to the ace match. They're going all the way to game 5. Let's go. Meanwhile, the question becomes: have we generated our bracket yet? Do we know what we're looking at? Let's have a look here. I don't know if the bracket's generated on Wikipedia. Is the issue. But congratulations to Hero, of course. Let's have a look at that main bracket. And it's not on Wikipedia, but do I have it somewhere else? Let's have a look. Playoffs, not yet, not yet. Basically, so after the group stage, after these brackets, after these matches all wrap up, there is going to be a break. There's going to be a break, and that's when the players, that's when the organizers will generate the bracket itself, the top 8 brackets. And today we are casting 2 of those matches. We're casting 2 of those matches. As I mentioned before, it's going to be the Clem series and the Reynor series. So 2 best of 5s. Hold on, are they best of 5s or best of 3s? They should be best of 5s, I would imagine. Let's see. Let us have a look. All matches are best of 5, finals best of 7. Yeah, okay. So 2 best of 5s tonight. 2 best of 5s. I guess I may as well start getting them ready. And start setting them up. Beautiful. Quarterfinals. Clem. Meanwhile, when it comes to Showtime vs. Shin, that is being covered by Steadfast. Steadfast is covering that series. Clem versus TBD. Team Liquid. I did have the opportunity. I did have the option to jump into that series, but it's not good. We can leave it to Steadfast. We can leave it to Steadfast. He's got you covered. Reynor. Basilisk. Lovely. Which series is first? It is going to be the Clem series first, and then the Reynor series. Okay. That's the plan. And those are going to be the last 2 series of the broadcast. So Clem and then Reynor. Oh, where's the music? There we go. You're from Australia too? Yeah, yeah. From Australia. Of course, of course. It is 7:40 a.m. here in the morning. Strategies being born live, for sure, for sure. It's beautiful. But we have some downtime. We do have some downtime here. As we are waiting for the final matches to wrap up and for the bracket to be generated. So up next is going to be Clem versus TBD. We don't know who he's up against yet, but we'll soon find out. And then it's going to be Reynor versus TBD as well. So 2 more best of 5s before we wrap up for the day and before we can go and get some sleep. Let's go, let's go. Until then, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna go get some food because we do have an extended break. And oh, we have confirmation. Actually, I can just show you. I can just show you. Oh, they just had it on screen. We can zoom in, but it's gonna be Clem versus Classic. Clem versus Classic is gonna be the next series. Let's go. You can actually see it on the bottom. Hold on. You can see they've got their graphic and today's schedule. They're going on a 30-minute break, jeez. But there it is. There it is. I'll zoom in. Bam. You can see at the bottom, Classic versus Clem. And then Reynor versus TBD. So up next is going to be Classic versus Clem. Terran versus Protoss. Okay. Well, now we know. Virtus Pro. Well, there is a 30-minute break. So they're going to allow the players to rest up and to get some food and have that break. And because it's Reynor versus TBD, I believe that means that it's going to be Reynor versus the winner of Shin and Showtime. Whoever wins there goes up against Reynor. So that should be what that series is. But otherwise, yeah, we're going to be featuring more Classic. And Classic, he was looking dominant against Bunny, by the way. Looking very strong, very dominant. We have seen Classic take to Clem before, but we'll see. I'm excited to see how they compare to each other. Again, we are going to be going on a extended break, 30-minute break here, very long. So take this time. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go stretch a little bit. I'm going to go do some squats. And maybe boil some water, make some tea, and get something to eat, because we have 28 minutes for ourselves. We have 28 minutes to gear up, to get ready to massage our marines. That's a long time. Let's go. Why is there no live audience thing anymore? There is a live audience, but we don't have vision of it, or we don't have cameras on it, unfortunately. Likewise, there's no the broadcast is remote. The mainstream broadcast is remote. I will say, coming into the top 8, I hope that there's a stage, and I hope that there's winners interviews. This is my big criticism so far. I don't mind saying this, but so far there has been a disconnect between some of the matches that we've been seeing, and the players and their performances, and you know, how they feel and their thoughts, and you know, I want to hear from them. I want to hear from them. Right now we haven't had any single interviews or interaction with the players. I would hope that changes. I would hope that changes soon. And I would love to see some pre-game interviews, some pre-game banters, some post-game interviews as well. I'd love to hear from them, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know what kind of production setup they have. I don't know what their plans are for the top 8, but I guess we'll find out soon. Until then, again, we'll be on a 27-minute break. We'll see you guys after that break with our next series, with our final 2 best of 5s of the night. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that intense break. It was a little bit longer one, but welcome back, everyone, to the quarterfinals, the playoff here, the playoff bracket of the EWC DreamHack 2025 Road to EWC broadcast. And in the bottom right corner, we have Shin. In the top right, we do have Clem for Team Liquid. Let's go. Again, our players, they did need some time here to get ready to get set up, but now we have our final matches of the broadcast here tonight. We have 2 matches from the quarterfinals, and of course the remainder of the event will be taking place tomorrow. This is a 3-day event. Day 1 is done, day 2 is almost concluded, and day 3 will be tomorrow. And of course we'll be here on the CranKy Ducklings to bring that to you here and now, or at the time. So we're gonna be live tomorrow. We are going to be live tomorrow here with the final day of the broadcast. Of course, everything's going to be on the main stream, so we're just going to be going for the clean feed for the remainder of the event. But for the time being, we have our best of 5. Best of 5. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5. Oh boy, coming into this, I mean, we've seen these two face off many a time, especially when it comes to the online weekly tournaments. Clem, he does typically come in as the heavy favorite, but Shin, I want to believe, can make him work for it. He has taken down Clem in the past. I want to believe he can do it again. Let's go. The pressure is on. As of now, we do have our openers. We do have a bit of a gasless or a delayed gas opener here out of Shin. Interesting, going for a 15-15 late gas out of Shin. Because the gas is so late by a Zerg player, we might see him going to Roach play and skip Link speed entirely, as this is a bit of a greedier build from our Zerg player. Okay. Meanwhile, back at home, standard opener out of our Terran. Clem going for his own setup here back at home. Racks expand into standard opener. Also, again, just because it was so much downtime, a big shout out, thank you so much to QWERTY259. Thank you so much for the raid, sorry, for the Twitch Prime is what I meant to say. And also thank you so much Jay Paralyzed as well for the Twitch Prime. So thank you so much for all the support in the chat. Jay Paralyzed alongside QWERTY. Flipper Flapjack also gave 100 bits, and we also got a raid from Enki El Hermoso. Gracias, thank you so much El Hermoso for the raid. There was a lot going on during the downtime, so thank you so much. Of course, Enki, he is a fellow CranKy Duckling, and he does cast over in Spanish. Here estamos en inglés, no estamos en español, pero gracias nonetheless for the support, por el apoyo. Gracias. Como siempre. As of now, we do have our initial setup. Again, later gases out of Shin. And you can see that Shin is banking gas. What do you see? 144 gas for Shin. We did mention that typically, because this gas was so late, you skip at Link speed, and I assumed it was going to be for faster roaches, but that is a faster lair. Oh my god. So 2-base lair at a Shin. Are we bold enough to go into 2-base Muta? No, 2-base roach. 2-base roach. Again, the lair is already on the way. Sure, they will soon notice. Clem goes in. Clem does scout the Roach Warren, but he's going further. He does get further in. The Queens are unable to deny the scouts. Ooh, did we get eyes on the Roach Warren? Sorry, on their timing. We're checking, and ooh, barely not. So Clem, he barely did not see the lair. He only has a piece of the puzzle. For all he knows, it could just be roaches. We can see it's more sinister than that. From here, we can rush into early roach speed or even into a Nidus. Let's go. Clem looks so different. I know, right? He's getting old. It's the mane. The mane has grown out. He's got luscious hair. It's crazy. It's getting wild. It's getting chaotic. Also, there we go. Sorry to just have layered music on. But here we go. Roach speed has begun, and I would imagine that Shin is going to be going for a very strong roach timing with roach speed into an all-in. I would imagine. And again, Shin is usually with these kind of builds where he's able to catch Clem off guard, catch him with his pants down. Let's get into the main base. It is going to be a 3cc 2-on-1 out of Clem. Working towards an earlier stim timing, working towards a heavier bio army. Basically, Clem, he only made 4 Hellions. He made 4 Hellions and add-on swapped from the factory into the racks for reactive marine production. So it's going into mass marine instead. Only 4 Hellions. And he does spot the roach initially, but doesn't see how many. Doesn't know how many moving out. And here we go. It's all or nothing. Shinny does rally across the map. Behind this, 7 more roaches on the way. He's droning. He's squeezing out a couple of workers here and there. Here, I thought playoffs would be tomorrow. I mean, the playoffs are tomorrow, but we still have 2 more matches today. 2 matches from the playoffs. as Hellions they poke into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. He gets one drone so far. He gets three workers already. Roaches, they will clean this up, but that's still going to be a nice amount of damage here, considering the Hellions that wouldn't get much more done against Mass Roach. And Shin, he doesn't push, instead going for the Infestation Pit. Now, I'm leaning towards Infestors. I mean, this could just be a pit into a fast... Sorry, did I say Infestors? I said leaning towards... I meant to say leaning towards Swarm Host. This could just be for Infestors to support the army, or we could go into Swarm Host. Considering the game state, I can see either one being viable here. We'll see what Shin goes for, but it's kind of like a shaky build, a shaky start, and we're kind of stumbling into the mid-game. Infestation done. What do we go for? Do we go for the Hive and Infestors? Okay, so safety Infestors alongside the Hive. With this Hive, if you recall, nice contamination on the factory, very nicely done. But if you recall, we were casting Solar earlier, Solar versus Gumiho, and if you remember, I think it was on Ley Lines where we were discussing how Solar, he was going into a fast Hive, and it did scream fast Ultra Tech, and I was referring to both Shin and Solar going for this every now and then off of a Roach base opener. I'm leaning more towards that here as well. So we'll see if it's going to be for Ultras or not. I mean, it's only one Evo Chamber, only +1 carapace, there's no melee upgrades, so I'm not saying with confidence that it's going to be Ultras, but we've seen that before out of Shin. As the Hive is almost done. Hive is almost complete. And we'll see if the Ultra Cavern is thrown down. For now, he's just trying to defend with Roach Ravager Infestor. He's attempting to secure himself, spreading out more creep, connecting the bases. There we go, melee's on the way. Again, melee because the plan is for Ultras. Are we gonna get there? Clem moving in. Dustin forward. Shows Fungal. Nice Fungal. Very nice. Fungal does connect. The Bio Army is gonna be crumbling here. As he does save some of the Bio. There we go. There's the Ultra Cavern. And now I feel vindicated. If you remember, like I was talking about this setup and talking about this follow-up in the Solar series, and then Solar, he went for a Hydrogen into +1 range into Lurker, and I was like, oh, I guess never mind. It's like, I was like having this whole like discussion about like Ultras and the melee upgrades and the transition and about their fond of this, and it's like, I just went into Lurker tech. But here it is. Here are the Ultras, which is what we quite often see from Shin. And sometimes from Solar as well. You could hear Diva in the background, by the way. Este Diva. As there we go, 4 Ultras in production. We have Katniss plating as well. Ooh, drop does get into the mineral line. Nice Fungal once again. Let's get a very nice Fungal. Shuts down the Bio. Shin, he's holding, he's defending, and he's making 5 Ultras. The drone count isn't really there, and bearing in mind the supply does lie. This is inflated supply because of the roaches. Actually, I just realized I didn't even... There's the word null in the minimap. That's true. I didn't notice that before. Might be a graphical error? Question mark? I'm not too sure. Despite that, Shinny's max. He's maxed out. The Ultras are still building up. Kind of plating is still not yet done. And here comes Clem. Clem's got 1/1 upgrades. He has his tanks, has his Bio. Ready to move out. At the same time, Shin does hit the third. Nice run by. SV's going to be going down. Ultras have arrived. Clem now aware of what's going on. And do we have a Fungal? Do we have an Infestor to move in? At the same time, Lings are trying to catch reinforcements. 17 SCV kills. That's a lot of SCVs. And now he does push forward. Kind of waiting down, but last he gets 2 tanks. Not bad. Takes down 2 tanks. It's okay. He does 9 mining at the 4th. Infestor's out of energy. There's no Fungals. But he does take down the tanks. Nicely done. Tanks are going down. Shinny's holding 30 SCV kills. Oh my god. 30 SCVs. Clem, he's running out of steam. Yeah, running out of steam. Now dropping into the main. Shin trying to keep up. And so far he is keeping up, dropping back into the main base. A nice trading here against the drones, against the Lings as well. Dropping back over towards the low ground. But here there are Infestors, there are Fungals. Speaking of, ooh, does graze the army. Nice catch. Marines are going down, and Clem is in trouble. Clem is in trouble. His economy is crippled. Liberator does reposition. Shin, he's maxed out, and now is the time. Shin, send it, Pappy, send it. Get across the map. Ooh, as he will lose a base. Again, these drops are getting a lot done. And Shin, can he break the natural? It's not about the third, it's not about the fourth, it's about the natural base instead. Here he comes, nice fungal. Yeah, locks down the army. Lings are flooding in, ultras as well. The army's getting tied up there with those roaches. But does push his way through. And can he get on top of that tank? As another base goes down, but at the same time 15 SCV kills. Again, Clem, he's being so annoying with these drops, but that's not winning in the wing. That's not winning the game. The glitch, the null is not there on mainstream. Oh, there you go. I guess it's just a clean feed thing. So now he's moving out. Does hit the planetary. Again, Clem, you can't afford to lose the space, and planetary is going to go down. Massive pickup. And Clem is all in. Clem at this point is all in. He's overstimmed. Medivacs are out of energy. Out of energy. Do we have a fungal? We do! Oh my god, another fungal! Yeah, chain fungal even! And that's the final army. The final army goes down. There's what, a handful of units remaining. Just a handful of Marines, handful of Marauders. Again, shit, Clem is being so annoying with this, still getting damaged. Gets a queen, gets a couple of drone kills. But there shouldn't be much here. Yeah, you can see the reaction on the player cams. Clem is not happy about this. He's trying to stabilize, trying to hold on, but even here, Lings, they get into the mineral land once again. Getting 7 more SCVs. And Shin with a cheeky build. Again, remember, 2 base layer into roaches, into infestation, into fast ultras. Crazy. Safety infestors. The fungals have been cash money here for Shin. They have been on point. And Clem, he may be the world champion, he may be the best player in the world, but even Shin can threaten you. True, true. He's at that level. No one is safe from the Shin. Yeah, there we go. Another massive fungal. Files on the Liberator. GG gets cold, and Shin, he takes the lead in the series. He takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG well played. Shin does take a lead. Again, a very intense game 1. Again, a very cheeky build, a very specialized build as well. Winding it back, if you remember, 2 base layer. 2 base layer into roaches, into a later 3 base setup, and then into eventually Hive Tech. Hive Tech rushing into ultras. Did get away with rushing into ultras. Again, the infestors, they were popping off as well. We had non-stop massive fungals like this fungal here, as you can see. We just kept seeing them left and right, looking down the army, and just buying on time for the ultras, for kind of splating. It was close though, it was still very close, still very clutch, but Shin, he got away with it. And with that, Shin takes the lead in the series. A very big win here for Shin. Again, coming into this, Clem is the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament, I would say. So for Shin to threaten him, for Shin to cause an upset, that would be crazy. Now, already a great start for Shin. I do still favor Clem coming into this, but a great start for Shin nonetheless, and we'll see if he can continue with his success. Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I am ready for it. Here we go. As our players are getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for that second game. As game 2 is going to be on Incorporeal. Okay, in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg for Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. We got the fanfares going. Let's go. Here we go. Again, Shin already with a crazy upset with a lead in the series. Bearing in mind, though, this is a best of 5. Game 1 is amazing, don't get me wrong. It's a strong start for Shin, but can he keep this going? Can he keep this up? Can he maintain this momentum as we load into that second game? Now, remember, last game, Shin did go for initially a gasless opener. He went for a very late first gas geyser, which eventually led into the 2-base layer. Meanwhile, a hatch gas pool. Ooh, standard opener out of Shin. This time, he's not playing around with his gas timings. This time, he's not being cheeky. This time, standard opener out of our Zerg player. This time. The Clem is getting outplayed pretty hard. I would say a lot of it came down to the build. A lot of it came down to the build of choice. And a lot of it came down to what Shin got away with when it came to the build itself as well. I mean, just to reiterate once again, like Shin, he was able to get away with quite a lot of greed when it comes to rushing into his fast hive and rushing into fast ultras. Because the ultras arrived so quickly, that's why Clem had no answer to that. That's why there was no setup for any kind of ghost production. There were liberators towards the end of the game, but again, like they hit so quickly that in a standard game state, the Terran player doesn't really have access to something like ghosts or like liberators. It isn't really a thing. That's why it was quite greedy there by Shin. It was very greedy and did get away with it. That was a crazy build. But we're not seeing it here. We're not seeing it in game number 2. Not yet. Reaper does poke in. Does threaten the natural. Likewise, behind this third CC for Starport, economic build here out of Clem. Also, as a reminder, last game it was a 2-on-1. It was a 3CC 2-on-1, which led into an early bio push, which is why he was shut down by the early infestors. Like, it all played into each other. As this is going to be 3CC 1-1-1. That is a starport, not a second Rax. So this is a different build from Clem. It is a different build. He's going for something a little bit more standard here. Much more standard. Which means he's going to have access to more Hellions this time. Last game was only 4. This time he should build up to 6, up to 8. You can also go in for an add-on swap into Banshee. And Banshees will keep you safe against Roach play. Shin, he is known for roach play. I know that last game was a very specialized build, but coming into game number 2, so far no roaches yet. Not ruling them out though. We are not ruling them out. We can still throw down another Warrior. Meanwhile, ooh, that is a sub 4-minute lair. Once again, very early lair at a Shin. Not as fast as last game, but that is again, that's around 350. Jesus. Sorry, 350 lair timing. Now with a fast lair like this could be a Link Queen Nidus all in. I see a lot of Lings. I see more Queens on the way. I am leaning towards Link Queen Nidus play. You can see the Overlord is in position outside of the main. Yeah, that's a lot of Lings. It's either Nidus play or Drop Lords. But if this was Drop Lords, we'd see Overlord speed. Overlord speed would be on the way, and there is no speed, so it has to be Nidus. Here we go. So it is on the way. There it is. There's that Nidus that we did mention. Again, like seeing all those things in Queens with a fast lair, it has to be Nidus. It's the only real option here, especially without any extra gas geysers. So Shin is going for another, I say another all-in. He's going for an all-in. It's all or nothing. And so far, Clem is yet to piece it together. He has been denied the scout time and time again. The queen count has been high enough to zone away, but Hellions, they're going for the natural. Will he see? He will. Yeah, massive scout. He does spot the Nidus. He now knows what's going on. He shuts down the Lings. The queens are too far behind, and Shin was out of position. At the same time, the Lings, they do flood across the map. They do not get into the lane, but they do get into the natural. SV is going to be going down. Clem does head behind the mineral line. Does head behind. And Shinny will clean this up at the same time. Nidus into the main. Oh my god. That does nice some of the add-ons. does delay some of the buildings. More SCV kills, insane damage, getting up to 19 workers, and now we have a backup Nidus in the main. Again, Shinny's still not done. He has done well quickly in the economy, but now he's going to go for the kill. Nidus will finish. Queen swap out. They can transfuse. They can, and they will. Okay, clutch transfuse. Overseer's on the way. More transfuse here on the Queens, keeping them up and running. Lings are coming from behind. They get us around. And the Overseer has arrived. Ooh, Banshee falls. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take a 2-0 lead. Once again, catching Clem with his pants down. Mate. Will he knock Clem out of the tournament? Remember, this is single elimination. This is single elimination. There's no lower bracket. There's no safety net here. Shin, the upset. He might do it. Oh, boy. Not like this, Pappy. Not like not like this. Again, cheeky builds out of Shin. Game 1 going 2 base layer into fast roaches into an insanely fast hive into ultra rush. Here, what do we see instead? Link Queen Nidus all in. Link Queen Nidus all in, harnessing his inner Dark. Dark, he used to be very fond of this build in ZVT. We've even seen Dark take down Clem doing this build in the past. If Dark's done it, Shin taking on that mantle, doing it himself as well. We've been discussing about how right now there's been what feels like almost like a power vacuum when it comes to the Zerg players in Korea, when it comes to who's going to take up that mantle of best Zerg player in South Korea, who's going to be a Solar, Rogue, or Shin. Well, Shin is here to claim that mantle. It's like, I'm here to step up, to fill in for Dark while we can, while I can. Let's go. And hey, as a reminder, best of 5, one more game is all he needs. Uno más, papi, uno más. And this makes sense. Clem is asking for a break. Clem is asking for a break. He's asking for a moment. Again, single elimination. He does need some time here. Needs some time to just take a breath, to regroup, to center himself, and to think about his games, think about his matches. I mean, again, Shin, he's a very unpredictable player, especially in this matchup. Very unpredictable. Shin, he's here to cheese Clem out of the tournament. He's here to cheese him out. Let's go. Telling he's doing Dark proud. And what I'm most curious by here is the vetoes. I'm not privy to them. I don't know what the vetoes are, but honestly, vetoes are going to be a big part of this. Maps specifically is what I mean are going to be a big part of this, and I have confirmation. Okay, I have confirmation. Game 3 is on Maganatha. Oh boy, Maganatha here is the largest map in the map pool. Maganatha is known for longer macro play. Because of that, I would say that Clem should be feeling comfortable on Maganatha in a sense, just because he most likely isn't going to be cheesed out. What I will say, Maganatha would be a good map for Shin to open up Roach and to go into Ultras again. Not the same build. If remember, we had like two base layer into Roach play, then into Infestation, but not the same build. But we have seen Shin have a lot of success by opening Roach, being safe in such a way, and then rushing into Ultras, and I can see that working well. Another thing we could see on Maganatha is Muta play. We could see a more standard build into a lair, into a hidden spire, into mass Muta. That could be effective here on Maganatha. It's a little bit more niche as a build for sure, but I'm just thinking of other niche builds that we can go for. I do not expect standard play. We could see standard play, but if we had another player, but from Shin in this series specifically, I'm not too sure, not too confident, but we'll see. The pants, they're gone, papi, they're gone. Let's go. There we go. Shin bringing out all the tricks. Exactly. He's doing it all. He's here to knock him out of the turn. Knock out the favorite player. Let's go. As we're jumping into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we do have the South Korean Zerg player. We do have the red Zerg for Weaver Gaming. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, the reigning world champion. It is Clem. Here we go. And again, Clem, he's favored to win it all. He's favored to beat everyone in this tournament and win the entire thing. But Shin, he's here to defy expectations. He's here to cause that upset. He's here to do his best dark impression and be the villain that we all need. And cheese Clem out. Let's go. Now, welcome once again to Maganatha, the largest map in the map pool. You don't get larger than Maganatha because that we often see longer and later games on this map. But there are some certain things you can try to get away with here. So I'm curious to see how Shin will make use of the map itself. I don't expect an all-in. I do expect greed though. I expect greed and I expect faster tech because of that. But we'll see. So far, standard opener by Shin, hatch gas pool. He does take his gas geyser, so standard opener so far. Likewise, racks expand out of Clem. Everything so far is looking normal, but our eyes need to be on Shin. And likewise, Clem also has to keep his eyes on Shin as well. We're all looking. We're all over this. Shin claiming his third. To be able to afford the faster third base, Shin, he did skip his queen. So he's only making one set of two. So only one queen in production. Interesting setup here by Shin. 6 lings on the way. That's an extra pair of lings. Curious. As the Reaper does poke in. We'll see if Shin invests into link speed. I would imagine he would. So there we go. We do have the second queen now on the way. Clem is checking for the third, and he should see the third base is already well underway. It's almost done at this point. Very fast third. And again, the reason why Shin can afford the fast third is because he only made one queen. He only made one queen at the start of the game. Behind this third CC4 starport, economic build out of Clem. Alright, did I even do predictions? I apologize. I think I did. You want nice snipe here. Nice snipe on the tumor. Should be a cash on that stage. It's okay. I've casted in front of an audience before. That was back in PAX Australia. Was a lot of fun. So a couple of years ago at this point. It's casting with Pidge. With El Chanchito. So Clem does poke in. So far Shin just saturating, just droning, nothing crazy yet. Nothing out of left field for the time being. Clem is going for 3CC into Banshee. Very safe, very standard play out of Clem. Going for his Banshee play. Same build that we saw last game. Basically, same build out of Clem 2 games in a row. Overlord scouts coming in. The Overlord will confirm that Cloak is being researched. Meanwhile, there's that Roach Warren. Now, if you remember what I said coming into this game, what I would want to see on Maganatha, what I expect to see. Remember, I was talking about roaches into a fast infestation bit into fast ultras. Here comes the first step. Here come the roaches. Roach horns on the way. That is going to be a 420-ish layer timing. Aliens, they threaten to dive with the linked in position. And our eyes are on Shin to see if he does decide to tech up even further. Tech up even faster. Hellions are poking in. Banshee pokes forward. Gases are being taken. As we have Clem doubling down, investing into Bio. So So by a tank, W chamber here from Shin. Remember, he has the Roach Horn, into Roach Speed, into Imagine 1-1 upgrades. If he goes into melee initially, then we can see a fast infestation pit. Otherwise, it could just be 1-1 range to be safe and secure, then into +1 melee afterwards. Okay, we have some safety roaches on the way. Again, roach base openers are typically very safe. We got +1 carapace. Just the one upgrade so far. There we go, and +1 range. So 1-1 upgrades. Again, they should keep Shin safe. So far as keeping up with the helium rotations. There it is! A fast infestation bit. Ah, we called it. So again, roaches into ultras. This makes the most sense on Maganatha. So roach opener into fast hive into fast ultras. This is not the same build that we saw in game 1, but this is similar when it comes to the outcome, when it comes to the end goal. And again, I do like this style, specifically on Maganatha, just because your opponent cannot be as aggressive. They cannot punish you as much. The Zerg player is safer to pull this off. Oh, we're in the mind of Shin. Oh no, it's full of diva and waifus. God. As nice round by Lings, they do collapse in. They catch out some of the bio. Now, right now, I would say the pressure is on Clem to try to punish him. Shin. To try to punish him and to try to break through and try to do something here about the fast hive. Hive is already on the way. And we'll see if he can break Shin before Ultra Tech. Hellions, they poke forward. Roaches, they come in for a flank. Nice catch. Taking down 3 Hellions. Meanwhile, Clem, he's getting a 4th CC. He's got 1-1 upgrades. He has Stim. No combat shields. That's what they're pointing out. Oof. Yeah, Clem, he did forget combat shields. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, the observer really wants to zoom in on that. Really wants to point out no combat shields. Safety infestors. Safety infestors on the way. Clem not played against any Zerg in Dallas. Maybe that's the problem. Shin doesn't play like any other Zerg player. Shin doesn't play like Reynor or Serral. He shares some similarities with Solar, only some. Like I mentioned before, that this build that Shin's going for, like Solar does it sometimes as well. There's that Ultra Cavern, as you did mention. There is that Ultra Cavern. But like Reynor and Serral, they don't do this. Like they don't play this style. So far, Clem trying to keep up. So far, once again, I mean, again, the pressure's on Clem to break through. He's got to go. He's got to send it here and now. Clem is maxing out. He's built up, getting a 4th CC behind this. Pushing into the bases. Oh, the fungal! Brutal fungal! Fungal pops off, and Clem is being shut down. Ay, ay, ay. Completely shut down. Clem, he plummets in supply. Oh, God. You can see him shaking his head. Not like this. And it's not about this fight. It's about the follow-up. It's about the ultras. Kindness Plating's on the way. Shin has momentum, catching out the army. That was a brutal fungal. Bailing's heading into the mineral line, and Shin, he may have just done it. He may have just done it. Zoning back the army, busting into the bases. Brutal connections. We can see Clem trying to counterattack, but there are plenty of reinforcements, and ultra production has begun. Ultras are on the way. SCVs are going down left and right. Clem, he's in danger, he's in trouble. We do still have a fungal in the chamber. And Mind Shot doesn't go off. There's a fungal in the mineral line going for the SCVs. Another fungal is available on the main army. And Clem, he will clean this up, but remember what we said, this is not about this fight, it's about the follow-up, it's about the ultras that are coming, because there is no answer. There's no Ghost Academy. There's no Ghost, no Liberators. He's not ready for Ultra Tech. And that's the power of this build that Shin is going for, is that Ultra timing. And Clem is all in. Clem is all in. Ultras are revealed. Clutch Transfuse. And Clem, you cannot push onto creep. Not like this. It's not going to be easy. Yeah, he has to kite back. Has to kite off of creep. Nice kiting. Does take down the first Ultra. One Ultra goes down, but there's a sea of Zerg behind this. The Swarm has arrived. And Clem going for a split push. Meanwhile, Shin building up more upgrades. Maxing out. Now, what I will say, Shin's biggest weakness with this build, anti-air. There's no anti-air. The anti-air is Fungals and Queens. So Clem going for drop play. I do like this. The anti-air is limited. Heads into the mineral line. Shin is ready. Boosting into the main. Shin out of position. Shin is out of position. Liberator sieging up here outside of the bases. Ooh, a brutal setup here. In between the main and that triangular third base. 13 drones going down. Shin, he's beating out a lot of workers. Shin, right now, he wants a main fight. He wants to just push across the map. He wants to end the game. But he's stuck defending against drops. And again, he cannot deal with this. So really nice setup by Clem. Takes down 17 drones. Shin, he had this game. He had it. I mean, Shin is still in a better position. There we go. Knocks down the planetary. Knocks down the base. Ooh, brutal, brutal Widowmine shots. Shin is bleeding out too much here. Fungal doesn't connect. Yeah, fumble here from Shin. He cannot push up that ramp. It's not going to happen. Does get 34 SCV kills. But back at home, he's also losing drones. Losing a lot of workers. Again, the hatcheries are exposed. The Spire is on the way, going for the spawning pool. And we're getting chaotic. We're getting chaotic. Clem is down to 22 SCVs. Takes down the pool. No more link production. Again, Shin having a really hard time defending. This drop play has just been so annoying. So annoying here. Taking down 35 workers in 2 bases. Now, if Shin can stabilize, he can hold, he can survive. But remember, he lost the spawning pool. He can't build things. He cannot build Zerglings. Oh. Meanwhile, we get an okay Fungal grazing the army. Nice Biles. Biles on Liberator. Shin, he has to try to commit in. Nice kiting here by Clem. Wants to pick up. Drop back into the natural. Likewise, oh, Clem, he does take down the base. Clem, the pressure's on. You can see him talking to himself a little bit on cams as well. He is stressed out, but honestly, he can pull this off. Like, the reality is that Clem, he has a much larger army. Takes out another expansion. Shin, speed-wise, he just cannot keep up. Clem, he's gonna lock in. He's got to lock in. Yeah, Liberator going for more drone kills. Late reaction out of Shin. You see Clem just hyper fixated on the micro here, controlling as best he can. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ooh. Base goes down. Liberator does fall, drops into the main, keeps on going. And you can see the frustrations out of Shin as well. He just wants to end it. He can't. Is this new build? No. I mean, there's a reason why we call that ahead of time. Shin's been doing this for months. He's done this against Clem as well. As Clem kiting back. Here come the Fungals. Nice kiting. Takes down 2 Ultras. 2 Ultras going down. It's new for people that don't watch StarCraft. True. Oh. Very nice control. Taking out 1, 2, 3 Infestors. 1 Infestor barely survives. Again, Clem is just out controlling Shin here. Fungal doesn't quite connect. There's 1 more Fungal. Ooh, does graze the army, but there's not enough Ultras. Yeah, Clem, he has done it. Clem, he kites back well. Kites back against the Bailings. Shin, he's trying to chase us down. Again, Shin, he barely has an army, barely has anything left standing. Not like this. And Clem, he's clawed his way back into this. Sims on in, takes out Roaches, Ravagers. Like, this bio army is just so efficient. So efficient here. And again, that lack of anti-air has been killing Shin. This drop play has been crazy. Drop him back in. Then rotating over towards that northern base. The Queens are trying to keep up. Drops into the main. Shin once again out of position. Clem floating over his main. He's maintaining his own economy. He's maintaining himself. Coming for some friendly fire. Oh, not quite. Nice on Burrow. Nice on Burrow. Likewise, Shin not quite ready here on the right hand side either. Oof. Once again, just abusing that little ledge in between the bases. Shin trying to keep up. We'll lose another expansion. Hatchery goes down. Oh, not the spawning pool. Not again. Not again, Babby. Not again. Oh, the Biles. They force him out. Oh, losing a Queen. Every unit counts. Queen goes down. Mind shot. Ooh, nice quick reaction there out of Shin. Does pull away. Finally, a medevac goes down. Not even. Barely not. Hasbro's gonna fall. Supplies are still neck and neck. Again, army supply in favor of Clem. Worker count in favor of Shin. And nice Fungal. Finally, 1 medevac falls. Medevac goes down. At the same time, Shin does hit the mineral line. Ooh, Clem, he's not at home. Leading out some units. Oh. Has to be aware of friendly fire. Fungal connects. And nice chain Fungal. Locking down the army. This is still very close, very clutch. Shin did have a very nice lead in this game, but I mean, not anymore. He's also so many bases. Lost so much of his economy. Liberator rotating over. Clem is on that 1 base. See, repositioning with the Liberator. Rotating over. Looking for a way in. Clem is set up the minefield. Now in a head-on fight, I mean, this can still go either way. It comes down to the Fungals. It comes down to the Fungals. It comes down to whether or not Shin can lock down this army. Infestors, they're moving in. So far, just 2 Infestors, soon to be 3. They're moving out with his drop play. Gets spotted. Shin is aware. Another best trades, but does get a couple of units. Clem, does he notice? Does he see the Burrow? Not quite. We're back. No, not here, not again. Yeah, brutal position here. Once again, dropping on that ledge. He does pick up a couple of those marauders. Oof. Files connect. Uh-oh. Files do connect. +3 armor is on the way for Clem. Meanwhile, Clem, I mean, I would say at this point is either even, if not ahead in economy. Remember, he has mules. Another CC's on the way, floating over the natural. Clem getting up to a 2 base economy. Lings, they do get a couple of SCVs. You say try to. Oh, the fungal! Oh my god, massive flanking fungal! Yeah, fungal connects. Oh, friendly fire as well. Oh my god, and one more fungal. Shin, can he go for it? Can he get it? Fungal's coming in. Oh, brutal. Oh my god, the mine shot though. Mine shot goes off. Shin, he has to retreat. Fungal raises the army. No major connection. But that's still 5 ultras. Shin going for the mineral line. File takes down the Liberator. With mine goes down as well. Does get the SCVs. 12 SCV kills. I'll say get down the base. Base gets low. The infestor gets left behind. No more infestors. Shin, he has to get the hell out of there. Clem down to 15 SCVs. 15 workers. You know, Bailings, they do finish morphing in. Shin once again going for a run by, going for a counterattack. Trying to catch out the bio. Clem racing on over. Does lock down the army at least somewhat. Oh my god. Brutal connection. And the mine shots are brutal. Shin, he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Still an awkward engagement here from Shin. Does he have a fungal? He does. There's one fungal. Here it does pull away. You can see infestation is being rebuilt. Looks like he did. Yeah, the pit did bleed out in the main. A bunch of tech went down. I think he may have lost the spawning pool as well. Yeah, come on, we're back. We're back on the ledge. Oh. Not again. Clem still has a massive army. Oh, Infestor's chasing. The Infestor is chasing. Likewise, drop here outside of the third. Oh, he's going for it! The fungal! Up! Up! Oh my god, does land! Takes out most of the army. Yeah, nice skin up here from Shin. Drop back towards the natural. The tech is here, the hive. The Roach Warren. Likewise, some of the mining is being denied, only some. Hive is under fire. The hive doesn't really matter as much, but ooh, top right does. Yeah, gets the expansion. Yeah, Shin being punished for being active on the map. Shin, he's running out of resources. He needs another base, needs an expansion. Bleeding out too much here. The hive, now the Roach Warren as well. And from here, just picks up, keeps going, keeps dropping. Again, there's just no answer here to these drops. There hasn't been for a long time. Takes down another expansion. There was actually minerals here. Uh-oh. The drones! Transfer workers caught out as well. Massive pickoffs. Shin getting caught out. Oh, the medevacs are falling though. Oh my god. Pass on the medevac. One medevac left. Medevacs are finally going down. Festers, we're out there. Another queen. Queen goes down, going for the drones. Oh, the losses Shin cannot afford. Brutal losses. Again, bit of miscontrol. Dropping back in. Shin out of position. Losing more workers. For the first time in a long time. Clem, he does take a supply lead. I think Clem's done it. Yeah, he's done it. Killing every drone. Shin punished time and time again for moving out. And Clem's army is still terrifying. Like, the problem is that Clem, he has fresh bases. He has fresh mining bases. And he's muling. Likewise, as you can see, just the efficiency of Reynor is just insane. Just hyper efficient. Now, there's still a chance for Shin. He just has to land a fungal. If he can lock down the army with one good fungal, then he can take it. Oh, as Shin is down to 8 drones. Yeah, down to 8 workers. There's not enough there for Shin. Fungal coming in. Oh no, the win! Oh, brutal connection. Infestor goes down. Nice retargeting there out of Clem. Very nice retargeting. Decent fungals. But I think it's too late. Yeah, Clem, he can just tank it. He just tanked the fungals. Doesn't matter. GG gets called, and Clem, whew, he does bring it back. He does put a point on the board. GG. Whew, oh my god. A very intense game. And again, Shin, he had a lead. Shin had a lead. Shin, he was ahead in that game, but it slipped through his fingers as we saw the big weakness of this style that Shin is going for. And again, Shin is known for this. This is a style that Clem has played against plenty of times in the past, is the anti-air. Is the lack of anti-air. That's the problem with rushing into ultras, is no hydras, no spire, no mutas, no corruptors, no nothing. Your anti-air typically is vipers, actually. Vipers and parasitic bombs. But without it, drop play just goes unimpeded. Unimpeded, uncontested. Just non-stop drop play there from our players. From Clem. And Shin just couldn't keep up. He couldn't deal with the drops. Just could not deal with them. Could not clean up the medevacs. That's the biggest weakness of this composition, or of this style, of this build from Shin. And with that, GG, we have a series. We have a series. We have a back and forth. And Clem, he has begun his comeback. Now, once again, biggest question, what is the next map? What is the next map? As I think our player's asking for a break, which is understandable. Which is understandable. Now again, we did, if you recall, we spoke about how Roach into Ultra would be the most effective coming into Maganatha. It's what we expected on this map. Coming into some of these other... smaller maps, though, that's where we would be seeing something a little bit different. For now, though, it looks like this stream... There we go. Team feed was dying a little bit. We're back. And I think we're just going to be going on a break. It's catching up in the chat. 2 mules in the dream. That's all you need, man. That's all you need. Here we go. Our players, they did need a moment. And, oh my god. Jesus. Looks like we're going for a break. Every time. It's terrifying. So we're going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we'll have the next game between Clem and Shin. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Oh boy, looks like we did have some issues. Looks like we did have a bit of a pause, but we are now back. We are now back here with our series. We're jumping into game number 4 between Clem and Shin. It's been a very intense back and forth, and our Zurich player here is still one game away from knocking the favorite player out of the tournament. In the bottom corner, we have the South Korean Zurich player for Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. I don't know if they're going to do the zoom. Going hatch gas pool. There it is. And in the top right hand corner we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. Beginning his comeback. He has put a point on the board. Can he keep this up? Can he keep this going? It is Clem. Let's go. Let us go. Shin versus Clem has gone the distance. There's a world out there where Shin 3-0s, to be honest. Like Shin, he was popping off in a game number 3. He was playing very well when it came to the build of choice, when it came to the fungal growths. There was so many key and insane fungal growths catching out Clem. But alas, Clem, he was able to just micro his heart out, able to just go for non-stop drop play, not just drop play, but liberate harass as well, and was able to pull Shin apart, knocking down base after base, mineral line after mineral line, and was able to pull Shin apart instead. GG. Crazy comeback there out of Clem. And now we're getting into game number 4, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see if this goes the way of Shin or if Clem can force the ace match. Now, personally, I would love an ace match. I'd love to get, regardless of how this goes, regardless if it goes the way of Shin or Clem, I want to see a game 5, but the pressure is on. We're stepping in. We go. So now standard open out of Shin. Now, welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak is another one of these larger maps, a larger map of the map pool, more defensive as well. Because of that, do I want to see another roach opener into Ultra? I mean, in a vacuum, yes. In a vacuum, I would say that this is a good map to open up roaches and to go and rush into Hive and rush into Ultras. This is a good map for it, but but I'm not too fond of the idea of doing it twice in a row. I don't like the idea of doing it 2 games in a row. That, I think, is a little bit too greedy or risky against Clem. So we'll see. We'll see what else Shin has in store for us. So far, Shin, he does go for a delayed expansion. Ooh. As Reaper does get past, Shin, he will expand on the right hand side, going for the linear third. Here we go. Hello, as Clem is mixing things up here. Do you see what I see? I see another Rex on the way. So 3CC, 3 Max, sorry, 3CC 2-on-1, I meant to say. 3CC 2-on-1 out of Clem. Meanwhile, Shin is link flooding. Shin, he is link flooding across the map. Ay. Hellions. It's all about the Hellion positioning here. Now, the problem is that because Clem is going for a 2-1-1 variation, that means that the Hellion count is going to be low. It's going to be 4 Hellions at most. And with a low amount of Hellions, Shin, he can bubble off, he can end the game. He may be able to end the game here. Does move out. The Hellions, they miss the move out. Back at home, I believe this should be the last set of Hellions before going for the add-on swap. Nice to deny the tumor. The tumor is denied. Lings, they move in. Here comes the add-on swap. Oh, the wall's not a wall. The wall is open. Hellion does kite back. Boys are being pulled. SCV's going to be going down so far. Good damage with the Hellions. They do get behind the workers. And we do defend. Yeah, Clem, he will defend. He will hold, but at a cost of 12 SCVs. 14 SCVs go down. Now, if Clem had lost a Hellion, if he had got surrounded, that would have been game. I should say that would have been critical damage, but Clem holds. Clem, he does hold on. The economy, though, is crippled, and he has to do some counter damage. Back at home, Queens are in position. Lings are amassing as well. Remember, only 4 Hellions because of the 2-on-1, and the strength for Clem lies in the medevac timing, but the starport is delayed. So later starport. But remember, Clem has 3 CCs, so he can make 3 workers at a time. Clem, he can recover. Clem moving out. Shin, he does scan. Oh, he does move out towards the right hand side. Does avoid the main army, but there should be Marines back at home. Marines are building up. Stim is already done. I believe Shin, he did get into the main, so he's fully aware of the 2-on-1 coming his way. And he's going for roaches to survive, to defend. Things they get into the mineral line. They will deny some mining. They don't kill any SCVs. They don't kill workers. As Lings, they attempt to get away. Oh, meanwhile, a Hellbat push. Okay. Armory is being thrown down, but I'm not so certain Clem knows that roaches are coming. A Hellbat push isn't really going to be too effective. Again, that armory is for Hellbats because there's no 1-1 upgrades. So by a Hellbat push here by Clem, this is quite committed. Roaches will be out in time, though, to defend and to shut this down. As Hellbats are about to morph in. Here they come. The Queens are ready, the Roaches as well, and Shin, he is set up for this. And Clem, oh, he does spot the Roaches. Nice transfuse. Shin, he does hold the line. Nice splash damage on the Roaches, though. But Shin, he will deflect. And from here, the game continues. So Shin, he's going to be able to enjoy a better economy for the time being. He's now taking another base. Right now, Clem is still trying to recover, still building up. Infestation bit's on the way. Now, based on this infestation bit, we should be getting 1, faster infestors, but 2, it looks like once again, I mean, the go-to style for Shin is to go into ultras. Just to head towards ultra tech. We go. So we're still just running, still just saturating. Oh, thank you, Silence Vibe. Thank you, thank you. Gracias, papi, gracias. You know what? Here come the infestors. The infestors are on the way. Again, they're here for their fungal growths. Hive is in production. Again, Hive is for those ultras. To rush into Ultra Tech. Again, this is very stylistic for Shin. Shin has been doing this for a very long time. So that's our step in. Clem rushing past, dropping into the main. Does threaten the drop. Doesn't quite commit. Spots the expansion. And again, it's going to be on... Hello. It's going to be on Shin here to land those fungals. As we get into +1 range. +1 melee as well. Carapace is done. Can you get the CC? Does force a cancel. Not bad. Does force a cancellation. There's that Ultra Cavern. Rushing into Ultras. And again, this is designed to punish a player that stays on Marine Marauder. And that, I mean, that's Clem. Clem's moving out. Infestors are ready. Does land the fungal. Not bad. Fungal does land. Widowmine gets targeted. Nice cleanup here out of Shin. Once again, Shin's multitasking is going to be put to the test. We've already seen that if we do end up in a longer, like, more chaotic game states, then, I mean, Clem, he will lock in. He will send it. Ultras are on the way. Oh. Bit of a premature fungal. We'll zone. Nice, taking away damage. Getting 2 drone kills. Roaches are keeping up. Queens, they kill one of the medevacs. Nicely done. Oh, nice fungal. Ooh, the fungal does connect. Oh my god, medevacs go down as well. And Shin is maxed. Now it's go time. Shin, he's maxed out. Kind of splitting on the way. Ultras are amassing. Now, of course, Shin has to be wary of these drops. as he doesn't want to be forced into another base trade. Does want to lose bases as he pushes, but he has to go soon. And again, Shinny is close to breaking Clem here and now. They shot the mine shot. There's one mine shot left. Sorry, 2 mine shots even. Nice fungal, collapsing in, going for the planetary. And the planetary should go down. At the same time, drop across the map is dealt with. Baiting our mine shots, forcing friendly fire. And Shinny's done it. Shin, he's pushing on through. He's so close to breaking Clem. Takes down the tanks. Takes down the base. Planetary falls, 19 SCVs. And from here, Shinny backs off. He backs off, he retreats. Oof. Please add an infestor. Ghosts have arrived. Now getting into ghost production. That's going to be ideal against ultras and, of course, the infestors as well. But Clem, he's down a base. And not looking to contend on cams there. As things they collapse in. Oh! He's moving into minefield. Clem is holding on. And nice fight there by Clem. Does trade well. Shin, we have to calm down. Again, Clem is on 3 bases. Shin, he does not have to push in. He just calm down, back off, and max out first. He's gonna have to. Pulls away. And they bled out Lottlings. Again, Shin fighting against every urge. He has to just push into the base, but now is not the time. Just gathering more energy, getting to more upgrades. Playing it slow. Does play so up. Mine shots going off. I'll pick up. Okay, nice micro there by Clem. Both armies are maxing out. Of course, Clem is more committed because he doesn't really have much of an economy. There's not much there. As mine shots are going to be going off. Oh! So far, decent reaction out of Shin. Decent. Also, you can see that Shinny just threw down the wall of spines just to deal with drop play. At least just to buy time. And here we go. Now moving in. Does collapse forward. That's a lot of ghosts. But he's going for the mineral line SCVs. They're going to be going down. 18 SCV kills. That's all he needs. Just cripple the economy. Does not have to fight the main army. Bailings, they roll into the mineral line once again. Ooh, brutal connections. 27 SCVs. 27, 28 workers. From here, he pulls away. Pulls away, backs off. From here, time to rebuild his Ling Bane. Decent fungal. Yeah, the chain fungal, the ghost. Oh my god. Yeah, it's barely enough. And he's done it. Shin, he breaks through the main army. I mean, I said it before when it came to the push at the 4th base, but he broke the 4th. Here, Clem hands off the keyboard. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take the series at 3-1, advancing on to the top 4, qualifying for the Esports World Cup, and knocking the favorite player, the reigning champion, out of the tournament. Oh my god, GG, he's crazy. There it is. He's qualified for EWC. Give us the sign. Let's go. GG, well played again. He is going to be a part of the Esports World Cup. Clem, he was the favorite player to win the entire tournament. He is the best player in the world, but Shin is one of the players that can threaten him, of course. There are players like Serral, like Shin, like Hero, like Reynor, of course, that can threaten Clem. And Shin, he has beaten Clem in the past. I did see someone mentioning earlier, like, oh, is this like a new style or something? No, not at all. Shin and Clem, they've played plenty of times. Clem has played against the style before as well. There are certain strengths, there are certain weaknesses, there are certain maps where this is better on. If you remember, we spoke about Maganatha, we spoke about Tokamak as well. I was conflicted. I was talking about how this is a good map. If you remember, I said how, like, in a vacuum, I like the idea of going into, once again, Roach Ultra play on Tokamak, but I wasn't sure if it would be wise to do it 2 games in a row. Here, Clem, he had a bit of response. Remember, Clem, he was much faster to take up into Ghost, but early on, he wasn't ready for the Ling Run By. Remember, the Ling Flood did set the pace for the game. Ling Run By did actually give Shin a nice, comfortable lead early on, which allowed him to get into his 4th base, to get into his Ultra Tech, to have a stronger mid game. So again, it all kind of played into itself. The Ling Run By early on was crucial to that, and GG well played with that. Clem is out of the tournament, and Shin will be a part of the Esports World Cup. GG well played. Whew, oh my god. Yeah, crazy result there. Crazy upset is what I will say, and I'm sure everyone else in the bracket is thankful. Like Serral, Reynor, Hero, like, whew, thank God. like, shout out to Shin, by the way. Shout out to Shin. Oh, no. As would have been difficult for anyone else to bring him down. But GG well played. And with that, we have 1 series left tonight. We have 1 best of 5 remaining here. Up next, after the break, and I assume there's going to be a break, is going to be Reynor versus Solar in a ZVZ. Now, if you've been watching the CranKy Ducklings, if you've been watching StarCraft as of late, you'll know this is a rematch. You'll know straight up this is a rematch. Reynor and Solar, they have played quite often, actually, in GSL. Reynor, he traveled to Korea, and GSL Season 1, which was 2 weeks ago, in the group stage, Reynor and Solar, they faced off and they traded blows. Very close, very clutch, very back and forth. For those who remember, Solar initially beat Reynor 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, did beat him 2-1, and Solar did make it to the winner's match. He got knocked down to the decider match. They had a rematch, and Reynor won 2-1 in favor of Reynor. So again, both times they played, went to the ace match, both times they played, it was very close. A lot of mind games, and on top of that, we just saw Solar go to the ace match against Serral. In this tournament, in a best of 5. In a best of 5, Solar went all the way to the ace match against Serral. Solar, he barely lost that series. But again, once again, we were hearing that there were a lot of mind games, a lot of cutting workers, a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins between Serral and Solar. That's what we expect. And we're going to be seeing it here again as well. So this is going to be very chaotic, and I would imagine a shorter series between Solar and Reynor. I'm ready for it. We've seen them a lot here over the past couple of weeks, and now we're going to see them again. Let's go. Let us go. As from here, we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have Reynor and Solar. They're going to be facing off. In that rematch in a best of 5. Let's go. The final series of the broadcast. See you soon after the break. Get some water, Pappy. Get some water. Let's go. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we are back. We have returned with our final series of the broadcast with our final best of 5 with our ZVZ. In the one left-hand corner, we do have Solar for Team Falcons. In the top right, we have his opponent. We have Reynor for Basilisk. Oh, we got there. Let's go. Let us go. And if you're in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, on who you think will advance on to the top 4 and qualify for the Esports World Cup. It's going to be one of these two. Let's go. Let us go. Catching up with the chat. Solo, best matchup is ZVZ. So Reynor is up for a tough one. He has been avoiding ZVZ. As a reminder, as I just mentioned, they played very often, very recently in GSL. And last time they played, they both went to the ace match. So I do think this is going to be a close one. I think it's going to be very clutch. I can see this going either way. I can see this going the way of Reynor. I can see this going the way of Solar. I would be surprised to see any kind of one-sided 3-0. I expect an ace match, to be honest. I expect this to go the distance here. And we'll see who is on point and who is looking stronger on the day. Let's go. Let us go. As of now, we have our standard hash gas pool out of both players. Now, if you remember those matches when they played in GSL, a lot of it did come down to mind games. A lot of it came down to cutting worker production and going for all-ins. We saw a lot of all-ins from both sides. It was applicable to both Solar and Reynor. Both players were hyper aggressive and very much so in each other's faces. But all typically off of 2 bases. Off of 2 to 3 bases here. So we'll see who's going to be the first to pull that trigger. For now, the openers are standard, which is what we expect. We do not expect 13-12s. We do not expect 12-11s or 12 pulls. So far, link speed is on the way. What we are looking for here is the timing of the third and the timing of the Baneling Nest. Whether they skip the Baneling Nest or not, whether they delay the third base or not, and whether they go for an early Evo chamber. So we're looking for some certain tells here of aggression and of tech. Solar claims his third base is on the way for both players, Solar and for Reynor as well. Reynor's is a little bit later, but again only by a couple of seconds. Only by a couple of seconds. Likewise, we have a link skirmish here. Reynor winning out on the right-hand side. I believe Solar may have won out on the left. Yeah, just barely. Both players losing 1 link each. Ooh, Reynor losing 2 Zerglings. But outside of that, there's that Baneling Nest on time for both players. Likewise, third base is also on time for both players as well. So far, mirrored builds. Would you have Reynor investing a little bit harder here into his Zerglings? And there we go, early Roach Horn as well. So it looks like Reynor, he may be the first to push out. Both players are getting their Roach Horns. No fast Evo chamber. No fast Evo chamber yet. Lings are moving for scouts. Again, so crucial here to get eyes on any hidden tech. So nice scout here by Reynor, confirms no fast lair, no fast gases, no fast or no hidden tech behind the natural at least. And that is Evo chamber for Reynor. Okay, behind the mineral line. Now this looks like +1 carapace. There are 2 variations. This could also be +1 range. So +1 range would be for a hatch space all in. +1 carapace also hatch space all in. Do you see what I see? Lair. Lair for Solar, no lair for Reynor. So Evo chamber is finishing. She'll see upgrade of choice. +1 range for both players. And I believe Reynor should be going for an all-in. As the observer is pointing out, no lair. No lair for Reynor. So he's doubling down and making roaches, making more overlords. He's going all in. So Reynor, in game 1, he's going to be the first to go for the all-in in this series. Again, I expect them to trade when it comes to all-ins and when it comes to aggression. Lings they poke in to distract. Nice snipe here on the Morphing and Baneling. Ooh, and we do get into the main. Oh, doesn't go all the way. Does not go all the way. Ay. Solar, he doesn't get into the main. Doesn't scout the lack of lair. Solar has been droning. but now he's making roaches. Roach speed is on the way. Roach speed is not going to help here. Reynor does start his lair, but a much later lair out of Reynor. But he is teching. He is teching up. I assumed he was just going to pull the trigger, but no, he's now droning, taking gases. As a result, the game is going to progress. Now, Reynor, I do like the idea of him revealing his roaches, but now Reynor's pretty far behind. If Reynor's not going for the all-in, look at the timing here for Solar's roach speed. There's going to be a big window in time where he has roach speed over his opponent. He can use that to move out and to be active on the map. So the pressure is on Reynor. Yeah, spine crawlers. Spine crawlers are on the way. As we mentioned, Reynor, he's behind, so spine crawlers, they will help him when it comes to defending and surviving against pushes. There we go, Dallas cancel. He recognizes there's no push coming yet. Solar's droning. Solar's droning up. Both players on 55. Reynor makes an extra wave of workers. Solar, he's making roaches. Reynor, he just show his army, but you can see Reynor, he's droning. Like, this is a fake out. This is a very common tactic in ZVZ because overlords are so prevalent. Because you see everything on the map, then you can use that vision against your opponent and fake pushes. So you can see Reynor, he postured, then backed off. It was a fake out. Meanwhile, Solar is not running. Solar, you can see he's cutting workers at 54. 54 workers, nothing more. And Solar, he's looking to push out. Roach speed is done. Bear that in mind. Reynor is setting up for a Baneling run by on the right-hand side, but Solar, he will pull the trigger. And again, Reynor, he gets supply blocked. Now is not the time. Yeah, reverse supply block. Reynor is pushing. Sorry, I meant to say Solar. Solar's pushing. He's going all in. Solar, he's up 30 supply. Ooh, and Reynor is still supply blocked. No, the supply block is brutal. Reynor supply blocked. No roach speed either. Investing into +2. That's not going to be a part of this. And Solar is going in. He's going in for the kill. He's going for the throat here. Again, it was a very intense back and forth, especially the early to mid game when it comes to droning, not droning, taking, not taking. But Solar, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks through. There's no spine calls on low ground. And again, Reynor, he was droning. He was getting into +2. GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, very decisive play there out of Solar. Able to make use of... Oh, let's go. Yo, shout out Ice Guy. Big shout out. Sorry, just catching up. But yes, Solar, he was very quick to cut workers at 54. I think that was right, 54, maybe less workers. With that, he was able to just double down. Reynor, he droned up 10 workers over his opponent. You can see there, yeah, 54. So 54 workers. Reynor droned up to 66. That is proper 3-way saturation. So Reynor, he had just droned up too much, and he just didn't have the numbers. He did not have the numbers here to hold on to defend. Likewise, he canceled the spine crawlers earlier. He was investing into +2 range as well. And with that, Solar, just numbers game, did overrun. Yo, what's with the slow-mo? What's like the slow-mo action shots of the piles? But GG, well played. With that, Solar takes the lead, but we are now getting ready here for game number 2. Now again, I do expect this trend to continue. Basically, it was Solar going for the initial all-in, or Solar committing to the all-in. Reynor, it looked like he was going for the first all-in, but then he droned up behind it. But we expect them to trade, right? We expect them to trade. We expect them to go back and forth. I would not be surprised if Reynor is the next player to go for an all-in. But it looks like there are some technical issues regarding their headsets. Looks like they are going to be switching them out. So hopefully no major delays. But again, this is the final series of the broadcast. Yeah. You can see that they're just having some audio issues. Mary's like, May, just play without sound. What's going on? I'm not a terror. You don't need to hear the nukes. It's fine. It's fine. Go. But again, I feel like the dynamic that we saw there is what we're going to be seeing throughout the series is when do you drone, when do you not drone, how hard do you commit, does your opponent read you, do they scout you? That's typically how Reynor versus Serral does unfold. One wrong move and bam, that's game. Likewise, Muta play is also going to be a factor at one point as well, I'm sure. I'm sure at some point we'll see two-base play into Muta, for example. So, Reynor, he's just jamming out. Jamming out to his Italian rap playlist. Let's go. Shout out to the admin team. It might also be related to the white noise. For those who don't know, I don't know if you notice this, but there's a headset, but there's also earphones. The earphones actually have the audio of the game, and the headset actually pumps white noise into the players, so that they don't hear anything. At least that's how they typically do it in these tournaments. But yeah, just make sure we have any audio issues resolved. Just making sure. Then we're gonna be good to go. Yo, we got the full black from Reynor. Oh my god. Is there no lower bracket in the final playoffs? No, there's no lower bracket. It's not double elimination. It's single elimination at playoff brackets. There are no more lives. There's no second chance. It's all or nothing here and now, as Clem is already out of the tournaments. Already out. Single elimination. So Clem is out. Yes, Clem is out. And here we go. We're jumping back in, jumping into game number 2. As spawning in the top right corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar for Team Falcons. Waiting for the zoom. Waiting for the up. Oh, there it is. And spawning in the bottom right corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player himself, the Blue Zerg representing Basilisk, down in the series, but looking to tie things up. It is Reynor. Let's go. Let us go. As we are stepping in. Once again, hatch gas pool, standard openers out of our players. Again, we do not really expect 13-12s or 12-11s or 12 pools. We don't really expect early aggressive timings like that in the series. We might see a gasless opener. True. We might see a gasless, or maybe even like a pool first, into two-base play on some of the larger maps. Welcome to Tokamak. This would be a map where we can go into two-base play a little bit easier. Even then, though, there's no ramp coming into the natural, so... we're imagining more of a standard opener here. Third base, droning into a Bane the Nest, then we mix it up. As a reminder, last game, Sola, he cut workers at 54. That is under 3 base saturation. That's 2.5 bases. So he went for a 2.5 base all in with pure Roach. Reynor, he did misread, or I should say he was not able to read what was going on. Didn't scout and was caught out. Was caught droning. Again, in ZVZ, you drone, you die. At least in certain times. Can be very dangerous to drone. Likewise, it can also be dangerous not to drone. It's a very tense matchup. For now, though, we are building up. Overlords, they confirm the timing of the hatchery. From here, we should be expanding. There we go, Reynor moving in for his third base, and likewise, Solar is doing the same. And both players take their triangular thirds. Both players expanding towards each other. Yo, we got the road to EWC. Spore helps Reynor. Yo, you're stretching it with those copy pastas back. We're spinning, we're zooming. True. The zoom. Meanwhile, Overlord does confirm the mailing nest. Again, both players so far are mirroring each other. So far, there's no big deviation. We're just chilling, calming down, droning up. Hatch gas pool. Early Roach Warren out of Solar. Let's go. Very early Roach Warren. So with this, you can go for an early Roach Rush. Solar once again is being the aggressor, and it's going to be on Reynor to confirm, as he also throws in his own Roach Warren at a similar timing. This one is not hidden, but it is slightly later than his opponents. Should be fine though when it comes to defending. Should be fine when it comes to getting ready for any early push. Ooh, as Reynor is droning up a little bit harder. Solar making only one worker, making two Overlords. Solar, he's going for the roaches, he's going for the push. It's going to be a shorter game. Reynor is investing into an Evo chamber. There it is. 6 roaches are on the way. He's committing. 6 roaches are in production here for Solar. Behind this, he can link flood or he can drone. What's it going to be? 8 roaches now. And Reynor's still droning. He's taking gases. Now is not the time. Okay, there we go. 5 safety roaches. Baneling gets found. Oh no, he's droning! No! Reynor, he's droning! He's still droning! He's getting +1 range! That's not gonna help! No! And Solar's all in. Yeah, there we go. Now he knows. Now he knows what's going on. He needs spine crawlers, and even then, it's gonna be a tough hold. As Solar is moving out, Baneling's morphing in. Reynor, he evacuates the third base, and we'll see if he can pull off this defense. Not gonna be easy, but it's possible. Let's go. The Queens have moved forward. Baneling's arm morphing in. One connects. Roach is getting caught out. And again, Solar is completely all in. Does avoid the Baneling. Ooh, does at least try to avoid the Baneling. Baneling does connect on roaches. Lings a flood in. But has he taken too long? Reynor, can he hold on? Lings are coming for the surround. They catch out the Queen. They catch out the roaches. Banelings do morph in. Solar, he backs off. Does pull away. He's running out of roaches. Solar, he's running out of steam. He's running out of roaches, but he got the surround. Boys are being pulled. Reynor barely holding on. And Reynor survives. And Reynor, he has a lead. Solar, he was all in. He's on 33 workers. He cannot drone from here, and he's not. 20 more Lings in production. But the longer this goes on, the better it is for Reynor. And again, he pulled so much time with those Banelings. The Banelings, they didn't really get any juicy connections, but they zoned away the Lings for a long time. That's what's important. They just bought time. Bought time for more roaches. Now, what is dangerous here is that Reynor, he's droning. He believes that Solar has backed off and Solar is macroing. That is not the case. Solar is still completely all in. And Lings, they will confirm. They get into the bases. We have 22 Lings in production, and 1 Spine Call is on the way to help defend. Queen is exposed. There's 1 Ravager. A couple of Banelings is all we need. Yeah, Banelings are on the way. There's 3 Banelings in total. And 1 good connection towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Lings, they bust into the main. Ooh, drones are going down. Yeah, Reynor is getting caught out. Oh no! Solar, no shot. He's pulling this off. He is. Solar, he does get the Queens. Queens are going down one after the other. GG gets called. Solar, the follow-up all in. The first one failed, but the second one was successful. Reynor, he was droning. He was caught with his pants down. He had nothing in the main, and Solar will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Solar, he's up 2-0 here again. Honestly, really impressive hold here. Like, look at this replay with the Baneling buying so much. Oh, sorry, this is actually after. Before this, though, before this moment, he did a great job with his Banelings zoning away the army. I think even here, actually. Yeah, he gets a Baneling connection, forces back the Lings. Roach is reinforced. This is the initial defense. Yeah, this is when initially Reynor does hold. Does pull the boys, zones him away. And here, Reynor takes the lead, but he droned. The problem is that after that, he kept droning. Reynor, he kept droning. If you remember, he was investing into further tech. He only made 1 spine, not 2. And in the process of droning up, that's when Solo caught him with his pants down. Caught him with his pants down. He just doubled down, committed to the all-in. And that was the correct move to go for Solar. Like, again, like, he was too far behind to try to drone from that moment, to try to macro out of it. So he just had to double down. He went for it. He went for the kill. And with that, GG. GG, well played. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. In the left-hand corner, we do have our Korean Zerg player. He is 1 game away from making it to the next round, to qualifying for EWC. It is Solar for Team Falcons. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Reynor for Basilisk. Here we go. Getting into game 2. And again, both games, Reynor, he's been caught making workers. You must understand, in DBZ, you drone, you die. Both game 1 and game 2. Reynor, he's just been a little bit too greedy. He's been droning up too much, and Solar has been catching him time and time again. Someone get this man some suspenders. Get him a belt. Tie up those pants. And calm down. Here we go. And again, I expect a back and forth. I expect a back and forth between these players. Reynor got his ass whooped in GSL. If you didn't watch GSL, you might not know this, but Reynor did defeat Solar, and Reynor is the reason why Solar got knocked out of GSL. So Reynor did overperform, or sorry, I should say, Reynor outperformed Solar in GSL. Just for those who didn't watch and are not aware. So Solar, he's here for his revenge. Again, Reynor is the reason why Solar got knocked out early in the last season of the Global StarCraft League. Solar, he's here for his revenge. And we'll see if he can redeem himself. So far, hatch gas pool, standard openers. We're droning, we're saturating. And so far, everything's looking normal. Again, when it comes to the openers, that's not where we expect any kind of deviation. It's about the follow-up. So, hatch gas pool, third base into Baneling Nest. Welcome to Incorporeal. Incorporeal is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Here's one of the larger maps. There's that Baneling Nest for Solar. Baneling Nest for Reynor as well. As we do have another Evo chamber. Ooh, I believe that is behind the mineral line. Solar, he might go for the Solar build. What I mean by that, +1 Carapace. +1 Carapace, Ling, Ravager all in. We'll keep an eye on that Evo chamber. We'll see what upgrade he goes for. The Observer just now pointing it out. Meanwhile, Reynor going for a standard opener. Going for his own Roach Warren. Roach Warren's on the way. Bailing to waddle in to harass. And it's going to be +1 in range. Uh-oh. And I believe, if you recall, I did mention this in game 1 with Reynor trying to pull this off. I believe this is going to be a hatch-based all-in. I believe there's no lair with this. I could be mistaken. Meanwhile, Baleen does run away, is targeted down, but the queen does fall. Nice pick off. Very nice pick off. As Reynor does catch the queen. And again, +1 range is on the way. Roach Horn is on the way. And I believe this is all done without a lair. As Lings, they come in for the scouts. Not bad. But he doesn't get behind. He doesn't scout. Doesn't get behind the mineral line. Reynor's in the dark. Roaches are amassing. And Reynor, is he making these roaches defensively or is he pushing? He's droning. Reynor, he's droning up. So these are defensive roaches. Mainly popping up. Soleil's massing up roaches. +1 range is almost done, and this is going to be a +1 range roach all in. Soleil slipped into the main. Meanwhile, Reynor, he's pushing, yes, but he's also droning up. Like, Reynor, this is a fake out. He's still droning. No, God, no, Reynor, he's still droning. We've been here before, twice now. He's crazy. He's trying to macro. God. Okay, now he only droned up a little bit. He only made 9 extra workers. Not too bad. It's okay. It's within the margin of error. He's still droning though, and he's getting a lair. Oh God, he's getting the lair is not gonna help. He's getting a lair, getting Evo chamber. He's still making more drones. Baleen does crash in. Takes down 1 worker. And now he should recognize lack of saturation. There we go. Spine Coils on the way. Now he realizes Reynor, he's now aware of what's been happening. 3 Spine Coils on the way. He needs as many as possible. Soul is completely all in. But I think Reynor should have enough. Like, he's got a good roach count. Like, he hasn't been too greedy. Jesus. Oh my God. Yeah, 6 drones go down, but that's fine. Like, Reynor's still ahead. Reynor, he's still ahead. Solar not getting a lair. Spine Coil's almost done. Plenty of roaches for Reynor. Despite the upgrade lead. Yeah, Solar's droning. Solar, he knows. He knows he cannot break him. He cannot break Reynor. Reynor's on the high ground. He has the concave. Baleen's once again, they're bottling in. Ooh, that's a lot of drone. That's a lot of damage, actually. This is a lot of... It's 12 drones. 12 drones going down. Solar, he does take a worker lead. 13 drones. God damn it. See the copy passes in the chat. You're all animals. All animals. And so far, Solar, he's been able to drone, which is crazy. Like, he's been able to recover. Lair is now done. Spire is on the way. Going into mutaplay. But at least we're getting into the mid game. Like, we're getting to the mid game here. Reynor, after losing all those workers, he has to make a decision. Does he commit? Does he drone? There's a lot of pressure on Reynor. A lot of pressure here. What's the plan? 4th base. 4th base on the way. Overload speed. Reynor is trying to scout. He does barely miss the spire. No. Reynor. Does barely miss. Lings, they collapse in. They get us around and they force a cancel. Ooh, that's a kill. That's a kill, not a cancel. No, he misses. No, he misses the spire. Bobby. And Spire's about to finish. Spire's about to complete. With that, the mutas again map control. They shouldn't end the game, but they will gain map control. They will force back Reynor. They will allow Solar to settle in. He's getting to +2. There it is. Hydrogen's on the way. Reynor is getting ready. Going for the den. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. They get one. They get 2 drones. Nice damage. There we go. Now he confirms. Now he's aware. Spire is spotted. And mutas are coming. Here we go, mutas, they do hit the roaches. So Reynor, he's forced to commit, but he's gonna lose so many roaches in the process. Just so much free damage on the mutas. So much free damage. Reynor, he has to back off. Serral has a lot of momentum. He's forcing this all the way back. Nice contamination, very nice contamination. On +2. Serral forcing his way in. Collapsing on top of the army. Ideally, this one is a hit with +2, but contamination is brutal. But a better concave. Yeah, Serral, he does pull away, does retreat. The Hydras, they arrive just in time. Reynor's holding. And again, imagine +2. Imagine with +2. But Reynor is holding on. He survives. Another the back-to-back contamination. Let's go. Reynor is catching up. He's catching up when it comes to the upgrades. Mutas, they have to race back to deal with the Overseers. The Overseers have become a problem. Let's go. Reynor's in this. Reynor, he's in this game. He's now got his Roach Hydra. Upgrades are more or less even. Reynor now moving out. Not gonna be pushing. It doesn't have too many Ravagers here. That's a lot of Banelings. Oh my god, the Banelings are rolling in. Oh, they do barely get on top of some of the Hydras at least, but not the best trades. And not the best trades here from Solar. Hydras, they survive. And Reynor, we're looking to make a series out of this. Let's go. It's not going to be 3-0. Reynor, he breaks through the main army. Pushing into the mineral lines. Mutas, now they race back home. They're going for the Hydras. And it's going to be a close fight, a close defense. Solar, he will clean this up. Reynor focusing down as many drones as he can. Just as much economic damage. There we go. 6 drone kills. 7, 8. 9 drone kills here in the mineral line. But Solar holds. Solar, he does hold on. We have Tunneling Claw Roaches on the way for Reynor. There's not that many mutas left over. How many left? So Roaches, they peel up. We've got 3 Roaches in each of the bases. Yo, let's go. Tunneling Claws coming into play. Does burrow. And Solar getting pulled apart. Reynor gaining momentum for the first time this series. Gaining momentum here. Picking up workers. Drones are falling left and right. Against Solar, he was crazy this game when it came to getting away with his mutas. When it came to the initial all-in. But Reynor, he's done it. Reynor, he's done it. He has recovered. Drones are falling left and right in each of the mineral lines. Reynor, he's going to be the first to max out, and Solar, he's far behind in supply. The economy just isn't there. He's down to 47 workers, down to 46. He has no economy. Where did it go? It's gone. Losing 14 drones. 14 workers going down. And we're just waiting for the main push. We're waiting for the main army. We're waiting for Reynor to send it. Send it, papi. Send it. All the way. As there we go. Reynor, he does have the concave. Banelings, they roll into mainly roaches and not into the Hydras. And Reynor, he will shut this down completely. GG gets called. Reynor, he puts a point on the board. He does fight back. We have a series. Whew, GG. We have a series. We have a back and forth. Let's go. Oh my god. Again, a very intense series here. I was concerned it was going to be a 3-0. Thankfully, it will not. We do have a back and forth instead. It looks like our players, they did ask for a moment. Do not blame them. Again, Solar, he did have momentum here in this game. Honestly, if it wasn't for the contamination, if you remember, there was a double contamination on +2. +2 was meant to be done in time for the main push. If it was, Solar, he may have broken Reynor then and there. Like +2, that was a big window. That was a big timing that was available to Solar, and he missed it because of the contamination. That was a nice moment here from Reynor. Likewise, of course, to be able to stabilize up against the mutas, get into his own hydras as well. Very impressive play there from Reynor. And with that, we have a series. We have a series. We're looking to go the distance. Now, as a reminder, Solar, he's still one game away. He's still one game away from still claiming it and qualifying for EWC. But Reynor is also one game away from forcing the ace match. That's all we want. We just want the ace match. Let's go. So we're getting it. And in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go again. It's been an intense series here, intense back and forth, a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. What's the plan this time? So far, again, we expect a hatch gas pool, we expect standard openers, we expect a third base and a bathing nest, but from there, do we go for a fast Eva chamber again? Do we go for a roach warren? Do we go for a faster lair? Where are we headed? Okay, here we go. So far, standard openers. So far, openers are standard. Overlords are moving out. So it's going to be scanning each other, checking each other's timings of that hatchery. So far, everything looking normal. Nothing crazy yet. Nothing crazy for the time being. Reynor pokes in. And again, last game, when it came to his droning, he did only drone up 9 more than his opponent, so it was still good, still within the parameters. What is acceptable? It's okay. Was able to get away with it, was able to take a lead after that initial defense as well. Reynor claiming a third, so is Solar. Again, the third bases should be on time, the bathing nest should be on time, but what we're looking for are the Evo chambers and the roach warrens. We have yet to experience a standard back and forth DBZ. That hasn't happened yet. We've just had Solar being hyper aggressive every game. Every single game, it's been Solar with the aggression. We're waiting for Reynor though. We're waiting for Reynor to kind of be the initial aggressor instead. I guess we kind of had that in game 1, kind of. It was more of a fake out. There's that earlier roach warren out of Solar. Does go for the roach warren. Likewise, so does Reynor. No early Evo chamber yet. No early upgrades. More of a standard timing here out of Reynor. As the Evo chamber has been thrown down. Solar making early roaches. I mean, his roach warren was slightly earlier as well. That's going to be 8 roaches for Solar. It is a big commitment. We'll see if he keeps going. Yeah, 8 roaches. Now we have Ling reinforcements as well. Lings are on the way. Solar cutting works at 27. Yeah, all in. Solar, he's going for the all in. He is just doubling down. Roaches are pushing. And here comes the Ling flood. Now, Reynor, he's still droning, by the way. Oh, God. Now, if you remember, I did mention how, like, oh, 9 drones, that's still okay. Here, he has a massive worker lead. 42 to 27, by the way. Spine crawlers are necessary. They're gonna help, but are they gonna be done in time? Third base is exposed, third base gets surrounded, spine crawlers are on the way. And Serral, he ignores the third, he wants to go for the kill. But there are Banelings. Banelings are finishing up. Roaches are poking in. So far they're knocking down the front door. And Serral's droning. Serral, he's droning up from here. He knows that he cannot break the natural. That's 3 spine crawlers finishing up. He cannot break Reynor, so he drones. So he does drone instead. Behind this pulling away, Reynor still maintains a worker lead. Reynor still up in workers. Again, good reaction with the spine crawlers. They did finish in time. Serral's forced back and is droning. So after the initial aggressive start, and Serral did kill the third, but he didn't break the army, didn't break the defenses at the natural. Was not enough. So the game will continue. Serral investing into +1 carapace. Both players getting into their own lair timings. Lairs are on the way. Ooh, we do see lairs done actually for Reynor, going into 2-base Muta, going for the Spire. Okay. I do like this. To appreciate this. Being more assertive. Solar, he's moving out. Let's find a mailing. And again, the pressure right now is on Serral to scout. To figure out what's going on, to scout that Spire. But now he's going to roach speed, getting to +1 carapace. Does feel like laying Ravager from the side of Solar. No other reason for the carapace. Overseer's moving in. Changeling is denied. And the Overseer, does he get behind the mineral line? Looks like he will. Yeah, he barely will. There we go. Massive scout. Solar, he's aware now of the Spire. He knows. But just because he knows doesn't mean he can do anything about it. He's pushing. Yeah, Solar, he's committing. Muta production has begun. Reynor making a couple of drones. Solar likewise, Hydrogen on the way. Solar is pushing. He's pushing out towards that third base. Lings are ready for a run by. They do slip by. Oh my god. Brutal baiting connection. Brutal connection. Bailing does connect. The expansion is going to go down. Nice pick off. Solar, he denies the third. He denies the third base. Lings, they pull away in the main. Bailing goes off. He wants the queen and he gets it. And nice setup there. Nice around. Nice control out of Solar. Takes down the queen. Likewise, Hydra production has begun. And I believe it's only mutas to harass, so he's not going mass muta. We're just switching into roaches. Going for the contamination. Let's go. Contaminates the main. Oh, and Solar here, supply blocked. Still has a higher drone count, but needs to break out of that supply block. And losing more overlords. 4 more on the way. And we're in a really weird kind of game state here, where Soul is contained on his bases, so he has to re-drone, resaturate. Meanwhile, Reynor, he has a decent worker count, but he's long distance mining. Like Reynor, supply-wise, he shouldn't be able to keep up with Solar. And you can see here the economy in favor of Solar as well. And we're just moving in. They are deflected. Muse didn't really get much damage done. Solo pushing right down mid. Our supplies are quite close to each other. They're very much so neck and neck. Upgrades in favor of Reynor. At least for a moment. Plus on range about to finish for Solar. About to catch up with those upgrades. There it is, 5 seconds away. And Solo pushing into 4 spine crawlers. That I'm not so sure about. How's that one? It's got more spine cores finishing up. Jesus. That's a lot of spines. At the same time, Reynor does get across the map. And he does force you all in. Solo pushing into this forest of spines is not going to work out well for him. Yeah, better defense for Reynor. He shuts down the all in. He shuts down the push. And Solar is committed. He has nothing else behind it. 14 drones going down across the map. The economy is crippled. And we are looking to force the A smash. Let's go. Reynor is chasing him down. Starts stepping forward, picking off the roaches. Biles will zone. But Reynor, he's doing it. He's doing it despite having a very rough start in this series. Despite being down 2-0. He's looking to bounce back. We do have a Lurker Gen on the way for Solar. He's trying to slow the game down. But Reynor, he should just keep pushing. Like Reynor, he has a 40 supply lead. Just keep going. Just keep going. He doesn't know the Solar's taking up. So the win condition for Solar is to slow the game down. If he can slow the game down and embrace Lurker tech. Overseer does scout, does confirm. Lurker Den's on the way. And yeah, it's on Reynor to try to break his opponent before he can embrace those Lurkers. Here we go. As Reynor, he's maxed. Reynor is maxed out, and he needs to use this army. The problem is that even though he's maxed, he's not doing anything with it, and Lurkers are building up. And Lurkers, they can make up for supply deficits. They eventually can. Till then, Reynor's still moving in. Thankfully, he's being active. Lurkers, they do get in position. Oof. And Lurkers are out defending. We spoke about it. All it takes is a couple of Lurkers, and you can force a longer game. As mutas are thrown away. I will say the Solar here of extends here. Ideally, he does want to fight with his own Lurkers. Yeah, Hive is on the way. More Lurkers are building up. Solar, he's recovering. Again, it's so difficult to try to push into Lurkers without your own, without Viper tech. Oh. I say that. Reynor, he might still have enough. Trying to move in. Lurker upgrades are not done. I mean, there's no Hive. Reynor coming in from behind. Setting up for this round. At least trying to. Yeah, Lurker's getting in position. While zoning Solar away. Lurker's moving in. There's Lurker range. Oh, we have borrowed roaches on my hand side. Let's go. Hoping to catch reinforcements. Reynor's trying to poke in. Lurker count is slowly building up. At least it should be. You can see Reynor going for his own Lurker den. Usually Lurkers, they force out your opponent to get into Lurkers. Into Lurker Viper. Into Viper. So, it's been a while since we've seen that. Viper versus Viper in ZVZ. It is a thing. Reynor does get behind the mineral line. So we're building up. And we're about to embrace Lurker. Lock yourselves in, everyone. Strap in. That's a better way of putting it. Strap in, it's gonna be a wild ride. We're getting into lunkers, Pappy, on both sides. We're not there yet, thankfully, but we're getting there. As we have some Vipers on the way for Reynor. Reynor needs mutas here. Lurkers can't shoot up. No, when you get into Lurker tech, the insinuation is that you already have Hydras and you have access to Vipers as well. Like, Hydra Lurker Viper is the ideal, and it does force out the opposing Hydra Lurker Viper as well. So right now, Reynor's been taking into Lurker tech, which is the correct move. It doesn't feel good, but you're forced to make the same composition as your opponent. There it is. Lurker upgrades are on the way for Reynor. But we have faster Vipers for Solar. So we're getting to Lurker versus Lurker. My biggest concern is the lack of Vipers for Reynor. Solar already has his. Oh, like, let's go. Tongue Claw Roaches. Meanwhile, Nidus into the main. Uh-oh. Nidus into the main base. Reynor, he does not see this. And that can be a kill move at the same time, though. Reynor, he does get into the bases. Roaches, they do on Burrow. Lurkers, they're going for the main. They're going for the tech. Ooh, and they can't deny the Vipers. Well, speaking of, though, nice abductions. Reynor, he already had some. He already had 3 Vipers. Nicely done. Does abduct, but oh god, for Solar, he commits. He commits into the main. Nice abductions, but still so many Lurkers. As more abductions coming in. Lurkers, they take over the main base. Hive is going to fall. At the same time, Solar back at home is losing drones as well. Losing workers. But Reynor, he's holding. Yeah, he shuts down the army. Cleans up all the Lurkers. He defends the main. He may have lost the Hive, may have lost his own tech, but yeah, Reynor, he's ahead in the economy, ahead in the army. Reynor, he should be fine. He's got the Vipers. That's what matters. Also, if you recall, I was talking about Vipers, and in my mind, I think I saw the production tab in favor of Solar for Vipers, but it looks like it was Reynor. So Reynor's got his Vipers. Oh, Solar as well. Gonna be forced back. Reynor moving in. Solar forced to counterattack, but alas, he just barely has an army. He has no bank, he has no economy. And we're looking to go to the ace match. We're looking to go all the way to game 5. Take us all the way, Pappy, all the way. To abduct the final. We'll try to abduct. Again, there's one Lurker left for Solar. GG gets called, and Reynor ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We're going to the ace match. We're going to the final game of the series here. Again, a very intense back and forth. Solar tried to slow the game down with Lurkers, and he was able to somewhat, but alas, Reynor, he did respect the tech. He teched himself into Lurkers as well. And with that, we're going to the final game. One final game of the series. And again, a very intense game. As you can see here, it all began with Solar going for the all-in, where Solar killed the third base, and Solar, he was not able to break the natural. Remember, the spine claws were done in time, and Reynor was able to enjoy a better economy. Reynor, he didn't die here, so he was able to have a better worker count, re-expand, retake his bases. Mutas helped him with that as well. And this sealed the deal. The run-bys. The run-bys are counterattacks. Solar just could not break Reynor. And with that, game 5. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Game 5. Imagine if Reynor had Guardians. Copium. As from here, we're just building up. Or I should say we're just waiting for our players to get ready for that final game. I'm curious what the map is going to be. I'm not too privy to that information. Likewise, we'll see who's going to be the initial aggressor as well. We almost got to experience proper lurker versus lurker. Almost. Didn't quite get there. Here we go. Ooh. It looks like we are loading in. We are going to be loading in. I'm going to be loading into Maganatha. Oh my god. In the top left hand corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg. It is for Team Falcons as Solar. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg for Basilisk. It is Reynor. Yo, you can hear the crowd. Let's go. Let's go. You can hear the crowd. And here we go. It'll end here. It'll end on the largest map of the map. Well, now, because this map is so large, we have seen a lot of mutaplay. We've seen a lot of successful mutaplay here on Maganatha. Do you think that we see Muta versus Muta? That's something that we haven't seen here tonight, but that is a dynamic that does happen from time to time. So that is maybe a possibility if both players do take into the Spire. Otherwise, hatch gas pool, standard openers all around, which is to be expected. Which is to be expected. On top of that, all-ins are going to be weaker on this map because the rush distance by ground is longer. Likewise, because it's longer, it is easier to scout. There's a higher chance that you're going to be able to come across an all-in or get into the bases to scout a lack of workers and scout early tech and scout early production. In general, all-ins are weaker on Maganatha. And we'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. In general, Solar has been the aggressor initially throughout the series. Reynor has been going for a fake aggression, especially in Game 1. Go. Bases are being taken. Third base on the way. There's that safety Bailey nest. We should be seeing one from Solar as well. Solar has the money for it. Solar, he's skipping it. Okay, let's go. So Solar, he intentionally does skip his Bailey nest. He's gonna go for a Link Flood into roaches. Reynor, he confirms the Bailey nest is missing. And yep, there's that roach horn. So again, Link Flood into roaches for Solar. He's gonna be hyper aggressive. He's trying to skip and cut corners, skipping Banelings. Reynor, in a sense, will have that tech advantage. There we go. Banelings are on the way. Reynor moving in, the queens are moving forward as well. And Solar, does he turn this into an all-in? For now, he's being aggressive, he's applying pressure. Overlords are on the way. 2 Overlords tells us that Solar, he most likely is going to mass roaches. Just waiting for the Warren. Reynor is droning, and here he comes. 8 roaches. 8 roaches are on the way. But again, as I mentioned, it's going to take even longer to get across the map. Reynor scouts, he sees no lair, no gases. Nothing really in the bases. And with that, Reynor is not droning. Reynor here made 5 drones. So from here, Reynor, he's just fixated on building up his own army. He's playing it safe. So Reynor is playing it safe here. He still needs more time for the roaches, though. Uh-oh. No spine. No spine. Serral, he's going for the all-in. He's pushing out across the map. Reynor, can he defend his third? Without spine crawlers, it's going to be a tough hold. Another Lynx. Lynx get in. They bust into the main. They distract. That's what's important. They're distracting Reynor. They're forcing back some supply. At the same time, Serral moving in. Going for the queen. Barely won't get, but that's a lot of Banelings. Banelings here waddle in. They zone back the Ling army. They zone away. Punishes the roaches, and Serral is not stopping. Serral, he's not stopping. He's still making roaches and Lings. Now, we've been here before. This is my big concern. Reynor is droning. He's droning up, which I think for now is okay. But if he drones up too much, then Serral can catch him off guard. I say that Serral, he started droning. Serral, he started droning. Okay, we're building up. Whew, okay, we survived the early game. It's been very tense. Very tense. But both players are backing up. Both players are droning. Both players are building up towards a longer game state. Let's go. We can see Serral droning up to 37 and still droning up even further. Here we go. Serral now squeezing out a couple of workers. You can see just how like sporadic this droning is. We'll make a couple of workers, then roaches, a couple more workers. Reynor, he's the one cutting workers at 39. Okay. No Eva chamber. No Eva chamber. No upgrades. Reynor, he's doubling down at 39 workers. That's all he has. Reynor, it's time for the blue Zerg player to go for the all-in. Let's go. The turrets have tabled. It's time for Serral to defend. We'll see if he can. Can he defend? Can he keep up with this? Serral, he didn't overdrone. He only droned up an extra 5 workers. That is acceptable. He's building up his own roaches. Plus one range is on the way. So better upgrades for Serral. He is set up. Does recognize how yet he does see the army. Spine crawlers on the way. Serral, he's ready for this. Or at least he's getting ready for this. Spine crawler, more roaches. We have 20 Lings in production for Reynor. But again, needs more time. And his one spine is not. Is that enough? Is that going to be enough here? Yeah, it should be. Yeah, plenty of roaches. Reynor committing in. Banelings, they don't quite get the connection they're looking for. Nice spread here by Serral. Does receive at the same time. Lings, they counterattack. Oh my god, catching a queen. Queen is going down. Reinforcements are getting caught out. Reynor, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army here. Remember, Serral, he has the defender's advantage. Lings are popping out. Roaches popping out. Still catching reinforcements, by the way. Still just slowing down Reynor. As Reynor, he bleeds out roaches, bleeds out army. Does not get enough damage done, and Serral, he holds. Serral, he holds, he defends. And now he can counterattack. And Reynor, he's in trouble, he's in danger here. The all-in has failed. Has to back off. Now, what's important? He's not droning. No one is droning. No one is droning up. Serral making more roaches, so is Reynor. We're just doubling down. Doubling down, making more Lings, making more roaches, just making more army. He's committed. He's not stopping. No one is. No one is stopping. We're still just committed. Still committed to more Lings, more roaches. No one wants to drone. So drone, you're crazy. I don't want to die. So no droning, still pure Ling Roach Ravager. As Reynor, he's moving out. He is pushing. Spine Crawl, I think, is still a part of this defense. As Reynor does go for a Ling Run by at the same time, once again towards that natural. Biles do not quite connect. So far Solar holding the line. No Spine Cooler. Wings that defend, so does Roach Ravager. Better setup. And now finally, Reynor drones. Once the aggression has decided, finally does drone up. At least somewhat. Let's turn. Likewise, EWC chamber on the way as well. Getting to his chamber. Still both players, they refuse to join up. Reynor out, squeezing out 4 extra workers. This Reynor's still building up. Toss out the spine coolers. Solar, he still hasn't droned in a very long time. We're still just doubling down. We have more spines only for Reynor. Good read here out of our Zerg. Very nice read. Things they do break in. Oh, they do get surrounded. Nice catch here from Solar. Very nice catch. As Reynor does plummet in supply. Aye. And here we go. Here comes the breakout. We do see that Solar, he is down quite heavily when it comes to the economy, but the army is there. The army is there. That's what matters most. I'm moving in. Does take some violence to the face. Does sustain some losses, but Lings are getting to the middle lines. Queens are going down. And Solar, I think at this one he's done it. It's been very tense, and like we've seen both players very concerned about droning. But here Solar, he has enough. He does push through, takes on the final Ravagers. Reynor just barely did not have enough, and there it is. GG gets called. That's Solar. Oh my god, Solar, he will take the series. He will make it through. And Solar, he will qualify for EWC. Whew, GG. Oh, the stress, Papi. Oh my god. It was a very stressful series. And even the start, I wasn't too sure, but oh my god, Solar. He made it. He's going to the Esports World Cup. He's going to the Esports World Cup. He has made it through. Top 4 do make it through, of course. There's a respect, and now he can sign. He can sign. You're going. You're going to Riyadh. You're going to EWC. So we have 2 players confirmed from this tournament so far. It is going to be Shin alongside Solar. Alongside Hero, of course. As well. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations here. A big shout to Solar. Once again, this is where I would love a winners interview. I would love to see a winners interview here, and I hope they're able to do something. I know that Ravi's there, but yeah, like it'd just be great to hear some words, to hear about the games themselves, to hear about his approach to this event, how close is to GSL, his thoughts as a player. But regardless, we'll see if we can set something up. Regardless, GG will play it against Solar. He barely does break through, went all the way to the ace match. Again, we expected this to be the case. As I mentioned before, Reynor, he has beaten Solar in the past. Solar's been Reynor in the past. They often go back and forth. An ace match is the best, or is very fitting here for these 2 players. And in the end, Solar, he will make it through. He will make it through. GG will played. Again, a very intense series here. Very minimal droning from both sides. But of course, Solar, he was able to take that eventual upgrade advantage, able to take that fight across the map. We can see here +1 in favor of Solar. Of course, he called out all those Lings earlier, and that did trigger the push. Did trigger the move out. GG, well played. Whew. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Solar. Congrats. Let's go. Let's go. GG. Praise the sun, baby. Praise the sun. GG, well played. Again, a very intense couple of matches here. Shin versus Clem, Solo versus Reynor as well. Reynor, he played well for himself. He did play very well for himself, making it this far. And even here in the finals, oh sorry, in the semifinals, in this series, I meant to say, like, could have gone either way between Reynor and Solar. GG well played. I look forward to seeing him in the European qualifiers for EWC, as it is going to be in a couple of days. Meanwhile, we have our playoff bracket here. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's catch up what's been going on. As you can see here, we have a Shin and Solar ZVZ for the upper semifinals. They're going to be facing off to determine which of the two will make it to the grand finals. Meanwhile, we have tomorrow Maru versus Hero and Classic versus Serral. Oh my god, some crazy matches. Oh, do we have an interview? We do. I think this is our first interview. Am I right? I believe. Do we have audio? Oh, do we not get to hear it? No. There is an interview, not for us though. I think it's unrelated. I think it's for EWC, for the EWC crew. Unfortunately, not for us. But so at least there is an interview going on. That's great. Not here though. Like it's not even on the mainstream is what I meant to say. Like not here or not on the mainstream either. Regardless, at least it's good to hear that that we are hearing from Solar and hearing from what just transpired at least. But as we mentioned before, for those that are curious, the EWC qualifiers are in a couple of days. So I think that 2 days after DreamHack, 2 days after DreamHack, there is a European qualifier for EWC alongside a Korean one and an NA one as well. So there will be some qualifiers. So they will have another chance. They'll have another chance. Meanwhile, I do apologize for Mate, how many hours have we been live? 10.5 hours. It is 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. in the morning. We've been casting since 8 p.m. last night, so it's been a very intense. How long was it? 12, 13? No. Oh my god, Jesus. 15 hours. Yeah, it's been an intense 15 hours of StarCraft, going from GSL into DreamHack. So again, we started at 8 p.m. last night. Now it's 11 a.m. in the morning. So a very, very intense period of StarCraft here, weekend I should say. And we're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be back tomorrow here to determine the final players to make it through into EWC and to win the entire event. Oh boy, going to be some banger matches tomorrow, of course, including Clem, including Classic, including Maru, including Hero. Oh, sorry, not Clem, but Maru, Hero, alongside Classic and Serral. That's it. So thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. We do appreciate it. Again, we should be back tomorrow. We're going to be, of course, co-streaming the entire final day. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be, again, an amazing night of StarCraft, I'm sure. And again, I do apologize for being a little bit out of energy or a little bit out of it towards the end. But again, it's been 15 hours, so very, very intense, and I'm very fatigued. I'm very drained. very drained. I'll be very drained. So we're going to be wrapping up. And again, we'll be back later on tonight. It is going to be, I believe, in 13 hours, right? I believe. 10 a.m. CDT. But in around like 13-ish hours time. So plenty of time to sleep. I'm going to try to sleep as much as I can. I'm going to force myself to sleep as much as I can to be well rested for tomorrow's broadcast. Thanks for watching. I'm going to go pass out. Well, I'm going to go get some food, get some breakfast, and pass the hell out. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, GG. Well played. Well played, papi. Well played. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Hasta luego. See you tomorrow for the final day of DreamHack Dallas Road to EWC. See you tomorrow.